Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to welcome our panel members, our advisors, elders, First Nation government representatives, and guests to the 2023 International Yukon River Panel postseason meeting. My name is Steve Gotch, and it's my pleasure to serve as the Canadian chair of the Yukon River Panel. I'd like to start off this meeting by recognizing that we are meeting on the traditional territories of the Kwanlin First Nation and Tonquachan Council. Before we invite representatives to provide opening remarks, it's my pleasure to welcome Elder Diane Smith from Kwanlin First Nation to lead us in an opening prayer. Elder Smith.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our beautiful home, Kwanlin and Ta'an territory. Creator of all creations, we give thanks for this day, the gathering of the U.S. and Canada Yukon River Panel meeting. Creator of all creations, we give thanks for all the leaders from all governments to talk on connecting the broken Salmon Trail. We give thanks for our ancestors that are here today. Creator of all creations, we give thanks for the Traditional Knowledge Committee for the work they do that plays an important role for all First Nations that are affected for the loss of salmon. Creator of all creations, we just give thanks for this day. And we would like to thank you for all the people that have traveled far in order to share this knowledge. Amen.
Thank you very much, Elder Smith, for your opening prayer. It truly is our honor to be meeting here at the Kwanlin Cultural Center at here in Whitehorse, Yukon, on the banks of the Yukon River. Before we initiate our formal proceedings here this morning, we have a number of guests who will provide opening remarks. I'd like to begin by welcoming Chief Sean Smith from Kwanlin First Nation. And I believe Chief Smith, do we have Chief Smith online? Oh, there he is. Good morning, Chief Smith.
Good morning, everyone. Game Sothan, Yaketutat. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our traditional share with the Tonquachan Council. I'm just chiming in from Vancouver this morning, welcoming you all to our territory up there, up in the Yukon, and to begin your discussions on the state of the salmon, the Chinook salmon, the Chum salmon. But within our territory, the Chinook salmon come to harvest, or has come to spawn. And and really the discussions are based on a lot of other previous discussions and the ideas and things like that really determine opportunities for us to work better together and to find those things that we can find in common ground that we see as really important to have within these discussions, and to lay out those things in terms of those opportunities for us to build upon the efforts to recover the salmon populations that come into the Yukon. In our way in Kwanlin History people, and what I've been taught from our elders is really how we're connected by the river, and how that connection it's about connecting with our relatives along the waterways that feed our country. The salmon are species and provision of protein for not just people but many other things on the land. And the health of the land is vitally connected to that nutrient base that has coming into our territory for many thousands of years, and provides those things that connect us. And for us to really bring in I just love the work to include traditional knowledge on the different aspects of this discussion, but also I see opportunity for us to really bring together those opportunities to teach our youth and to provide them with a view of understanding how to look at things and the state of the salmon in that regard, like how to support life and how to recover and do those things to recover the populations. As to the work that Kwon Dun is doing, it's really exciting and groundbreaking work, and I'm really proud of the staff along with the other nations that are working with us to do this work up in the upper watershed at the headwaters on the Yukon River side of the Yukon River. And I think it's really important work that we need to continue to support. Like I said in my opening statements, working together is really vital. In our language, we say "dakwan niye nda sadla," so that's people working together, and it's really those important things that we're working on with the governments of Yukon, and as well as Yukon Energy in terms of stuff around. You probably heard of the stuff around discussions around the Whitehorse Hydro Dam, and to really improve the situation there, and looking at different options. I sat in on the entrainment discussion a couple weeks ago, and it was really great because just kind of bringing my pieces of understanding and knowledge from my grandparents, and as well as the Western methods of understanding and how to put together things to support salmon, returning back to the spawning grounds, but as well as the juveniles coming back down. And so those are important pieces within our discussions and negotiations. We are being strong in terms of what we're doing, and to show that strength, and commitment to this process is we haven't fished within our territory, for the last easy 20 years. And that's a tough situation because it directly affects our ability to support culture within our communities, connection to our land, learning about the land and the water and our relationship to that. And those are some really sort of high level aspects to what we're doing, and just to honor the traditional knowledge aspects. We had a great salmon day last weekend that everybody as part of the salmon discussions had. I attended and spoke to it a little bit, and I shared little bits of traditional knowledge that I know and understand, and I know that that's also important to each and every nation within the river. And it's always good to look at our traditional knowledge, our ways of knowing and understanding that's based on thousands of years of knowledge, to look for solutions and opportunities. And those are always things that I'm always testing myself and trying to dig deeper to find a greater opportunity, that's within our understanding and knowledge. So again, thank you everybody. Thanks, Steve. It's good to see you this morning, and I'm gonna pass it over to the next speaker. I think that's MP Henley. And thank everybody for coming to our territory, and wish I was there because I'm in rainy Vancouver. So and look forward to hearing about your work. And I hear some good stuff in terms of those discussions between Canada and Yukon, and finding some common ground and prioritizing what's really important. So Nishish, everybody, take care.
Thank you very much, Chief Smith, for welcoming us to the traditional territory of the Kwon Dun First Nation and giving us the honor and the privilege of visiting in this beautiful facility. Next, I'd like to call upon Deputy Chief Christina Kane from the Tonquachan Council, also acknowledging we are meeting on the traditional territories of the Tonquachan Council, and you honor us by providing some opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Tonquachan Council, I want to welcome you to our traditional territory. As Chief Smith said, that we share in part with the Yukon First Nation. For centuries, salmon have served not only as a means of nourishment, but also as an important piece of our culture. Our ancestors recognized this profound connection, living in harmony with the salmon cycles, rejoicing in their return and acknowledging their sacrifice. Yet today our salmon face grave peril. The rivers that once teemed with their vibrant existence are now in danger due to overfishing, environmental neglect, and of course, climate change. As the salmon population dwindles, so too does a crucial aspect of our identity and our heritage as Indigenous people. Safeguarding the salmon is not solely an act of environmental conservation, it is a feat of cultural preservation, ensuring the survival of our customs and nurturing our spiritual bond with the earth and all of its offerings. To lose a salmon is to forfeit a part of ourselves. It is to sever a tie that has bound generations to generations, celebrated in our stories, sung in our songs, and reflected in our rituals. The path of the salmon reflects our journey, resilient, determined, and intricately intertwined within our very valuable way of life. The time for action is now. It requires collective participation here, consistent dedication from all parties, and allocation of monetary resources. Together, we must work hard to restore our rivers, champion sustainable practices, and reinforce our unbreakable connection with the salmon. Because as we speak, it is being lost. Our ancestors watch over us, future generations count on us and depend on us. So let us commit here and now to exhaust every possible effort in preserving them with the goal that the rivers will again be full of salmon as they once were. For the salmon, for us, for our children, and the world as a whole, let us stand shoulder to shoulder. Let us take action. By saving the salmon, we are saving a part of ourselves, a part of all of us. Thank you. Shonithan.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Kane, for your words of wisdom and for reminding us of the importance of maintaining that connection to salmon, despite the hardships that people throughout the Yukon River watershed, most notably those at the headwaters, the Kwantlen and the Tonquachan Council, have faced for many decades. Next, I would like to welcome Chief Nicole Tom from Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation, who will be providing opening remarks virtually, I believe. Chief Tom, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. We'll just do a quick audio check.
Hello?
Yes, I think we can hear you. Please go ahead and welcome.
Great. Can I sofan? Danki Danyati Here Sofandet Ziuji, Puchanki Nicole Tom Uji, Ine Eileen Rondo Uji, Ite Roger Rondo Uji, Itsua Grace Fairclough Uji, Itzi George Fairclough Uji, Hanjet Ichi Tege Cho Hudan. I would like to acknowledge all the attendants in the room who have gathered here today to pay respects to the Yukon River in efforts to calling the salmon back. Masicho to the Kwantlen First Nation and the Tonquachan, whose territory you are gathered on today. It has been 1 year since I last spoke at the Yukon River Panel, where we were asked to think of the salmon first. Since then, we have been activated to mobilize into thinking of salmon first. There have been many efforts to our friends the salmon. With the rebuilding of the salmon population, we can come together on both sides of the river and join forces. The First Nation peoples will need support in their communities to adapt, educate, and secure food security, as well preserve and maintain their traditional ways. As First Nations people, we know that with the right to harvest comes the responsibility to our original agreements with the lands, waters, animals, birds, and fish. Our original agreements give us the responsibility to preserve a species when they are depleting. We are told to leave it alone. With efforts on both sides of the river to leave it alone, we have the hope and faith to calling our salmon back. First Nations communities, unlike urban areas, lack capacity. I cannot stress enough the amount of support and help they are going to need in this time of salmon rest. I ask that in all your conversations, meetings, and spaces that you hold, that you remember the communities and their needs for capacity and support. We know that the hands-on work does not end here. There is a strategy to move forward where I ask that you also make sure to include the communities and their denki, their ways of knowing and doing. As Tege Chofu done, denki doli, we follow caring, sharing, teaching, and respect. This work can be significant and impactful, the unity in one common goal. I thank each and every one of you for all the hard work that you do. I thank each and every one of our past leaders and administrators who work tirelessly for the salmon. I thank every single community who has put their efforts forward for the salmon. We have had years of efforts to get to the spot that we are in now, and we acknowledge you, Masi Cho. They say to think 7 generations ahead, and this is traditional knowledge. Thinking not only of ourselves, but thinking of the salmon culture. I feel that if our grandchildren and great-grandchildren ask us what we have done for the salmon, we can confidently say that we have tried. Thank you to this panel for incorporating this timeless philosophy. With that, keep praying to the Creator for the return of the king salmon to our sacred Yukon River. Take care, salmon warriors, and well wishes. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Chief Tom, for your leadership and your words of wisdom here, and certainly for your time in joining us to welcome the delegations this morning. Next, I'd like to introduce the Canadian Federal Member of Parliament from the Yukon, Member of Parliament Brendan Hanley, who will be joining us virtually. Good morning, MP Hanley. Please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're hearing me okay.
We can, yes, indeed.
Okay, good to see you, Steve. Thank you, everyone, for having me. And as Member of Parliament for the Yukon, I'm really honored to speak to all of you this morning. And unfortunately, I too wasn't able to attend in person. In fact, I'm joining you now from Ottawa, from the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. And I want to thank Elder Diane Smith and Chief Sean Smith, speaking from Vancouver, and Deputy Chief Kane and Chief Tom for all your words, and Steve for your introduction as well. And really delighted to join you at this Yukon River Panel meeting. And has been indicated by the previous speakers, this is something of profound importance, not only to First Nations people, but to all citizens of Yukon and Alaska, and to future generations who will call these lands and waters home. We're here to discuss and contemplate, and more importantly, act on the critical state of the Yukon River salmon. For the Yukon River Chinook and fall chum are continuing to see drastic declines. And I want to salute the Yukon First Nation's ongoing efforts in monitoring, assessment, and stewardship of the salmon during these times of low abundance. And I want to acknowledge the sacrifice and efforts of all Yukon First Nations, Alaskan First Nations, and other involved individuals during these times of no harvest. Your ability to maintain that momentum, as well as the cultural connection at this time when the salmon are so few, is exceptional. And I know this is a crisis without borders, requiring landholders, fishers, governments, and decision makers at all levels to step up and take action. Like our rivers and our tributaries, we are interconnected. The Yukon River Salmon Agreement and the Pacific Salmon Treaty are vital tables at which to maintain and build our joint approach to restoring the Yukon River salmon. This fall, I joined, as some of you in this room, including Chief Tom, on a delegation to Washington, D.C., and we certainly found support that a collaborative approach to conservation and rebuilding is the only way forward. And we also discussed the need for a bilateral rebuilding plan for Yukon River Chinook. As I've said before, whether in Alaska or in the Yukon, we need to swim together. In part related to climate change stress, Yukon River salmon are especially vulnerable to ocean environments, to harvest pressures, changing conditions in the river and its tributaries, made all the more challenging due to their long migration, perhaps the longest migration in the world. But amongst all of this, the newly formed bilateral traditional knowledge subcommittee has done important and innovative work that's advancing efforts at bringing in valuable community and Indigenous perspectives into salmon management. At the end of the day, what's most important is the work we do together. We must maintain connection during these times. We must focus on activities like youth, culture camps, restoration actions, and ceremony. And that's why, as Chief Smith indicated, I was also pleased to see many of you at the CYFN Salmon Day last weekend. And good to see you again, even from afar, at today's meeting. At the Fisheries and Oceans Committee in Parliament, one of the first projects I undertook was raising the issue of Yukon River salmon. I'm sure many of you know this, but this study is set to begin in the coming weeks. If all goes well, I'm hoping that this study will be one more way that we can bring public and national attention to this critical issue. And having spoken with many of you, I have learned, and I know that salmon are a resilient species. They belong here. Given the right conditions, they will come back in numbers. And I look forward in this meeting and the actions that follow to continued progress in that direction. I'll continue to play my part as Member of Parliament to advocate for the federal support that you need to bring the salmon back. And thanks once again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, MP Hanley, for joining us from our national capital in Ottawa and for your tireless efforts to continue to raise the importance and the profile of Yukon River salmon at our national capital and within our parliament. We sincerely appreciate your efforts. Next, it's my pleasure to welcome Yukon Minister of Environment, Nils Clark, to join us for opening remarks. It's a pleasure to see you here, Minister Clark. I know last year when you visited us, you had injured your foot. I'm hoping that you're feeling better this year, but it's a very great pleasure to see you here today.
Thanks so much, Steve. And as MP Hanley indicated, thanks so much for the opening prayer of Elder Diane Smith, for the thoughtful comments of Chief Sean Smith, Deputy Chief Kane, Chief Nicole Tom, Little Salmon, Carmex First Nation, and MP Brendan Hanley. I know I'm working on various files with all of this leadership, so it's certainly good to have that collaborative effort. I'm pleased to be gathered here today on the traditional territory of the Tonkwachan Council and the Kwalndun First Nation. Last year, when I attended the Yukon River panel discussions, they were occurring in the context of a record low salmon run and those declining trends, as we've heard from all the speakers so far today, unfortunately continue. In 2023, only 15,304 Chinook were recorded passing into Canada, and a mere 153 reached the Whitehorse fish ladder. In comparison, in 2000, and I'm not telling you anything that most people here don't know, but in comparison, in 2003, there were over 1,400 salmon counted at the Whitehorse fish ladder. And I would say, having lived in Riverdale now for about 32 years now, certainly was an absolute highlight for my family to attend the Whitehorse fish ladder, and it still is. But of course, we want there to be significantly greater numbers. These numbers are far short of the pre-season escapement estimate of 26,000 to 43,000, as in recent years, well below the escapement goal of 55,000. Wild salmon are integral to many northern communities and people living along the Yukon River. For centuries, First Nations have depended on salmon for food, social, and cultural ways of life. Today, we continue to depend on salmon to support the health of our rivers, communities, and environment. We also acknowledge the difficult choice that many First Nations governments have made to not exercise communal licenses in recent years in order to reduce harvesting pressure on salmon stocks, particularly Chinook salmon. We believe the steps towards addressing these population declines must include the reopening of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement in order to increase escapement goals and to increase the amount contained in the Restoration and Enhancement Fund to better support recovery efforts. We also remain committed to keeping all options on the table, which is why the Yukon government has been supportive of the idea of a Yukon-based conservation hatchery. We are continuing discussions with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Yukon First Nations in order to provide support when called upon. Staff from the Yukon Department of Environment have met with Kwantlen First Nation representatives in order to discuss how the department can support the development of the new Kwantlen First Nation Salmon Stewardship Center, which may include a Kwantlen First Nation-led conservation hatchery feasibility study. I know that I meet with Chief Sean Smith quite regularly, but certainly we've had high-level discussions on this topic over the course of the last number of months. We will continue to work with the Kwantlen First Nation and the Department of Fisheries and Ocean in supporting this project and look forward to the next steps in our joint efforts in order to restore salmon populations. Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to see the number of persons here and the expertise and hard work and diligence that you bring to this project. And of course, it is of utmost importance to all Yukon First Nations and all Yukoners generally, and I'm sure to our friends and colleagues in the great state of Alaska as well. So thanks so much for having me today, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations and discussions. Thanks a lot.
Our sincere gratitude to you, Minister Clark, for your time and your opening remarks. Finally, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. John Field, who serves as the Executive Secretary for the International Pacific Salmon Commission. Mr. Field, welcome to this meeting session, and we look forward to your opening remarks. Please.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning, everyone, friends and colleagues. Good to see many of you back here at this year's postseason meeting. It's really great to be back here in Whitehorse and working with another member of the PSC family, the Yukon River Panel, even as salmon struggle here in the Yukon and elsewhere. I say that it's good to be back because I believe in the power of collaboration. The power of seeing where one person's interests overlap with that of another, and then working together to find how you can secure both of those. This is what the Pacific Salmon Commission has really been all about today, and really ever since 1985 when the commission was formed. I'd say that power of collaboration is evident everywhere here in simple ways with the panel. The doors of the Kwantlen Center here open to those from far away. The educational exchanges that the committees and the panel work so hard every summer to make happen, to get Canadians and Alaskans back and forth across the border to understand each other's perspectives. And the mere fact that the national delegations here at the panel intersperse, you sit amongst each other. You don't segregate by country or by interest group, and I find that really compelling. And I'm here to tell you, you don't see that at other Pacific Salmon Commission meetings. The countries tend to sit apart from each other, across the table from each other, and speak to each other. And I noticed that very palpable difference here at the Yukon River Panel. It's very ingratiating. It's very, very good to know that that happens. I've stood at this podium before, and I've said that the Yukon River Panel shares many many things with its sister panels in the PSC. Unfortunately, today that means sharing things like declining stocks and shrinking fisheries and unforeseen changes in the ocean and unforeseen changes in the river and salmon ecology. But the panel has also separated itself from its sibling panels in the commission. It's innovated in ways that other panels have yet to try. The Traditional Knowledge Committee that was mentioned a few times this morning, the Educational Committee, the Communications Committee, a prioritization of public testimony that we're going to hear later today. These things don't happen in other parts of the Pacific Salmon Commission family. And I think, as I've said before to this group, you should be very proud of the fact that you are innovating and that you're separating yourselves and distinguishing yourselves those ways from other members of the commission. I'd also say that the panel has focused, I've heard it over the last few days in the closed session and before when I've attended panel meetings. The panel has focused on uplifting the younger generation because they know that there's going to need to be people taking their seats around this table and in rooms like this for the years to come. I'm proud to say that the PSC has followed that example and honoring the passing of one of its Indigenous leaders by empowering the youth. What am I talking about? Well, specifically, I wanted to make mention that Lorraine Loomis was a Swinomish elder who spent decades in our process and outside that process at the intersection of Indigenous fishing rights, women's empowerment, and international relations. She served much of her career sitting on or leading the U.S. delegation to the Fraser River Panel down south. Many of you know about that panel. And took over the chairmanship, Lorraine took over the chairmanship of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission when Billy Frank Jr. passed away several years ago. Unfortunately, Lorraine herself passed away in 2021, and the commission has just launched a scholarship in her name. Applications are now open for this $5,000 scholarship, and we'll have flyers placed around the room later today. But it's important to know that preference in the scholarship will be given to Indigenous and female students studying fisheries or related fields. I'm very proud of the fact that the PSC can take the example of Yukon River Panel and leverage it into honoring someone like Lorraine and her legacy. And as the PSC takes that very important step, I'm humbled to note that we're honoring one of the Yukon River Panel's own Indigenous leaders, Alfred Roger. Alfred Rogers. I never worked very much with Alfred, but I understand that he was an important and central part to what the panel does. And I'm humbled to be part of that process and the acknowledgement of his contributions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Steve and the remarks he has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Field. And if I could ask Mr. John Linderman, United States Chair, to join Mr. Field and I at the front. As our members are aware, in May 2023, we experienced the sudden passing of Mr. Roger Alfred, a long-serving member of the International Yukon River Panel. We are honored today with the presence of members of Roger's family, Jerry and Rebecca Alfred, as well as Chief Nelson from Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation and other Yukon First Nations in addition to Little Salmon Carmacks. I'd like to invite Jerry, Rebecca, Chief Nelson, and other representatives from Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation to join us at the podium, please. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you here. For as long as most of us can remember, Roger Alfred was a consistent presence and source of wisdom at salmon meetings. Roger had the uncanny ability to remain focused on every discussion, often lasting hours and hours on end, as many of you will appreciate having been involved in this process. Roger would take in the information and reflect on it. And although what might have been mistaken at first as Roger's quiet demeanor, the whole time he was considering the perspectives of others, as well as his own knowledge and experience, taking time to collect his thoughts. When Roger spoke, everyone in the room listened. He was generous in sharing his guidance with us, always reminding us of the importance of listening to the people of the river, to pay attention to the knowledge of elders and generations past, and most important of all, to be open to hearing what the salmon were telling us. He would remind us to ensure the value of both traditional and contemporary knowledge together, to help us make the right decisions even when they were difficult. I, along with all of you, will miss his contributions, miss his presence, but above all, we can honor Roger by always remembering the guidance that he provided, to work together, to share our different perspectives, to be open to listening to others for the betterment of salmon. I'd like to invite Co-Chair Lindeman perhaps to say a few words at this point.
Yes, thank you, Steve. As you mentioned, my name is John Linderman. I'm the U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. I'd like to express on behalf of the U.S. delegation our deepest condolences to Roger's family. His absence is very notable here today, but I also know that the legacy that he has left for this body will never be forgotten. His memory is with us all along. And although we will miss him, that his wisdom, his input, and his guidance will be long absent from this program. His legacy is intact, and we thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair Lindeman, and I'd invite Chief Nelson perhaps to say a few words and welcome.
Ms. Othon, good morning, everyone. I'd like to say good morning to the panel members, our RCs, respected elders, and participants and guests. My name is Sharon Nelson. I'm Chief of Selkirk First Nation. I'm happy to be here today with members of Roger's family, his brother, Jerry Alfred, who is also a member of one of our Selkirk Renewable Resource Council, and his daughter, Rebecca Roberts. We're all here today. Sorry, it's still very emotional for a lot of us. So when Roger left us, he left a big hole in our community. And we're so happy to be here today to have everybody here acknowledge his contribution to the Yukon River Panel. On behalf of our community and the First Nation, we thank you all. Elder Roger Alfred was a highly respected Selkirk First Nation elder in the community of Pelly Crossing. He was a traditional knowledge keeper who played a crucial role in preserving our customs and traditions. Roger was kind, dedicated, and hardworking. He was always willing to share his vast knowledge and wisdom with everyone, as you all know. We are grateful for his unwavering commitment to preserving our traditional knowledge and for the profound impact that he had on our community. We take comfort in knowing that his memory will be cherished by all who knew him, and we will honor his life and continue to carry on his work in preserving and rejoicing in our culture and heritage. Roger was very passionate about his traditional lifestyle and cherished the time that he spent out at the Alfred's fish camp, based on the high banks of the Pelly River, about 20 minutes outside of Pelly Crossing. He took great pride in the work that went into running the family's camp, making sure that everybody had a job. Teaching the kids in the family, along with his siblings, was the highlight of the summer. From the skilled techniques of cutting salmon to tending to the horses, and of course, passing down important stories of family origins, and always teaching the importance of understanding Northern Shoshone duly traditional law. He was a vital part of our community, and his presence and contributions are deeply missed. Roger's legacy as a traditional knowledge keeper will live on forever thanks to his work with Selkirk First Nation and Northern Shoshone communities as the traditional law researcher. Because of his tireless efforts, our traditional knowledge will continue to be passed on to future generations, And I want to thank again the Yukon River Panel for acknowledging his contributions to your organization. And we are also proud of the impact that he had on so many people. We will understand there's a gift that is being presented, and I just want to thank you for that, and we will proudly accept that, Masi.
Thank you, Chief Nelson. And if I could get Mr. Linderman and Mr. Field maybe to my left. So for the benefit of our audience, we'd like to extend our deepest condolences to Selkirk First Nation, to Roger's daughter and brother. We will miss him greatly. And to honor his contributions to this process and to salmon more broadly, on behalf of the International Yukon River Panel, we wish to present Selkirk First Nation with a commemorative plaque, which reads, "In recognition of the significant leadership, wisdom, and guidance founded on traditional knowledge, the International Yukon River Panel wishes to acknowledge respected Selkirk First Nation Elder Roger Alfred for his contributions to conserve, protect, and restore Yukon River salmon. We will forever be grateful for Roger Alfred's sage advice, and his memory will live on through the sustainment of Yukon River salmon into the future." So, yeah. Thank you very much for joining us here today. We sincerely appreciate to the panel and our guests for the opportunity to express our gratitude to Roger. He will be missed greatly, but I'm confident his legacy will live on and his memory will live on through all of us in this process. Moving forward with our formal meeting proceedings, I would now like to provide the opportunity for Yukon River Panel member introductions, those seated at the head table. Perhaps we will start to my left on the right of the room with U.S. panel member Pitka. Please.
Good morning. I'm Chief Rhonda Pitka from the Village of Beaver. I'd really like to thank the welcoming today from Kwanlin Dun and Tongwachon. I really appreciate inviting us into this space, and I'd like to express my condolences to the family of Roger Alfred. He was a really good friend of mine, and he gave me a lot of wisdom, and sometimes he would look at me and tell me, knock it off, you know? And we solved several salmon crises outside during break. You know, he told me a lot of different things about the health of the water that, you know, we never really quite focused on. You know, one of them being permafrost erosion, the other being fires and the effects on river quality. And I've actually used a lot of that knowledge in my day-to-day work, you know, working with science. And, you know, I always try to give credit to him because he was probably one of the smartest men that I've known. And I appreciate the time that his family has sacrificed to have him sit in these proceedings on both sides of the border. Thank you.
Panel member Eric Weingarth from the Lower River St. Mary's is a village. Again, condolences to the family. Very, very wise and respected man.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Gerberding. I live in Dawson, Yukon. A member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and Yukon River Panel. And yeah, my condolences to Roger's family, and we will never forget his wisdom, and his memory lives on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Andy Bassich. I live near Eagle, Alaska on the Yukon River at a place called Calico Bluff, very close to the sonar camp that counts the fish coming into Canada. I've been a member of the Yukon River Panel since its inception. I am the Alaska co-chair for the Communications Committee. I wanted to acknowledge my thanks to Roger for all of his dedication. And what really warms my heart right now is seeing a lot of young people here. And I've heard a lot of discussion about including young people into the process and the desire to do that. And I look forward to talking to all of you in the audience throughout the panel meeting and hearing your ideas and views so that we may incorporate it into our communications and outreach programs. And I also want to recognize many of the faces, the older faces that I've seen for many, many years sitting here, what I call the extended family. And I'm always pleased to come to Whitehorse. It's always a great experience. And I look forward to meeting and talking with as many of you as possible during the next 2 days. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Dennis Zimmerman, Canadian panel member. And yeah, thank you for all the opening remarks. It really grounded this today. I just wanted to also speak to Roger very briefly. I had the pleasure of working directly with Roger and Eugene Alfred on the Selkirk salmon plan. And like a school teacher, he once took a 50-page draft and with red ink marked it up like from front to back, and it was incredible. It was a real deal. And just one final thought is he always had the best hats. That guy always had the best ball caps that he customized, and the way he wore it, it was awesome. Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Ellen Yasumi Ishii. I'm a U.S. federal alternate panel member sitting in for U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I work at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center as a research fishery biologist focused on Bering Sea ecosystem research. My memory of Roger was his animated descriptions of sea ice. And so, yes, very knowledgeable and respected in our community. So my condolences, and he will definitely be dearly missed.
Good morning. I'm Virgil Impenauer. I live in North Pole, Alaska. I've been involved in this process since 1988. So Roger and I have had many discussions, being two of the elders or older folks participating in the process, and we've shared many a thought together. My condolences go to his family, and I hope I think we'll have a real good meeting here today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ragnar Ahlstrom. I'm from the village of Aluknuk, a couple thousand kilometers from here, where the Yukon River enters the Bering Sea. We're the first village that sees the salmon, whatever type of salmon is when it comes in the river. I'd just like to say Roger was a good man. I will miss him greatly.
Hello, I'm Robert Perry, alternate panel member. I work with the Department of Environment, Fish and Wildlife Branch. In regards to Roger, I'll miss the pleasure of his company and certainly the pleasure of his conversations. He was much of a security blanket to me around the table. I really relied on him. Thank you.
Again, John Linderman with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. And I'm heartened to hear all the wonderful comments from all panel members with respect to Roger and how much he will be missed and how much he was appreciated and loved. Thank you.
My name is Caroline Brown. I'm the statewide research director for subsistence at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I'm also the alternate U.S. co-chair, and I assist the TK committee in their work. I want to add my voice as well to the memory of Roger. He was a very kind soul, a very smart man. He was a real person. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James McDonald, born and raised in Whitehorse, Yukon. I am very pleased that everybody made the effort to join us here today. I'm happy to see everyone. I'm a Canadian Yukon River Panel member, member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and Roger was on the subcommittee for a long, long time with us, and we never really knew when he was going to show up to meetings, but he would just show up, and he would give us very thoughtful, well-considered comments. And he would spend a lot of time reminding us about the umbrella final agreement and the treaties and our relationship to salmon. And I feel like I'm honored to have known him. I felt like I've known him all my life. And I guess I just want to express my gratitude to the panel and everybody here today for taking the time to acknowledge his contributions to our shared history.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Stan Julie Senior from Uptown Oak Grove, panel member, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee member from the Porcupine, representing Porcupine River. I've known Roger since the early 80s and represented the salmon with him along with Virgil and myself and Roger on representing the salmon issue. A long time. So I think I've been friends with him for those many years and sitting at the SAM subcommittee table. He wanted to push the traditional knowledge of TK, and he wanted that to be a part of our process, and he accomplished that. And he made a statement to that in one of the last meetings that we had, that he was really happy that we've got the TK involved in the process. And I think the person that's instrumental in pushing it is Brandy. Thank you for really pushing that forward on our side of the table. And I think that's one of the things where he'd be remembered for. And well, thank you very much to the public and the people that are coming here to represent the salmon issue. Wasi Chol, Shalagnay.
Good morning. My name is Sebastian Jones, and I live across the river from Dawson City. We're on the Yukon River, where I've been living on the Yukon River and fishing for most of my life now, I suppose. I'm a member of the Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board, and I have been for almost 5 years. I'm a relatively recent appointment to the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, which brings me to the Yukon River Panel. And because I was relatively new to this process, I really appreciated and benefited from the kindness and wisdom and good humor of Jerry and of Roger. And he and I'm going to really miss him.
Hey, everyone. Sorry. I'm just balancing some parental responsibilities this morning. Thanks, Rhonda. Elizabeth MacDonald, Yukon River Panel member for Canada. I'm a Yukon Salmon Subcommittee member as well. And usually at these meetings, I end up sitting close by Roger, and in my intros, I always had to say, or he kind of got cross at me, that my grandparents used to live in Pelly, and it was really important that I maintain that connection to him and acknowledge it. And if I didn't, he kind of gave me a cross look, and I thought he might hit me sometimes. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure I acknowledge that, as well as I really appreciate all the knowledge he shared and the love. And it always came from love with Roger. You know, he gave you traditional medicine. He shared his knowledge so freely, and you could just see the love he had for everyone. And I'll always remember that, and very much so miss him. And I'm glad to see his family came, and Selkirk First Nation rep. That's excellent to have that family, the connection here. So thank you.
Thank you very much to our panel members. I'd like to, again, thank you all for your words of wisdom. You're welcome. And we will, over the course of the next 2 days, have the opportunity to discuss salmon at great length. We will be focusing on our experience from the 2023 season primarily, which, as I think we all acknowledge and recognize, was another year of hardship. We will do our best to adhere to the schedule and timelines and do our best to ensure that presentations occur as planned, although we may need to make some slight adjustments from time to time. Importantly, there will be 2 opportunities to provide public testimony or testimony at these meetings, both this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon. If you would like to provide testimony to the panel, you're invited to do so both in person as well as virtually. For those that are attending the sessions in person, we'd ask that you please fill out a testimony card. I believe we have those at the back of the room, and those can be presented to either Sasha or Victor Keong when you have the opportunity to do so. And we'd ask that you please identify your interest in providing testimony at least 15 minutes prior to the scheduled time. Again, I believe those times are 4:30 on each of our days, so at the end of each day. And if you have any particular preference with regards to timing, either going first or last, we would certainly appreciate understanding that from a notation on your testimony card. In addition to our formal meeting sessions here today and tomorrow, I'd like to extend an invitation to all of you to the Yukon River Panel's evening public reception that will be occurring at the Gold Rush Inn located at 411 Main Street from 7 till 8:30 p.m. this evening. So again, you're all welcome to the Yukon River Panel's reception, Gold Rush Inn, tonight at 7 p.m. There will be some light refreshments, but really it does provide the opportunity for you to interact with our panel members, our representative First Nation government advisors, and technical representatives. So I do encourage all of you to attend that event. Mr. Co-Chair, I'd like to proceed with a brief review of our agenda for the proceedings for today.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Please proceed.
Okay, so this morning we will probably need to make a slight adjustment. We'll look to receive our Traditional Knowledge Committee update as well as our Joint Technical Committee update prior to taking a break. Our break will probably need to shift to closer to 20 after the hour or so. This following the break, we will receive presentations on the Chinook Salmon 2023 postseason review. It's likely that those presentations, both from the United States and Canada, will take us through to lunch. We'll be breaking for lunch for one and a half hours from 12 until 1:30 Yukon time. Resuming this afternoon with receiving presentations on the chum salmon returns to the Yukon River in 2023. We will conclude our sessions today with an opportunity for public testimony from 4:30 till 5 p.m. So again, I'd ask that if you'd like to provide testimony today, please sign up by at least 4:15 Yukon time. Tomorrow's session will begin at 9 o'clock, where we will continue with the 2023 postseason review of chum salmon stocks. We'll be focusing on the Porcupine River tomorrow morning. And then that will be followed by a number of presentations, including one which many members have been asking about for quite some time, and that is a presentation on the Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric facility relicensing project. So we will have a representative from Yukon Energy Corporation that will be providing that presentation for us. In the afternoon, the Yukon River Panel will be receiving some updates and presentations on the activities of the Restoration and Enhancement Fund, followed by an update from the Yukon River Panel's Communications Committee and the Education Exchange projects that they've been organizing for us over the last many, many years. We will conclude our sessions tomorrow afternoon with the opportunity for public testimony. Tomorrow's public testimony will be 4:15 to 4:45 Yukon time, and then we will look to conclude our formal meeting sessions by 5 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So, Mr. Co-Chair, any comments with respect to the agenda or sequence of presentations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments or questions. Appreciate the review. Look forward to meeting proceedings over the next several days. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, US panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Chairman, the agenda I have in my book, after the presentation from Yukon Energy, I have conservation hatcheries. Did you skip over that or is that deleted from the agenda?
Thank you very much for pointing that out. No, we will also receive a presentation tomorrow morning following the the Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric facility relicensing project. So there will be a presentation on conservation hatcheries. I was summarizing for sake of efficiency, but for clarification, yes, the agenda items will be presented as they're identified on the Yukon River Panel's website. So thank you for that clarification. With that, we will proceed with our first reporting to the Yukon River Panel, and that will be an update from our newly established Traditional Knowledge Committee. And so perhaps I would look to our Traditional Knowledge Committee co-chairs to, oh, I see some signaling. Oh, not yet. Over to US panel member Rhonda Pitka. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for the first time in a long time, I have an alternate panel member, and I neglected to introduce him earlier. Charlie Wright is of Rampart, and he's the Tanana Chiefs Conference Executive Secretary, and he works for the Rampart Village Council. He's been involved in subsistence management in Alaska for a number of years. So Charlie, if you'd like to introduce yourself, now's the time. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charlie Wright. I come from Rampart on the Alaska side. I grew up between Rampart and Tanana, hunting, fishing, and trapping, and providing for my community and my elders. I'm very honored to be here. This is very important work. I'm truly honored to be part of the Traditional Knowledge Committee as co-chair. I look forward to meeting you all and talking with you more as we go forward here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that introduction and the reminder, Rhonda. So I will at this point invite our Traditional Knowledge Committee chairs to provide this presentation, and we certainly look forward to hearing about the important work that you've undertaken. Welcome.
Good morning, Dante. My name is Brandy Mays. I am the Operations and Fish and Wildlife Manager for Kwalindun First Nation. I am the First Nation advisor to the panel for Kwalindun. I am also the co-chair of the Traditional Knowledge Committee. Welcome, everybody, and it's really nice to see my citizens out there. Thanks for coming and showing your support for our process here.
I'd like to thank, say first, I thank you for letting us be on your lands today, Kwalindun. Truly honored. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I didn't know Roger, but it's very easy to see that he had a huge impact on his people and this process. And I just wanted to give my condolences. And also like to say I am very grateful for the opportunity to be on the Traditional Knowledge Committee. I think that is very important to include the traditional knowledge because you can't learn that in no Western school. This is people that boots on the ground that have lived on the land and have traditional knowledge handed down to them. It's so important going forward in the management so that you can understand. Every village is different in its own way along the river. How they catch fish, how they dry it, and how they live. So it's important to have representation and the knowledge from the land to understand. The people on the land see what's going on. They know where the fish live. They know the habits and what's going on. So I could stand here all day and keep saying more about it. It's just the most important thing going forward, I think, to ensure a sustainable fishery going forward. Thank you.
I'm proud to be working with you, Charlie. I just wanted to say a few words about Roger and my condolences to the family. Roger was a key player, and he urged me. I came into this process about 5.5 years ago, and I found it really intimidating. It was a different process. I didn't know much, but Roger said, "Don't worry about it, Brandy." He goes, "You come from Salmon people. Use your voice. One day," he goes, "you'll be part of this, and you'll know more than most of us." And he'd say that to me, and I'm like, "No, I don't think so." But he'd always share his knowledge, and he would say things before. When it came to traditional knowledge, he would say like we know when it's going to be a good salmon year because the ice would be piled up, or be a bad salmon year, and he would write. And then we got a scientific study that came in and said the same thing that Roger said, that how he used traditional knowledge and they used science to prove it, but he already knew. He passed down that knowledge, and he was a great inspiration. And he said, "We need a TK committee, Brandy." And okay. He says, "Remember what I said about use your voice?" So I put that forward a couple of years ago with encouragement from everyone. But he was, put this forward. We need a TK committee. And I'm like, okay. And so we did. And now we have it. And this is making history. This doesn't happen. We don't even have that in the Yukon in some of our tables. So this is really important. And I'm very proud to say that we have this now, and it's being used, and I'm going to do a presentation on it. But I wanted to tell a little story about Roger, how traditional he was. We went to Anchorage. I think it was December 2022. Anyway, we got on the plane, and of course, Roger, he's always got to have his traditional food. He got held up at the airport because he brought moose meat with him. He said, "I'm not going to eat anything else." So yeah, I just wanted to share that story. He always had good stories for us. Anyway, I'll get back down to business and tell you a little bit about this committee and where we're at. Okay. So our mission and responsibilities as a traditional knowledge committee is to make recommendations to the Yukon River Panel regarding the management of Canadian origin Yukon River salmon based on laws of care, share, respect, and teachings, and using traditional and local knowledge, laws, and principles. To review stewardship and restoration proposals under the R&E process, which is if for others that don't know, restoration and enhancement process. Undertake other assignments as may be requested from time to time by the panel. Next slide. So our foundation, is to create ethical space, and is formed when two knowledge systems with differing worldviews come together in a good way to hold each other equally. Is created when knowledge holders do the work ahead of time and to come together informed and willing to learn from one another. Is creating a place for two different knowledge systems to interact with mutual weight, respect, kindness, generosity, and other basic values and principles. So our membership, we decided we just passed our terms of reference that is finalized now. Our membership will be up to 8 people on both sides of the border, both the US and Canada. So our Canadian delegation so far is myself. I'm the co-chair. Carly Knight from Trontenac is the alternate chair. Richard Dewhurst for Teslin Tlingit Council. Brittany Au, Champagne and Asiatic First Nation. Stanley Jutli, Von Tutquichin First Nation. And we did have Roger on this committee, and we have 3 places open for this. Looks like we got a couple more people coming on. Jen Herks from Carcross Tigers First Nation, and we're working on a couple others. The United States, Charlie, would you want to introduce them?
Sure. Thanks. For the United States, it'll be myself, Charlie Wright, as the co-chair. I represent Rampart Tana area. I grew up in both places. My family is extended to both villages. And Brooke Woods will be the alternate co-chair for the Alaska side from Rampart. And Darcy Peter is from Beaver. Serena Fitka from YRDFA, Yurdfa. Svin Hoken from St. Mary's. I think that's how, I hope I didn't mess that up too bad. Virgil Umpenhauer from Fairbanks. James Kelly from Fort Yukon. John Linderman, Anchorage. And Caroline Brown, the facilitator.
And yes, Kathy Merkel is our facilitator from DFO. Charlie's not let me forget that we have a new youth on our committee, and that's Brittany Au, if you want to send up Brittany. Yep. This is, that was part of what Roger always said is youth are very important to this process. They're going to carry this on for us. So we have to recognize them and hold them up. And then we do have a new person from Rhonda stepped down for youth, and that was Darcy Peters will be coming up with the committee. So very proud to say that. And our pages aren't numbered. There we go. So activities so far. So revise and finalize the terms of reference, review of select R&E proposals, discussion of evaluation process, initial consideration of stewardship guidance document, question on single proposal forwarded to the panel for review. We put questions forward on that one, and we'll provide full review in the April meeting. So that's on the process of how the our restoration enhancement projects are scored and how TK can help with that process. Right now, the JTC does that, so which is the Joint Technical Committee, and so the Traditional Knowledge Committee will have a part of that. So request to the panel, the committee requests feedback and information on total salmon mortality from R&E, our Yukon River projects, an update Yukon River salmon on the R&E fund, annual project proposal and selection process with language addressing the TK committee. So put that into our process going forward. And the Pacific Salmon Commission administration support request. Will we be putting together a budget for that for the April meeting? We're asked to help us with travel and per diems for joining these meetings. And then administrative bilateral funding request to the panel, will come in April 2024. And the next steps. So our responsibilities, we'll have a full review of the R&E proposals and stewardship documents. February 2024, our next meeting, we'll have that. The T committee to discuss potential for Yukon River Panel funded project. That's something we're working out right now. So if somebody knows something in the traditional knowledge world that you think that would be a good project for the Traditional Knowledge Committee to take on, please come and see any one of the members to pass your ideas. And then membership, we're looking at doing an orientation package for new members and looking for appointment for Canadian seats. Anything to add, Charlie?
I just wanted to add to the people in the audience in the back, the tribal members that live out on the land, to please come forward when you see or hear or know things that we should know. We look forward to hearing from you and learning from you. Like I said earlier, every area is different and unique in its own way. And we look forward to hearing things that you're seeing out there that you think we should know about. Thank you.
Questions from the panel?
Thank you very much to our Traditional Knowledge Committee chairs. So questions or comments from the panel, starting with US panel member Eric Weingarth. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. And I want to say thank you to all those that stepped forward and begun the hard process of putting this together. It was not too long ago that I was really pushing for this traditional knowledge, and it's my feeling that it should have been done a long time ago. It should have been a piece of the panel to have an equal place at the table on both sides of the border. And you know, it's hard losing Roger, but he shared a lot with us as panel members. And I'm sure there's a lot of other elders too that are going to share a lot of knowledge that we need to hear. And I would ask that all panel members and staff to show equal respect and support for the Traditional Knowledge Committee. They're going to need our guidance as panel members and staff. But they're gonna need, some financial support too to make things happen. But I think this is gonna be a very important piece for the future of Yukon salmon, whether it be king salmon or chum salmon. But we have a short amount of time to get knowledge from our elders, and we need to keep that going and keep on sharing that from generation to generation. So once again, I'm really happy that the panel took this direction, and at the same time, I wish we'd done it at the beginning of the treaty process, because it was much needed, and it's much needed now. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Additional questions or comments from panel members on the Traditional Knowledge Committee's report? Go ahead, James, Canadian panel member James McDonald.
Yes, thank you, Brandy and Shirley, for that. On, I think it was your second slide, requests to the panel. Number 2 there, you have update Yukon River Salmon Arnie Fund. And I just wanted to ask if you could expand on that and sort of maybe explain it to me in a more simpler way, because I'm not sure I understand what that's conveying.
So there is no wording in the Arnie proposal projects when they submit on, there's no TK language in there. It's not being recognized, and we're asking it to be updated.
If I could maybe assist with that, James. So the Yukon River Panel has I guess we could call it a procedural document that outlines the various steps that a restoration and enhancement fund project proposal works its way through when being considered by the panel. Currently, that process makes reference to the opportunity for the panel's Joint Technical Committee to provide advice, as well as the Communications Committee. And so what the Traditional Knowledge Committee is asking is that we update that procedural document to provide specific reference to advice that, or the opportunity for the Traditional Knowledge Committee to provide advice to the panel for procedural clarity.
Okay, and I guess the follow-up to that then is I take that the panel would respond or acknowledge the request, and that would trigger, the amending language that is being requested of us?
That's correct, yes. The panel will be amending its Restoration and Enhancement Fund procedures to reflect this change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions from panel members, comments for the Traditional Knowledge Committee? Go ahead, Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman.
Thank you, Charlie and Brandy. Also a huge supporter of this committee. Just following up on what Eric said, I agree. I think it is going to need resourcing to do this well. You have to be all in on traditional knowledge, I think, in order to really try to find that balance here. So I realize this might be a bit more on the administrative side or for maybe closed session. But I do think we need to really hit the resourcing piece for this committee, as well as the other committees head on. And the reason I'm bringing that up is I don't want to wait till April. And then, I think we need to do some work between now and April and maybe have this all lined up just to manage expectations and also alignment with other entities of the panel, like the JTC. When I see number 1, I guess just where, committees request for information, does that mean it goes to the JTC, and what are those interactions and linkages with those committees, as well as between the committees themselves? So just to say, I think I'd like to do some work on this. And so we're ready in April to hit the ground running and not deal with administration. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Stan Jallen Senior. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, thank you for all the work that and effort and putting yourself forward to making this happen. But also, I definitely support what Eric and Dennis is saying in terms of like resourcing the TK committee and moving forward, because I'm sure that we're going to basically have a lot of knowledge coming forward. I was involved in a different process at another table where TK was used a lot. And I think this can definitely be useful to us in a lot of ways in participating with people at the First Nation level. And I already have one item for you, not that everyone should bring an item forward at this point. But when I was down in Lower River and with the Yupik people, they were talking about chum salmon, and they said there's 3 species of chum salmon. And they had the name for the summer chum, and they had the name for the first chum that come up the river. They had a name for it in their language. And then the half back of there, and they also had a name for that chum. So they had the 3 names in their language for it. So historically they had it all along, and so there is probably like a species and a subspecies there. And they're suggesting that the first part of the fall chum comes up the porcupine. And they recognize that by the coloration of the and the stripes on the chum. So I just want to point that out. Just you already have one item to deal with, or we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions or comments for the Traditional Knowledge Committee chairs? And I'll just check with our, excuse me, go ahead, US panel member Rhonda Pitka.
So on number 3, PSC administrative support request, is that like the same level of support that the communications committee receives? And if that's the case, then we should probably add it to our contract renewal when that comes up. Just so that it's captured properly, so that they have all the support that they need. Because it's such an important committee and we need to maintain it. And make sure that they have continuity in their processes too. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I'm not seeing any further comments or questions from panel members in the room, and I don't believe we have any online. So thank you for that. And thank you very much to our chairs for the report.
Ganesh Chase, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And I'd like to, Mr. Co-Chair, just introduce a quick adjustment to our schedule, noting that we had intended to take a break this morning. I'd like to do so at this point before we resume with the Yukon River Panel Joint Technical Committee update presentation. Mr. Co-Chair, would you be open to a 15-minute break at this point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can proceed with a break and come back to the JTC report.
Thank you very much. So we will break until 20 to 11, so 15-minute break. Thank you very much. Okay, so if I could ask our panel members, to please take your seats, and we will resume with our session. Okay, we have a few housekeeping announcements that I would like to share with you. So firstly, we have received a number of questions about agendas and if agendas are available. We have printed copies of the meeting agenda at the back of the room. My friend Carmela Anderson is waving, so I don't know if Carmela, you can hand those out to folks, but for those in the room, we do have meeting agendas available. Okay. And the second update that we'd like to provide, we have 3 in total, but second update is I neglected to mention that we do have obviously online participants that are viewing the proceedings that unfortunately weren't able to attend here in person. But the panel does accept testimony from online or virtual participants. How you can go about doing that, if you are viewing the proceedings online and you would like to provide testimony, we would ask you to visit the Yukon River Panel's website. I think we've got it up on screen and online. So if you go to the visit the Yukon River Panel's website, and you click on the meetings tab and then download item number or agenda item 4, or document 4, postseason meeting guide for providing testimony. You will find the instructions for signing up to provide testimony virtually. It's a fairly straightforward process. Essentially, you need to email or telephone Victor Keong with the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. And we'd ask, please sign up for testimony at least 15 minutes prior to the date and time that you'd like to provide it on. Again, 2 opportunities for testimony, again, 4:30 today and then 4:15 tomorrow. The next presentation that we will be receiving as part of our agenda is the update from the Joint Technical Committee. But before we do that, I have been receiving a lot of questions about a new item that we have at the Yukon River Panel meetings here this morning. And that is the staff located at the front of the room. And I'd like to welcome one of our guests to perhaps provide us with some insight on the symbolism and the meaning of the staff. Please, Joseph.
Good morning to everyone. And a big thank you to Jallen Dunn and Tan Dunn on their traditional territory. And I want to say welcome to the Alaska delegation. And our people have been here since the time the great mammoth walked the earth. We walked with them. Our people waited at the creeks, at the rivers. We prayed, we sang for the salmon. We loved the salmon as we loved every other animal that was, and we respected. Our traditional knowledge goes way back thousands of years. Songs can testify to that. And so I was a little standing by the river with my grandma and waiting. And she was about 98 years old before she passed, almost a century. And the love that she had there and for the land and waiting for the salmon. And when it finally came up the river, she'd be holding her hand up to the heavens and be singing. Hey, 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 welcome home. Welcome home. And with a prayer, and ADF&G, Masicho, he brought them back. I go back to the same creek that was once red. All I saw was just one salmon coming up that. And at the mouth of that, it's supposed to be a special habitat area, and I see a mining company trying to open up. There are holes missing in this there, and I know on the Alaska side there, and they look at those powerful industries, you know, for profit and money, as we look at for respect, cultural and spiritual, of who we are and food, and to share. In the Yukon, I never hear one word about these mining industries that pollute the water and the creek and the river. I take a look at Dawson area. I see when I was up there, when I was younger, and we were recording the elders and how they talked about the Klondike was one red with salmon. Now that you look at the different color of that river. And all of these major creeks, I look at a map that was given to me from a government employee. For the mining industries, there are all these creeks and everything else gather. A lot of it goes right into a major spawning area. Sure, we can blame it on global warming, or we can blame it on a lot of other things, sir. But sometime sooner or later, you got to take a look in the mirror. You can sit behind your desks, behind your computers, and it's frustrating for me to sit back there and not be able to ask a question, or else to take part behind when you're holding something behind a closed door. I was born and raised on this river. And I'm part of that. It's part of my spiritual being and life. From my grandma, my people, Little Salmon, Carmack's people, Tagacho, Big River. I did some things, sir, everything I can, besides top a mountain with my drum, trying to sing the same song as my grandma sang at the Tatchin Creek, asking for the salmon back. And there was a staff that I made. The wood I got from Little Salmon Mountain, Diamond Willow, and I prayed on it, and it's a diamond willow, and on the top there you got 4 eagle feathers representing the 4 directions of our people, and you got eagle feathers, 14 feathers representing 14 First Nations in the Yukon. And you got the salmon that's on it. And this was ahead of the waters, presented to Kwallen, a great nation, to my friend Sean Smith. And if you're asking questions about this, and it's something that's spiritual, and I was made in the thought of the salmon. You see that salmon there, that's, people say that's big. They were bigger than that back then. Some of them were just almost 200 pounds. It wasn't a warning from our elders, or it wasn't taken seriously years and years and years ago that this was going to happen, because when the salmon were coming back, suddenly they were getting smaller and they were coming back earlier. Now we're acting in a way, I don't know if it's too late or anything else. I would never use the word extinct, but I would use the word adapt. Our people make sacrifices along the river. I pulled my net in for how many years, yet we still go down to our fish camp because it's part of who we are. We get salmon from somewhere else, from Jallen, buy it, and the kids cut it up to keep that part of our culture alive. We can't lose that connection. But our songs will continue along the river. We ask the salmon to come home. Into Udinji, Masicho.
Thank you very much for honoring this meeting, obviously with your words, but also with this very important symbol of both the memory of salmon and the hope of salmon for the future. So very much appreciate your words. So we will proceed now with our next presentation, and that is from the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee. And I would invite the Technical Committee co-chairs to join us at the podium, please. Mr. Zach Liller from the United States and Mr. Mark Ross from Canada. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zach Liller with Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm from Anchorage. Very happy to be here and presenting to you guys this morning. My day job, I serve as a research coordinator for the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim region, and I'm also appointed as the U.S. co-chair to the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Ross, Manager of Operations here for Yukon River with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Whitehorse. And with Zach, I am the Canadian co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee. Thank you for having me this morning.
Maybe before jumping into our presentation, for the benefit of folks in the audience here and online, maybe I'll just give a really quick introduction to the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee. We're one of 3 committees that provide advice to the Yukon River Panel. Much of our tasking comes from the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, and some of the key products that we provide to the panel are annual forecasts of salmon run abundance, advice on escapement goals, technical reviews of restoration and enhancement fund proposals, as well as a detailed report on salmon assessment and management activities. Our presentation to you guys is an overview of our most recent Joint Technical Committee meeting. We meet twice a year, similar to the Yukon River Panel, and the structure of the presentation follows the discussions that we had at our meeting. So it'll be structured on kind of a day-by-day basis. Next slide, please. So the Joint Technical Committee, or JTC for short, met in Fairbanks, Alaska on November 28th, 29th, and 30th. It was a hybrid meeting. Most of our members, we have 21 members. Most of our members were in attendance in person, but we did have a few folks that were online virtually. And we met at the Morris Thompson Cultural Center in Fairbanks. Next slide, slide 3. The first day of our meeting was an opportunity to discuss fish health topics. We hosted a comprehensive fish health workshop. That workshop was an opportunity for project leaders and technical experts to discuss ongoing projects that are attempting to better understand the status of Yukon River Chinook salmon health and discuss data gaps and opportunities for developing new projects moving forward. We had approximately 45 people that were invited to the workshop. The invitation list was Joint Technical Committee members, as well as members of the immediate research teams that are running these projects. The participants represented approximately 11 organizations, and there was 10 presentations given during the day. Next slide, please. So we started the day off with 4 presentations that were centered around kind of a common theme of Chinook salmon disease concerns stemming from a parasite called Ichthyophonus that they acquire through their marine diet. The first presentation was an agency presentation that sort of introduced the concern that we had for undocumented en route mortality that could occur from disease. We then heard an agency presentation provided by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Alaska Department of Fish and Game on an ongoing Ichthyophonus study that they are operating in the Yukon River in Alaska. And then we received a report for a new project. It's a laboratory-based study that is attempting to estimate the lethal threshold associated with Ichthyophonus mortality in Yukon River Chinook salmon. And then finally, a presentation that attempted to connect the Chinook salmon diet information that's collected in the marine environment to potential prey species that may be acting as the source of infection for Yukon Chinook salmon. Next slide, slide 5. We then moved into kind of a mixture of presentation topics. The next 2 that we received were focused, had an aspect of attempting to evaluate the feasibility of non-lethal sampling methods for Ichthyophonus in Chinook salmon. Current best practices require that in order to diagnose whether a fish is infected with ichthyophonus, that the fish be killed and that the heart be evaluated in a laboratory setting. There's efforts ongoing to determine whether there's alternative options that could be available. One researcher is looking into the feasibility of using blood from the fish, and another researcher is looking into the feasibility of using genetics from the fish. In addition to these non-lethally sampling projects, there is one of the proponents was specifically looking at how often Yukon Chinook salmon are suffering from multiple stressors simultaneously. So how many fish are experiencing ichthyophonus and heat stress co-occurring. We then heard discussions of a project, Yukon Chinook Climate Drivers Project. This project is kind of multifaceted. It has aspects of marine sampling that looks at diet and condition of fish, returning back to the Yukon River with a special focus on thiamine status. Thiamine is an essential nutrient that's required for Chinook salmon to convert food to energy. And so they're looking at whether or not Chinook salmon are getting enough of this essential nutrient in the marine diet to actually make it to their spawning grounds along the Yukon River. And then we heard a presentation on efforts to monitor paralytic shellfish toxins in the marine food web. There has been some efforts to look at whether or not Yukon salmon are impacted by paralytic shellfish poisoning. Next slide, please. And then we wrapped up our workshop with two presentations, agency presentations on a drainage-wide Chinook salmon telemetry project in Alaska. The Department of Fish and Game is tagging Chinook salmon near the mouth of the Yukon River and then tracking their migration success through the mainstem to determine how many of them are actually making it to their intended destination. And then in Canada, DFO provided an update on their efforts to coordinate additional tracking efforts to determine where those tagged fish are arriving in Canada. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mark to talk about day 2.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah, so next slide, please. So yeah, starting off with day 2, recognizing that day 1 was largely occupied by the fish health workshop. Day 2 took us into our kind of routine proceedings, if you will, starting with introductions, agenda overview, review of old business and meeting coordination efforts. Provided a list here of attendees and guests, both from US and Canada. Most participants were in person with a few virtual presences noted as well. But overall great attendance from all parties. Next slide, please. So continuing on with day 2. So after the fish health workshop, we did a reflection period as well. And it was broad recognition that the workshop brought forth a lot of good open communication and a lot of synergies as well. Synergies that lend themselves to JTC work, as well as to the project proponents. Open communication lines between those project proponents as well. And recognize that we would do this again when these projects are concluded and have results. We then proceeded into some focused discussion for the 2024 aspect of the radio telemetry Chinook tracking program. So ADF&G looking to 24, ADF&G will lead tagging of up to 500 Chinook salmon and track them by the genetic stock of origin, with the primary emphasis on migration success. And DFO will continue to coordinate with First Nations, leading tracking efforts into Canada, with leading emphasis on distribution and en-route mortality in Canada. ADF&G will continue to share the tag frequencies, codes, information, etc., with any partners, DFO and First Nations, in order to facilitate those tracking efforts into Canadian waters. DFO will be working with First Nations and pursuing funding for purchase and install of additional tracking equipment. And notably, Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance has been seeking funding as well. And we're going to coordinate, DFO will coordinate its efforts with YFNSSA to really bolster the project into Canadian waters. Next slide, please. So continuing on with day two, we started to get into the season summary reports. So the JTC received the agency updates around the 2023 Chinook salmon management and assessment projects for both countries. So on the left side here, we have the representation of the Canadian project presented by Fisheries and Oceans, post-season review for the 2023 Yukon River Chinook salmon. And then for the US, the 2023 Yukon River Summer Season Summary provided by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and US Fish and Wildlife Service. And as a noteworthy point, you will receive those presentations in full later on in these public sessions. Next slide, please. So then after concluding with Chinook, we moved on to chum salmon. Again, for the respective agencies, reviewing the updates for the 2023 Fall Chum Salmon Management and Assessment. With Canada demonstrated here on the left for the postseason review of 2023 Yukon River, Porcupine River Chum Salmon provided by Fisheries and Oceans. And then on the right, the summary of the 2023 US Yukon area fall season presented by ADF&G and US Fish and Wildlife Service. And again, you will see a version of this presentation in its full form later in these public sessions. Next slide, please. Continuing on with day two. So we then had a presentation from the Northern Bering Sea surface trawl survey provided by Jim Murphy. This survey is provided every year by the NBS, and the main themes included marine water temperature trends, zooplankton and forage fish abundance, juvenile salmon diets and temperature effects, fish disease surveillance, and the juvenile Chinook and chum salmon abundance. Next slide, please. Again, we're still into day two here. So there's an update from the JTC report subcommittee. The JTC confirmed completion steps and timelines for the 2023 and 2024 report. The JTC reviewed and there's no substantial changes to report scope or structure. So as with previous years, very similar formatting. Historical time series of Canadian origin Chinook salmon escapement and total run will be updated using the new JTC run reconstruction model. And then in alignment with past years, the final report will be submitted to the Pacific Salmon Commission by the publication date of March 25th. Next slide, please. Again, continuing with on day two's agenda. So Restoration and Enhancement Fund, or the R&E Fund Subcommittee update. So JTC completed its review of the 2024 project proposals. The JTC review product was submitted to the PSC, the Pacific Salmon Commission, and panel co-chairs on December 11th, 2023. This submission included the bilateral scores and ranks. It was noted there was no recommendations or follow-up questions or modifications required to be provided to proponents this year. And in recognition of the proposal deadline that was extended to November 1st, it did result in some restricted timelines to deliver this product by December 11th, but we did make it happen. Next slide, please. Provide a brief update just on our JTC Administrative Subcommittee. Last year, the JTC worked closely with the PSC in creating of a SharePoint site to house all of our pertinent information, documents, as well as coordinate and facilitate the writing of our JTC report. We continue to update the SharePoint site with historical data. Recently added files include the Chinook salmon IMEG, old meeting minutes and notes from 2014 to 2023, as well as the 2016 JTC bylaws. And as a note, the JTC is using this new platform to facilitate and coordinate the writing of the report. It makes interagency or outer agency work and coordination much simpler. We can have multiple people editing documents at one time from anywhere in the world, essentially. And just a reminder that working with the PSC on this, it does provide a good opportunity for others to consider using the similar platform for their other types of committees. It allows a single source archive for all JTC documents, equitable and open access to all JTC members, collaborative file management and document editing, as well as secure and long-lasting file storage. And as well, you can have flexible permissions to have certain parts accessible to the public or restricted just for internal JTC use. Next slide, please. So finally, concluding with day 2, the JTC approved the methodology recommendations by both the Chinook and fall chum salmon forecast subcommittees. With regards to Chinook salmon, on the left side of the screen, the multiple forecast models are combined with the highest weights given to the model that worked best historically. The full forecast model is based on a dynamic sibling and dynamic Ricker and juvenile abundance components. New additions for 2024 are potential updates to the dynamic juvenile abundance model to account for the change in marine survival. Inclusion of a fourth model that uses the prior year run size as a forecast for next year. This approach accounts for auto correlation to run abundance and works well when run abundance falls outside historical bounds or norms, and extreme low runs, as an example, as we are witnessing in the last 4+ years. Moving to the right side with regards to fall chum salmon, the forecast is a 2-step process. First, the entire Yukon River fall chum run size, that's all stocks, is forecast based on the Ricker brood year production expectations. This value is sometimes scaled up or down depending on recent forecast performance and trends. Second, the Canadian origin run forecast is applied historically proportionate to the drainage forecast. Historically, JTC has assumed a 25% for Canadian mainstem with a 4% for fishing branch. With regards to this, new for 2024, discussing a potential revision of the proportion of the Canadian mainstem fall chum to account for the below average contribution that's been noted in the recent years. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it back to Zach.
Covering day 2. So moving into day 3, we had some focused discussion and coordination around a new initiative that we introduced at the panel's spring meeting last April, and that is a comprehensive technical review of the fall chum salmon escapement goals, both for the mainstem and fishing branch. So our process was to first establish a subcommittee of the Joint Technical Committee to do majority of that work, and then engage with the full JTC and this group. Our current step is forming the subcommittee membership. For the US, we currently have myself serving as co-chair, Bonnie Borba as a data specialist, and Hamashan Hamazaki, who is a biometrician with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, that will be assisting with analytical work. On the Canadian side, we have Mark Ross as co-chair, Adam O'Dell as with DFO as a data specialist, Marina Milligan with Council Yukon First Nations, another data specialist, Brendan Connors and Dylan Glasser, who are both with Department of Fisheries and Oceans as part of their analytical branch, and they'll be assisting with model development as well. Next slide, please. This graphic attempts to portray the timeline. The JTC will undertake the escapement goal review. The process that we are proposing to undertake follows the steps that we use for the most recent Chinook salmon escapement goal review process. And basically the way this slide is laid out, key steps or key activities are listed along the left side of the screen. And the green boxes approximately represent when we'll be undertaking those key activities, with the timeline starting at just prior to, actually the summer of 2023, when we announced that we were going to be undertaking this initiative, and then wrapping up with our expectation of providing a recommendation to the panel in spring of 2026. I don't expect folks to read all the activity steps, but the main focus here is that we'll be systematically moving through kind of subcommittee development, a comprehensive data review step, peer review activities to ensure that the work that we do is scientifically sound and appropriate for informing fisheries management, and then working through the JTC process to formulate a comprehensive consensus recommendation for the panel. There's also some reference here to engagements with the panel. At a bare minimum, we can commit to engaging with the panel at your leisure during these panel meetings, but we do welcome and encourage as many interactions as you guys would like to have to ensure that coordinating these efforts in the way that best serves your needs. Next slide, please. In the JTC discussion of this escapement goal review process, there was a couple of recurring themes that we wanted to share. One was that we understand that the panel has interest in being better informed on the data types that are available for this review and any challenges or weaknesses in those data sets and how we plan on addressing them. So our approach to sharing that with you guys is through our comprehensive data review process. We'll be developing a data review report and sharing that report with you as it becomes available. We also had quite a bit of discussion about the value in regular engagement with the panel's traditional knowledge committee, as well as the full panel itself. And so we'll be reaching out to you guys to coordinate those opportunities as you see fit. And then finally, we had quite a bit of discussion around the utility of our recommendation, and the utility of our recommendation to you really stems from having a solid foundation of understanding what your goals and objectives for this particular fishery are. The better we understand your values, your goals, objectives, and priorities, the more effectively we can develop a recommendation that'll suit your needs. Next slide, please. We then had a presentation from University of Alaska Fairbanks. Dr. Curry Cunningham and Aaron Lambert, who is a master's of fishery science student at UAF. And they were reporting out on a project that was partially funded by the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. This particular project endeavors to develop a new in-season abundance projection tool that uses the JTC's preseason forecast that we provide for the panel, and then systematically updates that forecast on an annual basis using new data that comes in season. That part of the R&E, the Restoration and Enhancement Fund proposal that you guys supported, part of that required that the proponents coordinate with the JTC and provide a presentation. This is that presentation that they provided to us. The proponents are complete with the analytical process, and they're currently working on the final report. I am pleased to say that they successfully demonstrated that this approach has the potential to give it as informed or more informed information about run size than treating the forecast or in-season data alone. So this is a promising finding and one that we'll continue to look into. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Zach. So in concluding on the later half of day 3, we typically have open forum discussion at JTC. It's an opportunity for individual JTC members to share something that they feel is important to share with the broader JTC. So our first roundtable discussion was presented by Randy Brown of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. He shared some agency perspectives on hatchery supplementation for Yukon River Chinook salmon. Again, some of the positives, negatives, and some concerns in general. And again, these presentations aren't shared in full, but if you would like to reach out to the project proponent or the presenter, or even a representative of the agency, or perhaps ourselves, we can try and get them for you. Next slide, please. We also had on our roundtable presentations, a presentation from Brian Lepping, from the Tanana Chiefs Conference. He's a fishery biologist. He provided an update on identifying the possibility of a mid-river Yukon River sonar feasibility update. So double locations for new mainstem sonar sites in the middle portion of the Yukon River. And they did find two potential ones that they're going to evaluate in 2024 and continue the feasibility of these two likely sites. They are located near the confluence of the Tanana River. Next slide, please. Thank you. Marina Milligan from the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance shared with us a report card, if you will. It's demonstrated here on the right. That was provided to Yukon First Nation governments last season. So the goal here is to provide status reports for Canadian River Chinook and Fall Chum and mainstem and porcupine stocks, and the user-friendly format that's represented on one page and very easy to understand. So thought that looked really nice. Thank you. Next slide. Continuing on with the roundtable discussion, the JTC was pleased to see that the Council of Yukon First Nations had submitted an R&E proposal to continue the important work by Alva Finster on collecting water temperature data throughout the salmon habitats in Canada. We got a lot of requests, and there are a lot of requests for this type of information, especially temperature information, with recent trends in temperatures globally. It's even more in the forefront on both US and Canada. So we wanted to recognize the importance of this information and ensuring that it remains accessible to all parties who would wish to access it. Next slide, please. And finally, concluding day 3, we did talk about our next meeting, which is going to be hosted here in Canada in Whitehorse during the week of March 4th, 2024. And provided a lovely picture here of showing how green it'll be, but in March, maybe not likely, but thank you. Next slide, any questions?
Thank you very much to our Joint Technical Committee chairs. Open the floor to panel member questions on the Joint Technical Committee's report. We'll start with US panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Could we bring up slide 19? And Zach, I'm just wondering if maybe you could speak just a little bit more towards the in-season abundance projection tool, maybe a little bit about how it's modified. And in particular, I'm not really clear on how you're collecting any in-season data or in Canada. I guess my concern is, you know, we have the changing size of fish, fecundity. It's my understanding, I might be wrong, but it's my understanding there's really no hands-on the fish up there. There are some sonar projects and stuff. So I'm just wondering how you're getting that data to incorporate. If you could talk a little bit about that, I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I'll first by clarifying the project, and then if Mark wants to speak to assessment activities in Canada, he can add on to that. So just to clarify, this particular projection is for the number of fish passing pilot station. So the Joint Technical Committee produces a annual preseason run forecast for Canadian origin Chinook salmon that functionally represents our best understanding or best expectation of the total number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon that are going to enter the mouth of the Yukon River. So that's the first step in starting to consider what sort of run realities and fishery realities folks might be faced with for the upcoming season. This particular approach attempts to take that forecast, and as new information comes available throughout the year, update our best understanding of the total number of fish that are likely to pass pilot station by the end of the season. So it's combining a preseason forecast approach with in-season projection methodologies, which ADF&G and DFO currently use in season. Those in-season projection methodologies leverage the pilot station sonar counts, as well as in-season genetic data to, and then information about run timing to infer to the best of our ability how many total Canadian origin fish are going to pass pilot station by the end of that season. That's another foundational piece that managers use to make decisions about fishery implementation. This project combines those two together rather than forcing folks to treat one and the other separately.
Follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. And so when you develop that pre-season model, is the data that's collected from that strictly from pilot station, or is there also data added to that original pre-season forecast that comes from either Eagle or beyond Eagle? And then what I'm getting at is how does a model account for in-river mortality and other aspects that might be missed at pilot station or occur after pilot station?
Great question. So speaking specifically to the preseason forecast, that particular approach, and the JTC as a bilateral body is the group that does that analytical work. That forecast approach uses information about what we call sibling relationships. So what that basically means is the number of fish that came back the year before that are, say, age 4, gives us good information about the number of fish that are going to come back next year that are age 5, as a simple example. We also use a production model. So the number of fish that spawn in one particular brood year is likely to produce X number of fish in the future. So that's 2 of the 3 models that we use. The other model that we use is a juvenile abundance model. So we have a trawl survey that occurs in the northern Bering Sea. That trawl survey produces an estimate of juvenile Chinook salmon abundance that are Canadian origin. And then that information has a relationship with the number of adults that will come back in subsequent years. Those 3 pieces of information combined form the JTC's preseason forecast. The production model in particular, as well as the sibling, the age class relationships, a lot of that information comes from the age data that's collected at Eagle and other places. So.
Just to clarify. So to clarify, then Eagle is the last data point put into that model as far as on the Yukon River? Because we've heard, I guess the reason I'm wondering or asking this is we hear that there is en route mortality between Eagle and spawning grounds. And so I'm sure you're trying to figure out what that is and how much is occurring. And I'm just wondering maybe a little bit of insight as to how you're doing that and any efforts that you are taking to try and understand that. Thank you.
Sure. And thanks for reminding me for the second half of your question. So what I just explained was kind of the forecast methodology. And again, just reminding folks, that's the forecast of the number of fish returning to the Yukon River. The in-season projection is also functionally the number of fish that we expect to pass pilot station, which is in the lower Yukon River. This particular tool does not explicitly account for any removals, natural mortality or harvest removals upriver. Those are subsequent considerations that researchers and managers apply to these kind of foundational estimates. But there is, as you say, there's a lot of work being done to better understand en route mortality. 2 of the more prominent projects that I think this panel might be aware of is the drainage wide mark recapture project, as well as some of the fish health studies that we introduced.
Next question, Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that Andy was probing in the same direction I want to probe, and I don't want you to have to repeat yourself, but so this forecast is intended to estimate the number of fish that enter the mouth and get to pilot station, which is what, 200 miles above the mouth. But for the purpose of the implementation of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, it seems to me that of critical importance is a forecast of the number of fish that are destined to reach the Canadian border or even the Canadian spawning grounds. And so you said something, Zach, about, okay, so you're making a projection that estimates fish at Pilot Station. And then you said something about subsequent work by somebody to try to maybe refine that information, but I want a better understanding of that because I think that we've run into problems in the past. And Andy mentioned en route mortality, and I'm trying to understand, how what sort of expectations are coming from the JTC or whatever other subsequent body looks at this data that would indicate how many fish we expect to arrive in Eagle, for example. I hope I'm being clear with that question.
Yeah, the question's very clear. I appreciate that. To the bodies that are taking on the en route mortality piece currently are agencies. So Alaska Department of Fish and Game, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the United States. We also have other partners, academic partners and other agency partners that are tackling aspects of fish health that will inform some of those future understandings. With that said, it's the agencies that deal with the in-season projection component of any given fishery season. So ADF&G and Fish and Wildlife Service and Department of Fisheries and Oceans meet on a regular basis in season to discuss data from projects like Pilot Station, like the genetics sampling that occurs at Pilot Station, any other information that we get from weekly teleconferences, et cetera, as well as our understanding of environmental conditions and past year patterns associated with en route mortality, to try and formulate their best understanding of not only the number of fish that are passing Pilot Station, which is a foundational piece, but how many fish they expect to make it to the border, given all of those phenomena, as well as any harvest removals that might be allowed in a particular year.
Is there some sort of a coordinating agency for this? And again, I'm just thinking about the implementation of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, but it's my understanding that the JTC is kind of intended to be the coordinating body that provides scientific information to assist the parties to implement the agreement, which of course includes commitments to get certain numbers of fish onto the Canadian spawning grounds. But I'm understanding, but the way you're describing it, it doesn't sound like the JTC is that coordinating body. There are other agencies that work on this, which is great, but is there a single coordinating body that looks at this from the perspective of reaching the agreed targets in the salmon agreement?
It's a great question, and I'll certainly kick it back over to the panel co-chairs to provide some additional information if they would like to. But the Yukon River Salmon Agreement does address this, so it clearly lines out what the JTC's responsibilities are. We just introduced some of those. The JTC certainly has direction and authority to review assessment, review management, and make recommendations to the Yukon River Panel. So the JTC does not direct the agencies. We make technical recommendations to the panel. The panel can combine those recommendations with the recommendations that it receives from other committees and then formulate advice back to the parties. But the Yukon River Salmon Agreement also clarifies that it's the expectation that ADF&G and Department of Fisheries and Oceans will coordinate in season on management. And that's where a lot of that in season work takes place.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm not quite getting what I'm looking for. I just, and I do appreciate what the treaty says, but I don't know if you can briefly describe, and I don't want to belabor this too much. So how do the agencies then coordinate to try and reach the implementation goals within the agreement?
I could muse on that and provide some responses, but I'm kind of wondering if, given that this is a JTC update, if maybe that knowing that information is wanted, if maybe we defer to agency presentations to make some brief commentary about how that coordination occurs, if it's appropriate in the presentation, and if it's not, maybe we could provide a more detailed description of that process in the future.
Thank you.
Next, US panel member Virgil Umpenhauer, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, at Pilot Station, they determine how many Canadian origin fish are headed for the border. So my question is, I know there are multiple distinct, genetically distinct populations in Canada. I can't remember how many. It seems to me like my mind is trying to tell me there's 8 distinct populations. But when they do the genetic analysis at Pilot, do they break it down into the distinct populations in Canada, such as a good example you could tell then, and then if they do genetic samples at the border, which I know they, or I think they do, then you could tell how many of a specific population got to the border, and then in the case of the whitehorse population upstream for the dam that has to go up the fish ladder, they count them to the fish, and so they would be able to tell how many didn't make it from the border to the fish ladder or other distinct populations. But is that done?
Ask Mark to tag team this one with me. So within Alaska, the genetic samples that are collected at Pilot Station, our current approach is to report out on the proportion of the run that is Canadian origin, all Canadian populations combined. So we report out on that as a single reporting group, and then Mark can talk about the reporting groups there at the border.
Yeah, thanks, Virgil. So then, as Zach alluded, we take those same samples and then send them off to our Canadian genetic labs for further breakdown into the subgroups that you spoke about. So we do have that.
So then you know what you're expecting to get, but that's the samples that are taken at Pilot. Do you in turn take the samples at the border, at the sonar there, and then that way you could determine which discrete population, if they all, because we have these unknown fish that don't make it for unknown reasons, the mortality, to see if the mortality is more or less equal among the various populations in Canada.
Right, yeah, we have genetics from both Pilot and the border. I wouldn't say that we've looked at the data as you're suggesting, perhaps at this time, based on some of the limitations of the data, but yeah, that's good for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll go to US panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Mr. Chairman, so the Bering Sea after the self-break is a shallow sea. There's a theory that the Bering Sea is warming. And so I see you took a report from the surface trawl survey. In fact, you get the juvenile forecast from that. There was it's a shallow sea. I'm thinking there was a bottom trawl survey. And it seems like in the warming sea, the bottom would change and maybe there'd be changes up through the water column. Why wasn't there a report, or maybe there was, on the bottom trawl survey in the Bering Sea, northern Bering Sea?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Those surveys do exist, and there are products out there and people that can speak to those if that was of interest. The reason that the JTC doesn't request that is because we're specifically focused on the portion of the marine assessment program that is most influential to the JTC's responsibility. And given that our responsibility to this body is a forecast, one of our responsibilities is a forecast of Canadian origin run abundance to the mouth of the Yukon, we use that juvenile data in that forecast product. That juvenile data currently comes from a surface trawl survey. It does collect information about water temperatures and it uses water temperatures to make water temperature profiles as part of their estimation process, just to oversimplify. But that's why we focus on the surface trawl survey. It's because it's relevant to our work.
Next, we'll have US panel member Ellen Yasamishi. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mark and Zach. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit about the status of the juvenile salmon in that Northern Bering Sea pelagic survey. So in the last couple of years, what is the condition and the abundance of these species?
I will generalize. There obviously are some, Jim Murphy in particular, as one of the leads of that survey, would be able to provide much more detailed information. But in general, the water temperature conditions throughout the Northern Bering survey has kind of returned back to long-term average in the last couple of years. And that time series that he showed with us started in the early to mid 80s. So it's kind of back in the last couple of years to a near average condition. The index of juvenile abundance that he showed with us during the presentation for Chinook, as well as Western Alaska chum salmon, were both well below average, similar to what they reported the last few years from this particular survey. In both instances, so for Chinook and chum, there's additional steps necessary to take that index of abundance and convert it to an abundance estimate and then relate that to future forecasts. And that work is still ongoing, so I don't have an update on you for that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I wanted to add that the condition of these fish were actually have improved in the last 3 years due to the cooling temperatures.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to Canadian panel member Robert Perry. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is a question for Mark. Mark, could you tell me the projects that are largely being driven by DFO or on our side of the fence?
Sure. So within DFO's kind of participation, so we work jointly with the US on the Eagle Alaska one. We actually provide resources and technicians for the Eagle sonar. And then moving upriver, we've got the Porcupine sonar. So that's enumeration of both Chinook and chum, and then the fishing branch sonar for chum enumeration. And of course, there's when you see the presentation later, and Adam will list the many First Nation programs that are also going on. But
Is there any that are actually research initiatives that are being generated from DFO solely as a start? So the reason why I asked that question is I've noticed our American counterparts are, they have the fauna studies, which they've gotten, the climate change and the at sea. I applaud those efforts. I was just curious as to know which ones are ours that are driving our questions.
as far as research initiated by DFO, there may be other things going on, but within Yukon River, we're participating in a lot of them, the ichthyophonus and telemetry, but perhaps not fully initiating from the start as if that's what you're asking.
And the other curiosity question, this is probably more for Zach. The zooplankton and forage fish, is there any trending or on that we could just hear about a little bit?
I was anticipating that might come from you specifically. I did look back through Jim Murphy's presentation, and Ellen actually might be able to provide a little bit more specific information. Yeah. What Jim shared with us was that zooplankton in particular, various sizes of zooplankton, as well as some of the forage fish species that they were looking at were relatively low compared to the total time series that he showed with us, but well within ranges that they've observed. What exactly that means, we didn't dive into that at the JTC. So I will say though that we did talk a fair amount about diet composition, and so we're kind of back in a average to cooler water condition regime. As Ellen mentioned, that's relatively good for Chinook salmon. They're eating well. Their stomach fullness is high. They're eating nutritious foods. So those were the types of general themes that he shared with us. But it's not my expertise, so I would hate to misrepresent it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go to Canadian panel member Sebastian Jones. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, chairs. I was thinking about the fish health workshops that you've been doing and the multiple reports and studies that you looked at and were presented with. And I'm wondering if there's been a sort of a synthesis of those reports that sort of puts them all together. And the reason, aside from, of course, your run projection, the reason I'm asking is because, you know, some of the effects on health of some of these different studies could have additive or multiplicative effects. And I wonder if there's been any examination of that, and if that, and if so, if that's available to us.
No, that's a very forward-thinking question. It did come up during and then again following the workshop when the JTC was kind of reflecting on the value of that time. Currently, these projects are all in various stages. Most of them are in kind of the first year of multi-year efforts. Some of them are still very developmental and haven't even gotten off the ground. So this was kind of the workshop was more of an opportunity for folks to provide status updates and then look towards the future as to when these projects might be ready to start sharing data, and when and how it might be most appropriate to do higher level coordination. During the JTC's reflection on that workshop day, there was a recommendation, if we host a similar workshop in the future, which was recommended that it be timed with when these projects are nearing completion or complete, that some sort of a synthesis, that's a tough one for me, that some sort of a report come out of that combines kind of the lessons learned, next steps, and what it might mean for Yukon Chinook and the JTC and the panel in particular. So it's on our minds, but way into the future.
Great. Next, we will move to Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman.
Thanks, Mark and Zach. Probably outside the scope of this presentation, but kind of a curiosity that might be planted for later reporting or whatnot. I'm just wondering, with the sort of change in the climate regime and whatnot, are there any other sort of species that we need to keep an eye out for that might be interacting with Canadian origin Chinook or fall chum? And I'm saying this because I've been speaking to some of our Alaskan panel members, and I've just been really, you know, the sockeye, you know, that they're seeing to some extent. And then of course, next year's a big pink year. And we know there's been some dramatic shifts in the Arctic with certain salmon species. I'm just curious, and maybe even freshwater migrations, just if that's something we need to get ahead of or think about. Thanks.
I think it's, what's that? You wanna start? We'll arm wrestle over. Yeah, excellent question. There's probably a lot of different angles that one could take with that question. The two that immediately jump to mind, there has been, from the fish health side of things, a big interest is, and one of the most common questions that people ask is, you know, if fish, especially with respect to Ichthyophonus, if fish are infected with Ichthyophonus, where are they getting it? Is this going to continue to be a problem? Is it going to drop off in the future? We know that they get it in the marine environment. We know they get it through their diet, but what are they eating that's infecting them? And at what ages and where in the marine migration is the infection occurring? We have initiated, in coordination with our federal counterparts, we've initiated some opportunistic sampling of prey species in those marine surveys and testing them for Ichthyophonus infection status. It's going to take, and we're in the process of trying to move beyond opportunistic to more systematic. So that thought process is happening. Should we be able to identify a particular prey species or a group of prey species that are likely vectors, those might be things to keep track of, because they may be early signals about whether or not we're going to be experiencing years with high or low infection, which then obviously contributes to the en route mortality question. All of those foundational understandings are needed in order to start projecting those en route mortality type themes. The other species that that folks have been quite interested in tracking is salmon shark abundance and the rates of predation of salmon sharks on Chinook salmon in particular. And there's some folks that are doing that work through focus tagging studies.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dennis. I was going to just add that for the prey species surveys, it was noteworthy that we're starting to connect some dots on the overall nutrition that each prey species may provide to the salmon as part of it, building up its energy resources or its long migration, et cetera. And that how those prey species seem the patterns of those abundance of their abundance shifts with temperatures in the sea as well. So again, you kind of asked an overarching question, and yeah, maybe it's not for today, but there are certain aspects that are starting to be evaluated.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good conversation here. Follow up with what Robert and Sebastian did, kind of touched upon. We are seeing smaller fish, both size and weight. We're pretty sure there's in-river mortality going on. Like fish don't have enough energy or fat to make it up the river is starting to be seen. I, as a panel member, I'm kind of curious on the time series of these Bering Sea marine surveys on plankton and prey fish. I'd be curious in future meetings for where we could find those sources. I know that's not the answer to all our problems, but it would enlighten me to have a little bit more info on what they're feeding upon. And I, not just specifically king salmon, but chum salmon too. That would be helpful for me. And lastly, I just wanted to add that I don't think any of us, when we came to the table years ago in this agreement, ever thought about all the effects of climate change, ichthyophonas. So to quantify or come up with numbers is very difficult. And I think we need to remind ourselves as panel members, JTC is not our enemy. JTC is our source for information. They can't answer everything that we throw at them. But I think for us as panel members to have a better understanding of what our fish are eating out in the ocean would be beneficial to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll return to U.S. panel member Ellen Yasmishi. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up with Eric's comment about information from the surveys. Those are published annually in the ecosystem status report that is published December 31st by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. They are on a website online. As there's one for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. And with those reports are also a one-pager kind of a summary of the status of the ecosystem in terms of temperature, zooplankton, jellyfish, birds and mammals, fish. And I'm more than happy to provide that link to the panel members.
Thank you for that. Additional questions or comments from panel members at this time for the Joint Technical Committee chairs? Not seeing any. I'd like to thank both of our chairs for your presentation today. I will acknowledge that we do need to make a bit of a scheduling adjustment. We'd like to avoid having to break up our Chinook salmon postseason reporting. So what we will do is we will break for lunch at this time. And I would ask that panel members and guests seek to return by 20 after 1. So we'll be resuming in bilateral session at 20 after 1 Yukon time. So 1 hour, 30 minutes from now, and we will start with the Chinook salmon postseason review. Thank you very much. Chinook salmon season summary presentation, which will be followed by the Canadian Chinook salmon season summary presentation and environmental conditions report. For the benefit of panel members, we will take questions following those three items to allow you to receive a fulsome presentation of information pertaining to this topic. For individuals who are signing up or would like to provide testimony this afternoon, please ensure to sign up by no later than 4:15. I understand we have a number of individuals who would like to provide testimony today. We are asking people as much as possible to limit yourselves to 5 minutes per presenter, please. If at all possible, we will seek to start testimony a little bit early because we do have a long list of individuals who have registered for testimony. Mr. Chair, anything to add further in respect of this afternoon's agenda?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a very good summary and appreciate the focus on trying to reorganize and try and stay on our agenda as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So we will start the afternoon with item number 6 on our agenda, and that's the review of the Yukon River Panel's 2023 management recommendations. In summary, for the 2023 season, the Yukon River Panel recommended the closure of Chinook salmon fisheries in the United States and Canada based on the poor Canadian origin Chinook salmon forecast. The second component of the recommendation was if the Chinook run abundance permits a fishery, the panel recommends managing for potential pre-spawn mortality of Canadian origin Chinook salmon from ichthyophonus and potentially detrimental environmental conditions in US and Canadian fisheries. So those were the recommendations put forward by the panel. I would like to invite our first set of presenters from the US, Ms. Deena Jallen and Mr. Fred West, who will be providing us with the US 2023 Yukon River Chinook salmon season summary. Good afternoon and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Deena Jallen with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the Yukon River Summer Season Management Biologist. Fred West is also here. He's the Summer Season Research Biologist. Thank you very much for having us here in Whitehorse and for hearing our summary from the Alaska side of the border. During the summer season, we also meet with fishery managers and biologists from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and from DFO. We have regular meetings throughout the season. We discuss the assessment and the management information that comes out along the season. We also share that information widely throughout the season through a variety of weekly and daily updates and phone calls and such. Next slide, please, slide 2. So just to recap, going into 2023, we had a Canadian origin Chinook salmon run size outlook of 26,000 to 43,000 fish, and a drainage-wide Chinook salmon outlook of 62,000 to 104,000 fish. Our outlooks for 2023 were smaller than the outlooks that we had for 2022, and the 2022 run didn't meet escapement goals. So we knew heading into the season that we were already looking at a run that was similar to 2022 or lower. For summer chum salmon, which also come in during our summer season at about the same time as Chinook salmon, we had an outlook for a run between 280 to 900,000 fish with a midpoint of around 557,000 fish. We had a lot of uncertainty and a wide range for that forecast due to uncertain returns from the 2019 year when we had a lot of hot water that affected summer chum salmon as they're going up to spawn. However, the midpoint of our forecast was within our drainage-wide goal for summer chum salmon of 500,000 to 1.2 million fish. Next slide, please, slide 3. So taking into account the recommendations from the panel, we formed a preseason management strategy. The strategy included closing subsistence fishing for Chinook salmon as they entered the river, restricting non-salmon gill nets to 4-inch or smaller mesh, operated as set nets 60 feet or less in length. And so those closures went into effect when we started the restrictions for Chinook salmon. And that we also went into the season with the intent to require release of Chinook salmon from hook and line gear and all other selective gear types, such as dip nets and manned fish wheels, if fishing were to be allowed for summer chum salmon. And that as the run came in, that we would consider impacts from extreme environmental conditions on our management measures and the harvest opportunities. These outlooks and strategy were discussed at preseason meetings, and they were published as an advisory announcement and mailed to households in May along the Alaska side of the drainage. Next slide, please, slide 3. So this slide shows a map of the drainage with our assessment projects that operated in Alaska in 2023. You may note that there's different symbols on the map for different projects. We started out with the Lower Yukon Test Fishery done in District 1 in Emonic. That project was modified in that we didn't operate set nets this year to reduce Chinook salmon mortality. And that location also served as a platform for the radio telemetry project that was kicking off last year. A little bit further up the river, the East Fork Andrieski River Weir, which is on the map with a little blue thundercloud above it. That project experienced a late start and missed days due to high water and flooding. We had a lot of flooding in the lower Yukon, particularly in the lower Yukon after breakup. Some communities had their access cut off from their runway for a long period of time. Fishermen lost gear and equipment that was along the riverbanks. It was just a pretty intense spring flooding, and that carried on into a bunch of rain and high water in the early in the season. A little bit further upriver at Pilot Station Sonar, they were able to get their project in and operate with pretty much normal dates, despite also dealing with those same very high water conditions. They had water way up into their bank where they usually have their camp set up, and they had a lot of, they put in a pretty heroic effort to get that project in and operating on time. And up at the East Fork Andrieski and the Anvik, it was similar in that they had high water and flooding, and that affected the dates that the projects were able to operate. Henshaw Weir was not operated this year due to necessary repairs, and that's marked with a red X on the map. And then up in the Tanana River, there's the Chena and Salter projects, and those operated as visual tower counts. And the dates of those project operations are more geared towards Chinook salmon, so their counts are incomplete for summer chum salmon. And up at Eagle Sonar, that project did operate pretty much as normally this year up near the border. All right, next slide, please, slide 5. So this chart shows the Pilot Station Sonar Chinook Salmon Passage. 2023 is the red line with the big diamonds on it. And what we had for 2023 was a low abundance and late entry of Chinook salmon. The run timing was about 7 days later than average based on Pilot Station Midpoint Passage. And the in-season estimate of the drainage-wide Chinook salmon run was 58,529 fish, which was the second lowest on record and well below the recent 5-year average. You may note that the red line with the diamonds is pretty similar, but only slightly bigger than 2022, which is the black dotted line. The Canadian origin Chinook salmon estimate at Pilot Station Sonar based on passage and genetics was 27,800 fish, making up about 47% of the run. Next slide, please. Slide 6. This chart shows the same project, Pilot Station Sonar, with summer salmon passage, and 2023 is in the green line with the diamonds. We also saw a very late entry of summer chum salmon, as we have for the last few years. The end of season run size ended up being above the drainage-wide escapement goal of 500,000 fish. And we had an estimate of 845,000 summer chum salmon towards the end of the counts there on July 18th. An additional 60,000 summer chum salmon were estimated to come in after that date during the first week or two of fall chum salmon passage. Next slide, please, slide 7. And moving upriver towards the Eagle Sonar project, this is the Chinook salmon passage at Eagle. The counts there for Chinook salmon were the second lowest, only 2022, which again is in the black dotted line, and 2023 is in the red line with diamonds, are shown on the chart. Our season total passage for 2023 was an estimate of 14,752 fish, which is a very low run indeed. Next slide, please. So this slide just kind of captures the management actions that we took in season. So going into the season with our preseason forecast of a low run, we did close fishing on June 2nd in District 1 and then the coastal district. And we walked those closures upriver based on Chinook salmon travel timing. And so this was based on closing the river for Chinook salmon based on early timing of Chinook. So we pretty much closed it before we even saw Chinook salmon entering the river. And all the Yukon area districts and tributaries were closed based on that June 2nd date as they worked our way upriver based on travel time. And as those closures went into place, we also restricted non-salmon gill nets, which would be 4-inch or smaller mesh gear, to set nets 60 feet or less in length. And those closures remained in place during the entire summer season and the entire Yukon River drainage. So it affected both Canadian origin and Alaskan stocks. We allowed other gear for non-salmon species all season. And so these gear types would include things like pike nets, hook and line, spears, etc. And then once the summer chum salmon run was coming in and above the drainage wide escapement goal, we opened up opportunity with selective gear types. And that allowed for the harvest of summer chum salmon, sockeye, and pink salmon. And those opportunities were offered up through Subdistrict 5C. So unfortunately, summer chum salmon don't make it all the way up throughout the drainage. They tend to spawn in the Tanana River and below. And also further downriver in districts 1, 2, and 3, they may get smaller numbers of sockeye, and in odd years, they would get some number of pink salmon that we also wanted fishermen to have opportunity to harvest. And then starting on July 9th, we extended that fishing opportunity for summer chum salmon to 24 hours a day to help give more opportunity with those selective gear types. And next slide, please, slide 9. And so this chart shows the preliminary subsistence Chinook salmon harvests. You may note that the most recent 3 years, 21, 2, and 3, where we've had full closures for Chinook salmon, the harvests have been very small. The 2023 Chinook salmon harvest was about 1,600 fish. And these are fish that were estimated from our post-season subsistence salmon harvest surveys and from permits. And these are fish that may have been caught early in the season, coming up underneath the ice, or late in the season after our summer season management, or also harvested in season, incidentally in non-salmon gear. And these harvest totals from each year do include fish that were caught in assessment and research projects and then donated to communities for subsistence. And in 2023, that number was 458 Chinook salmon out of that 1,630 fish. Next slide, please. Slide 10. And this chart shows the subsistence salmon harvest estimates for summer chum salmon. We did see an increase in harvest this year. So the harvest was 27,500 fish. However, that's below the recent 5 and 10-year averages and below our amounts necessary for subsistence. For summer chum salmon, we would typically harvest between 83 to 142,000 fish. However, in smaller run sizes and with the reduced ability to harvest summer chum salmon, we did not get anywhere near that amount this year, but the harvest of 27,000 was at least, it was at least something that was able to happen this year with that increase in run size. And the summer chum salmon harvest totals also include salmon distributed from test fish projects to communities. Next slide, please. So slide 11. We'll stick with summer chum salmon for just a little bit longer. This chart, this table just lays out the estimates at projects. You may note that some numbers are grayed out, and those are those projects that experienced a lot of missed days due to counts, and so their counts are minimum passages and not complete estimates. But our drainage-wide escapement from run reconstruction for summer chum salmon was over 869,000 fish, and that was within our drainage-wide escapement goal, but still below our median run size. So it was encouraging to start seeing more summer chum salmon come back this year. Next slide, please. Slide 12. And this chart shows the summer chum salmon run size in relation to previous years. So we did have a year that was within our drainage-wide escapement goal, but below our recent 10-year average of 1.6 million fish this year. And next slide, we'll get back to Chinook salmon. So this would be slide 13. So this table lays out the results from projects for Chinook salmon. Again, note that some numbers are grayed out because of the conditions at the projects. At the Chena and Salcha River Towers, we only saw a little bit over 1,100 fish at Chena and 1,300 fish at Salcha. And those are well below their averages and below the escapement goals in those projects along the Tanana River. Up at the Eagle sonar, we only counted the 14,752 fish. And that means that Canadian escapement, once you incorporate harvest that occurred above the sonar site, was around 14,567 fish. And so the preliminary counts for Chinook salmon indicate that no escapement goals were met. And next slide, please, slide 14. These next couple slides walk through some of the age information that we saw for Chinook salmon. And please keep in mind with the small run sizes, this means that we also didn't collect very many samples. So this is based on the small number of samples that were collected this year. However, we did see the proportion of 5-year-olds was a bit larger than average, and that's from the recent 10-year average. And that the percent of age 6 and age 4 fish were a little bit below average. Down at Pilot Station Sonar, they assess the sex of the fish visually, just looking to see if they're male and female. And those percentages were near average just through those visual observations. Next slide, please, slide 15. And this is age and sex composition up at Eagle sonar. And so our proportions of 5- and 7-year-old fish were above average, again, keeping in mind these are small sample sizes. And the percent females was below average. Up at Eagle, they also do sex ID from visual observations. However, by the time fish get that far upriver, they're a lot easier to tell apart the males and the females. We did see a below average percent of females up at that project at 30%, compared to an average of closer to 44%. And next slide, please. And so slide 16 shows a preliminary total Canadian origin Chinook salmon run, showing that the preliminary run size was estimated to be around 15,633, and that's well below the recent 5-year average of 52,000 fish. And so next slide, slide 17. You've probably heard a lot of talk and heard a lot of the phrase, the difference between estimates. And so that's the difference between the number of Canadian origin fish we estimate at pilot and the ones that show up at Eagle. So we started out with a Canadian origin Chinook salmon run size estimate at pilot of around 27,800 fish, and that's based on genetics and run passage. We estimated the harvest of Canadian origin Chinook salmon between pilot and Eagle to be less than 1,000 fish. And so we expected to see potentially 26,800 fish at the border. However, similar to the last few years, we have not seen that number of fish up at the border. We instead got under 15,000 fish up at Eagle, and that represents a difference of 12,000 fish between those two projects. Next slide, please. And to put this in a little bit more of the context of what we've been seeing in recent years since 2019, is that on this chart, we've got the pilot station estimate of Canadian origin Chinook salmon in the solid red portion of the bar. And then next to that is the Eagle sonar estimate in white and the harvest estimate in the upper black portion of the bar. And what's this showing is this difference between estimates where we started out seeing, perhaps upwards of 100,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon at pilot in 2019. And up at the border, we only saw a little bit over 40,000. So that's this big difference between those two estimate points that we've been observing. And this has been the trend for the last few years. And this difference between estimates is a new multi-year phenomenon. When we get to the Canadian presentation, you'll see a much longer time series, and you may note that some years the pilot estimate is below the Eagle and harvest estimate. Fish and Game is collaborating on several research projects to investigate if this discrepancy or this difference is due to natural en route mortality as one of the contributing factors to the difference between these two estimation points. Next slide, please. And so this slide is just a summary. Just to reiterate, we did close fishing for Chinook salmon. We started out with a low outlook coming into the season, preseason, and as our run size came in and our assessment projects gave us more information throughout the season, we didn't receive any information that the run was going to be large enough to harvest. And so fishing remained closed for Chinook salmon all season throughout the entire portion of the drainage. We did try to maintain harvest opportunity for non-salmon and also to provide harvest opportunity for summer chum salmon because they did come back within their escapement goal range. However, the harvest of summer chum salmon was low. We acknowledge that fishing with selective gear is very difficult, especially in years with high water and poor fishing conditions and low run sizes. It's very difficult to justify the cost of gas to go out and fish for summer chum salmon when there's not a more normal size run in the river and when water conditions are that challenging. We did continue to see the difference between estimates this year, continuing that multi-year trend. We definitely want to recognize and acknowledge the tremendous loss of salmon from diets and from cultural practices along the river throughout these years with low run sizes. And the next slide and last slide is just acknowledgements with our names and some of the contact information and list of communities and organizations that have helped us that were involved in fisheries management and assessment and projects this year. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So we'll move into the Canadian presentation now, and that will then follow questions for either of our presenters. So we'll ask our US presenters to return to the podium after the Canadian presentation. With that, I'll pass it over Jacklyn, Kendall, Fisheries Notions for introductions, please.
Great, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jacklyn Kendall. I am a fisheries manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and I'm going to be co-presenting today with Adam Odell, who's a senior stock assessment biologist with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans as well. And then we're going to be joined about halfway through by Wes Moore, who is a fishery biologist with the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, supported by the Council of Yukon First Nations. So next slide, please. Perfect. So our presentation will begin with a brief review of the 2023 Yukon River Panel recommendations, as well as Canada's actions to support it. We will then track the Chinook stock assessment projects and the associated management actions, starting with pre-season before the fish enter the river, moving through late spring and early summer when the Chinook are moving upstream through Alaska, and finally into summer as they enter Canada. We will also provide a post-season summary of the assessment projects, and at the end, review the Canadian environmental conditions the Chinook encountered during their migration. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm just going to recap here to start with the panel recommendation. So the Yukon River Panel recommended the closure of the 2023 Chinook salmon fisheries in the US and Canada based on the Joint Technical Committee's poor Canadian origin Chinook forecast. Further to that recommendation, if the Chinook run permitted a fishery, the panel recommended managing for potential pre-spawn mortality of Canadian origin Chinook from ichthyophonus and any detrimental environmental conditions in US and Canadian fisheries. So next slide, please. Okay, so in response and support of this recommendation, Canadian fishery management strategies incorporated uncertainty of past forecast performance and the probability of en route mortality into management plans and relied on a very conservative approach for in-season decision-making. With the low outlook, DFO closed the public angling and domestic fisheries throughout the 2023 season, and the Canadian commercial fishery for Chinook remained under the long-term closure that was implemented in 2021. Next slide, please.
All right, as Jacklyn said, I'm Adam Odell. I'm with Fisheries and Oceans, a senior biologist in town here. So I'm going to speak to the assessment projects, and it's going to be on a bit of a time scale as the fish move upriver. And this is to lay out a bit of a better picture as the season progresses and how it relates to management actions and decisions. So starting with the preseason forecast while the fish are still out in the ocean, and then starting with the number of fish entering the river, which is estimated using pilot station data. And the number of fish entering Canada at just past the Eagles sonar site. And from here, there's a number of Canadian assessment sites as well that are listed on the slide here, and I can touch on those briefly, and Wes will also speak to some of these. Next slide, please. So this year's forecast was for 26 to 43,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon to enter the river with most likely run size of about 34,000 fish. So this forecast was for a below average run. It's the lowest or lower than the 10-year average, which is about 60,000 fish, and well below the historic average of about 150,000 fish that we saw in the 80s and 90s. So the forecast range was also lower than last year's forecasted return. Remembering though that the true run size last year, about 13,000 fish, fell well below the forecast range, which appeared to be affected by en route mortality. Next slide, please.
Great, thank you. So as noted by Adam, the 2023 preseason forecast was for that most likely run size of 34,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon. However, as mentioned, uncertainty in past forecast performance really strongly suggested that it was possible that the run could be even lower. Canada chose as a conservative management objective to view the point estimate as the most likely best case and to manage to the higher end of the previously agreed upon IMEG, which is 55,000. So this is consistent with approach in previous years, and we refer to this in 2023 as a management objective. So with that objective in mind, there was no total allowable catch or harvest share for Canada. And with the strong desire of Yukon First Nations to conserve Chinook salmon, no subsistence fisheries were anticipated to occur again in 2023. Preseason management planning and engagement began with the Yukon River Panel preseason meeting in April and continued with DFO meeting with Yukon First Nation government representatives and Yukon Salmon subcommittee members early in May. And this May meeting really helps to set the stage for the coming season, where we talk about the outlooks and taking a conservative approach, but also focuses on what everyone is doing in terms of assessment and management and how connections can be made. Next slide, please.
Okay, now starting with this slide and the next couple ones to follow, there's going to be a bit of a time series of the Chinook return past pilot station. So starting here with the early portion of the season. So as the run was underway, we saw the Chinook numbers coming in past pilot station, and they were about 7 days later than average. So in this figure here, we're showing the Canadian component in blue as estimated by daily passage and genetic samples and estimations at pilot station. And then adding on the gray bars, we now have total passage that is experienced daily. So by the first quarter point, an estimated 6,800 Chinook Canadian origin Chinook salmon passed pilot out of approximately 16,000 fish total. So this suggested a below average run size, which also appears to not meet the Canadian management goal of 55,000 fish. So next slide, please. And by June 30th, pilot station Chinook numbers had reached the approximate midpoint. So Canadian origin fish were a lower proportion of the run than usual, particularly earlier on. So the Canadian origin passage estimate of 13,000 at this point was well below average. Next slide, please. And now as the run started to wind down, the passage estimate was still well below average, with under 21,000 Canadian origin Chinook estimated to have passed by July 6th. And next slide, please. Oh, there we are. Yeah, so by the end of the run, the total estimated passage of Canadian origin Chinook at pilot station was just under 28,000 fish. So this is below the average and well below the preseason forecast as well. So the contribution of Canadian origin Chinook to the run increased as the season advanced, with a slightly higher than average proportion of Canadian fish during the second and third genetic sampling strata. So the drainage-wide estimate of approximately 58,000 fish was the second lowest on record. So again, remembering though that the pilot station numbers had resulted in overestimations of Canadian Chinook or Chinook passing the Canadian border. So the pilot estimate was presumed to be higher than what we would actually see passing Eagle sonar site. And next slide, please. Now turning our attention to Eagle sonar just downstream of the border between US and Canada. Here we're looking at the daily passage at this location. So by early July, the first Chinook had started to arrive, and the fish began to arrive a little bit late. And this was expected based on that late arrival at pilot station that I alluded to earlier. And next slide, please.
Great. So putting some of that information into the management context, as the season was progressing into later July, the estimated passage out of pilot and the expected border passage into Canada based on genetics were quite low. So with this information confirming the preseason expectation of a low run size, DFO maintained closures in the public angling and domestic fisheries, and very limited to no First Nation harvest was anticipated. By this point in time, pilot station passage was also nearing completion. And although passage had increased over 2022, the estimate was still quite low for Canadian origin Chinook. And similar at this time, Chinook passage at Eagle sonar was approaching the midpoint of the run, and passage there was likewise low. It was clear that the 2023 Yukon River Chinook salmon run would not be sufficient to meet Canada's management objective. Bi-weekly in-season meetings with Yukon First Nations, Yukon subcommittee members and stakeholders that had started in early July continued through the month, and we heard the concerns from First Nations along the Yukon River. Conservation was a priority for all to get as many salmon to the spawning grounds as possible, and many Yukon First Nation governments closed their fisheries, and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommended no Chinook harvest for 2023. Next slide, please.
All right, and by late July, the passage at Eagle sonar was well below average. And this, again, was expected based on the returns that we were seeing past pilot station sonar. Next slide, please. And as the run started to decline, the number of Chinook observed at Eagle topped out at just under 15,000 fish for Canada. So for reference, this is below the preseason forecast, but also well below that Canadian management goal of 55,000 fish. And next slide, please.
Okay, so in this slide, we're moving into August, and of the nearly 58,500 Chinook salmon estimated to have passed pilot station sonar that was identified in previous slides, there was nearly 28,000 expected to be Canadian origin. However, by the end of August, when passage at Eagle sonar is close to being complete, for Chinook, there was just under 15,000 Canadian origin. With this very low estimated passage, the management objective would not be met, and there would be no harvest opportunities again due to the conservation concern. Next slide, please.
So this year's final count at Eagle was much lower than the average and the second lowest estimate, only behind last year, 2022. So 28% of the average, that average 10-year average being 52,000 fish. And next slide, please. So reviewing a summary of downriver and Canadian assessment projects. So all assessment projects on Canadian origin Chinook produced estimates that were much lower than average from pilot station right through to the most upstream sites. So the low numbers observed at Eagle, they were also reflected in all upstream assessment projects. And as well, Porcupine, you know, our sonar on Porcupine River, ours and VGFN's, we saw a below average return here as well. It was higher than last year, but as I said, last year's return in 2022 was very dismal, even relative to this year. And next slide, I'll turn it over to Wes, sorry.
No worries. Thanks, Adam. My name's Wes, and I'm going to be describing different management actions and assessment projects highlighted by Yukon First Nations. So before I start, I think it's important to consider that the word management isn't usually used by First Nations regarding salmon. Instead, words like stewardship or relationship are used. It's also important to stress that each First Nation manages salmon differently, therefore they take different approaches. So in 2023, 8 First Nations closed their Chinook fishery, 2 First Nations passed resolutions not to fish, and 3 First Nations did not share management actions due to a variety of different reasons, including staff turnover or a lack of fishery due to salmon declines. Yukon First Nation stewardship is also guided by final agreement rights and responsibilities. Final agreements mandate that the federal government, territorial government, and Yukon First Nations work together to manage natural resources, including salmon. However, stewardship extends past final agreement rights and into First Nation culture. For example, most First Nations have developed salmon stewardship plans, which guide the relationship with salmon. Before talking about different First Nation assessment projects, I want to share that these are only some of the projects that First Nations work on. First Nations are involved with a substantial amount of other projects, including development assessments, hydro license renewals, agricultural lands, mining, and community involvement projects, which are not captured in this presentation. Next slide, please. The Vuntut Gwitchin First Nation stewardship activities include the Porcupine River sonar enumeration of Chinook and Chum salmon in partnership with DFO. It also involves the Fishing Branch River Weir enumeration of chum salmon in partnership with DFO. In 2023, VGFN conducted a dewatering monitoring project on the Fishing Branch River to determine how to better protect chum salmon. VGFN are also interested in studying and harvesting coho salmon, particularly with chum closures, but coho are often hard to assess as they travel past Old Crow at the beginning of winter. Next slide, please. Moving south, Trondheim Gwitchin were involved with the Klondike River sonar enumeration of Chinook salmon. 2023 marked the 7th year of operation with 280 salmon counted between June 28th and August 18th. In 2023, many landslides also occurred across the Yukon, including a slide on the Chandandu River, which for context is similar in size to the Klondike River. This slide was initially identified by a pilot and shared with DFO. TH visited the slide site to monitor the area and ensure that chum and Chinook salmon could still make it past the obstruction. TH has committed to continuing to monitor this site and will intervene if necessary in order to ensure that salmon can continue to use this river. TH also conducted aerial surveys on the Klondike and the North Klondike rivers to count Chinook spawners as well as reds. And TH is, in addition, completing a Yukon River fisheries shoreline monitoring project to investigate if fish and fish habitat have improved following the discontinuation of the Yukon Queen II tours. Next slide, please. Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation were involved with a range of salmon stewardship activities, including the operation of a weir on Tatchin Creek to enumerate Chinook salmon. In 2023, LSCFN noted that Tatchin Creek was extremely warm, so up to 21 degrees Celsius. Therefore, they delayed putting in their weir to limit their impact on Chinook. LSCFN also completed a range of remediation activities, including the removal of several beaver dams and log jams in order to promote the passage of salmon. To track the impacts of mining on lakes and creeks, LSCFN monitored weather stations as well as water quality across their traditional territory. And they're also in the process of exploring new salmon monitoring opportunities within their traditional territory in partnership with EDI. Next slide, please. Salmon enumeration is also important to the Kwalindun First Nation, who participated in the Deena River sonar enumeration of Chinook salmon in collaboration with the Champagne-Ajac First Nation, as well as the Tanquichan Council with support from DFO and EDI. KDFN is also leading a Chinook monitoring project on Mishi Creek involving the removal of barriers to improve salmon access, monitoring the stream temperature and flow, and conducting salmon carcass surveys. So carcasses in Michi Creek are compared to those in the Teslin River to determine if the Whitehorse Dam is acting as a bottleneck for Michi Creek populations of salmon. KDFN is also working towards the implementation of connecting the Broken Salmon Trail, a Southern Lake Salmon Plan. This plan was developed in partnership with the Tanquichan Council, as well as the Carcross-Tagish First Nation, and was designed to support salmon and the people who depend on them. This plan is paired with an annual salmon ceremony, as well as a KDFN Salmon Day, which are events designed to engage citizens with salmon stewardship. KDFN is also in their second year of developing a salmon stewardship center, designed again to connect communities, elders, youth, as well as academics with salmon. Next slide, please. Similar to KDFN, the Tanquichan Council is working towards the implementation of connecting the Broken Salmon Trail, a Southern Lake Salmon Plan. TKC is also planning habitat and stock restoration work on the Joe Creek system, which is a tributary to Lake LaBarge and once supported salmon based on traditional knowledge. They also are involved in holistic salmon assessment projects related to the Whitehorse Dam relicensing process. TKC is also involved with ongoing juvenile salmon monitoring at Fox Creek, with plans to address active beaver dams and salmon passage concerns. Next slide, please. The Teslin Tlingit Council stewardship activities include the Nesutlan River sonar enumeration of Chinook salmon to monitor salmon during the replacement of a bridge and beyond. Next, TTC has completed aerial Chinook salmon surveys on the Nesutlan, the Wolf, as well as the Morley rivers. TTC has also conducted adult and juvenile Chinook salmon monitoring and restoration activities on Deadman Creek. Next slide, please. Champagne-Ajac First Nation stewardship activities involve assisting with the Deena River sonar enumeration of Chinook salmon. They're also involved with developing a salmon relationship plan and hosting a series of salmon engagement sessions. In addition to the Yukon River Chinook work, CAFN is also monitoring salmon on the Alsek River, including juvenile and adult assessments of sockeye and kokanee. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Wes. So here we're just going to move into a bit of a summary of DFO's management actions for Yukon River Mainstem Chinook, which again began with acknowledging and considering the uncertainty of the Canadian origin run size estimate from pilot, as well as monitoring of the in-season run size estimates as the season progressed. Again, based on the very poor estimated run size estimates, DFO maintained those closures in the licensed public angling and domestic fisheries, and the commercial fishery remained under the long-term closure. In 2023, DFO provided information on the use of communal licenses and how they could support Yukon First Nation governments, and then met where requested and asked for feedback on if that would be beneficial for 2023. Some First Nation governments requested communal licenses with total allowable catch identified for Chinook of 0, and others determined they would be able to manage closures within their own territories with no support from DFO required. Up-to-date information on assessment programs and planned management actions was shared via in-season bi-weekly conference calls that ran from July 5th to September 27th, as well as through weekly written summaries that were distributed to Yukon First Nations, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee members, other government representatives, and harvesters from June 21st to November 2nd. DFO met on a weekly basis with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife personnel to share information and discuss such things as stock assessment programming, how environmental conditions may be affecting programs or fishing opportunities, and any ongoing or planned management actions. DFO also provided weekly updates on Yukon River Drainage Fishery Alliance calls. Next slide, please. Okay, so on this slide, we're going to look at the postseason results for Mainstem Yukon Canadian origin Chinook, and the preliminary total Canadian run size is 15,633 Chinook salmon, which was well below Canada's management objective of 55,000. So with this run size, there was no allocation to the US or Canadian fisheries, and the estimated spawning escapement is at 14,567 fish with any harvest. So harvest information in Canada is preliminary at this time, and harvest shares were exceeded, but it's important to note that subsistence harvest needs have not been met for a number of years, and that signifies not only a loss in food, but also connection to salmon. Next slide, please.
All right, so looking back at the total passage at Eagle, and putting this into context as a historical context over across the next few slides and total run. Next slide, please. All right, so this figure here, we're looking at total run size, so which is depicted as escapement plus harvest of Canadian origin Chinook. So this year's estimate of under 16,000 fish is about a quarter of the 10-year average and only slightly higher than what we saw last year. Next slide, please. And now in this figure here, we're looking at total run size, but it's broken down by its components. So escapement is shown in blue, US harvest of Canadian origin Chinook in gray, and Canadian harvest is in black. So escapement is assumed to equal passage at Eagle less any harvest upstream of that Eagle site. So with harvest estimates determined postseason. So harvest in both countries this year was very low. But even with zero harvest, the run wouldn't have reached the Canadian management escapement goal, or Canadian management goal, sorry, at 55,000, or the lower bounds of the interim management escapement goal. Next slide, please. And at 14,500 Chinook salmon, this year's spawning escapement was the second lowest on record. That long-term average falling just above, or sorry, just under 48,000, and the 10-year average falling just over 48,000. This year's spawning escapement was below that management objective of 55,000 fish. Next slide, please. Now turning attention to quality of escapement in terms of age, sex, and length data. Now this is collected at Eagle Sonar. So age poor fish on this figure are depicted in the lower portion of the bars in that light blue color. Aged 5 fish are gray just above this, age 6 in the dark blue above that, and then age 7 fish are black at the very top. So this year's run contained a higher than average aged 5 component and fewer aged 6 than average. Next slide, please. And now taking a look at sex ratio. So females are shown here in gray and males in blue. This year's sample at Eagle was 31% female. So this is the lowest since 2016 and below the average female component of 43%. Next slide, please. And looking at length separated by sex. So females in gray, males in blue. In 2023, length of male and female Chinook were both about 10 millimeters below the average that we have seen. And next slide, please. So as Deena was talking about in her presentation and Fred's presentation, there has been a discrepancy at Eagle and Pilot based on Canadian Chinook estimates. So this figure here is showing the annual estimates of Canadian origin Chinook at pilot station. Now this is in the blue. And then the combined Eagle passage estimate and US harvest of Canadian origin fish. This is in black and gray. So as she was saying, these estimates don't always align, and as shown in some of the years where the estimates of Eagle plus harvest fall outside the range of pilot. So such as 2006, 7, and 13, for example. And now if you focus on the last 5 years from 2019 onward, there's been a consistent trend of having a higher estimate of Canadian origin Chinook at pilot than is seen at Eagle. So this remained consistent this past year in 2023 with about 12,000 fish fewer at Eagle than we would have expected based on these genetic estimates at pilot station. And next slide, please. So to touch on a few environmental conditions experienced throughout the watershed this past year. So the most notable environmental condition was high water temperatures. In the upper river, cool spring temperatures helped to mitigate potential flood risk posed by above average snowpack accumulation. And of course, in this area, water temperatures were above average. And in the middle and lower Yukon River and tributaries, so there was a high snowpack, which led to high water levels in the Mainstem Yukon River in central Yukon throughout migration and spawning periods. The water levels in the Stewart and Klondike were well above average throughout the migration period, particularly in the Klondike River, where they had extremely high water levels early in the season, while water levels in the Pelly were initially high, falling to near average in June. And water temperatures here, again, above average. And turning our attention to the Porcupine, so above average snowpack in this area led to high early season water levels that persisted throughout much of the migration period. And again, both water and air temperatures in the Porcupine region were above average. And with that, we can go to the last slide, and I think we can turn to questions for each agency's presentation. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. And could I, yes, invite our US presenters up as well. And so we'll provide the opportunity for panel member questions or comments on either of the Canadian or US presentations. So essentially any questions related to the 2023 Chinook salmon return. We'll start with US panel member Andy Bassage. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is questions regarding the last presentation. If you could go to slide 26, please. And this has to do with the age composition by year. I just needed some clarification for myself. You're showing the 6-year-old age class and the 5-year-old. I'm not seeing any numbers for 4-year-olds on this. So I just did a real quick calculation, and basically those two age classes added up to 91%. So you're saying basically we've got about a 9% 4-year-old age class present in the run? Would that be an accurate statement? So I'm sorry, I might be on the wrong slide.
I think you're referring to 32.
26, slide 26, it'd be the Chinook age composition by year, Eagle sonar. Or am I on the wrong presentation here? Maybe I'm on the wrong presentation.
Yeah, I think it's slide 32 is what you might have the closed presentation.
Okay,
Numbering's
that's
a little
maybe
bit
what
off.
it is. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so the other, I guess, the remainder would be split between the 4 and the 7. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. Was this what? Yeah, it was for Eagle, yeah. Okay, well, they have the numbers in their presentation, if that helps.
Can you read those off to us, what the 4- and 7-year-old composition would be?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so age 4 was 3.3% and age 7 was 5.3 in 2023.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then, and just for public information, generally 4-year-olds, there are 0 female in that age class. Would you agree with that statement? Generally speaking, we find very few females in the age 4 age class.
I'm not certain.
I've seen that in other presentations in other years. That's why I'm stating that, but I'm just trying to help the public understand that percentage of the run probably would not be productive as far as fecundity across the border. That's the reason I'm stating that. Okay, and then that kind of made my statement for the next one. I was just going to point out that we're a little bit lower on the female component of the run at 31%. And I want to collect my thoughts for my second question, and then I'll get back to you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Andy. And I believe the slides you were referring to were 14 and 15 in the US presentation, in case we need to go back to that, which show the age composition and then the male-female composition. But we can return to those after.
Thank you.
Other questions from panel members? Go ahead, US member Eric Weingarth.
Thank you. Really quick, this should be for the Canadian side. So it's apparent that we do have a problem of fish missing between Pilot Station and Eagle. My question is, from the Eagle sonar to the Canadian sonars, which are roughly now six sonars. I know it doesn't cover the whole watershed, but would it be fair to say that there are some fish that mortality is possible between Eagle and the spawning grounds on the Canadian side?
Yeah, I think that's always a safe assumption for natural long-run mortality. It's still quite the distance, especially for some of the more upper river sites. Yes.
Looking at these numbers, I see that relative to average in your Chinook assessment summary for 2023, it appears to have similar fish aren't making it all the way even from the border to the spawning grounds on the Canadian side. And just my personal feeling, again, I know the importance of assessment in counting fish, but my hope is in the future for panel and for fishing game and DFO that we start assessing why the fish are dying in the river. I know there's uncontrolled mortality in the ocean, but it seems that this is becoming a bigger problem of fish dying in the river. And even though we're not taking fish, we need to figure out what the problem is, and hopefully I'm hoping real soon we can start addressing how we can make some corrections in that avenue. But just not fishing at all is not going to solve this problem. We need to understand why they're dying in the river. If it's ick, if it's heat stress, if it's, maybe we can make adjustments. I believe that in the solution to the problem of fish missing and to get fish back to the river, that it's going to take all parties, not just the fishermen, and there's a combination of things that we can address. Mining, hydro, bycatch, and various fisheries outside of the mouth of the Yukon. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll return to US member Andy Bassage. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. These weren't necessarily in the reports, but in past years, sometimes we got some information on returns per spawner. Do you have any information on returns per spawner this year? And that maybe Fred, I don't know, maybe you would be able to answer that.
I haven't looked at it for this year yet, but it was like 0.5 or something like that return per spawner last year, or from the last year's return. So,
okay, so less than one fish return per spawner.
Right, I'm suspecting it's going to be similar this next go around.
Okay, and the reason I asked that, I'm just wondering, you know, there's a lot of concern with such low abundance of successful returns. I'm wondering if there has been any studies either in the Yukon or in other areas as to the number of fish needed to achieve successful spawning areas. And I know that's a really difficult question to answer because of all the variables of size of spawning events and different streams and the spreading it out, but I know that question is out there in a lot of people's minds. How low can we go before we have extirpation or we lose the successful spawning that takes place in streams? So I don't really expect an answer right now, but I'm just maybe throwing that out there. I think that's information that a lot of people would probably be very interested in. Because I think my personal feeling is we're at a very dangerous low point in successful returning fish to have any type of viable spawning event in these streams. And I hope I made that kind of clear. I was kind of convoluted in my question. Maybe if you could just really speak close or a little bit to that about concerns that DFO would have for that, or the discussions that you may have had at JTC levels or whatever on that. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
So, so quickly, I think that any kind of replacement value, I mean, these are biological benchmarks that are going to have to be assessed. And speaking about rebuilding plans, these are numbers that are going to have to be identified and used as any kind of benchmark going forward for any kind of recovery. But, I think that everything to this point has been a little early to get to exact numbers at this point, but it is something that's going to have to be teased out if we, going down that road. So I don't know that we've really discussed it too much at the JTC level in particular, but it is something that if it hasn't even been explicitly laid out in some of the workshops over the past 12 months or so or beyond, I think that that's something that's going to be coming up quite quickly as a gap, at least, that is going to have to be filled.
Thanks. Thanks for those questions. And maybe Andy, in response to your question and speaking somewhat sincerely, the decisive answer is more than one. And although that may seem obvious, we are at a time where we have local people on the land who are reporting years where they're seeing one single salmon returning to some of the smaller streams. And that's definitely not enough to sustain a population. Next, we'll go to Virgil.
Thank you. I'd like to put, because these charts are not numbered. And so the one that is labeled estimated harvest and spawning escapement, Mainstem Canadian origin Chinook, and it starts with 1982, first year.
Virgil, I believe, are you referring to slide 29 in the Canadian presentation? If we could bring it up on
wait,
screen.
it's number 30.
30. Okay.
It's really dim. My old eyes didn't quite see that little
Okay.
dim number there.
Okay.
Okay. It starts with 1982, so we have to have a history lesson. Okay, Alaska started really dumping hatchery fish in. They started that in the mid-70s. They started ramping up in the mid-80s. I know that in the mid-80s is when PSWAC, which stands for Prince William Sound Aquaculture Association, started dumping hundreds of thousands of chum salmon in. And I remember having, and some of the older people here will remember the name Fred Anderson, was the commercial manager for the Upper Yukon in the 80s. And then he transferred to Sportfish Division, was regional supervisor, and he used to come to all these meetings. I remember him telling me once that he was flying up the Mayo River and they almost flew into the dam. There's a big dam up there. But anyway, and so if you look at 1982, and then that one isn't showing what mine is. For some reason, mine has at the very bottom, dark blue is spawning escapement, and then it has the lines, which were the escapement objectives, interim escapement objectives. Yeah, that's it, right there. If you look at 1985, 1985, the escapement objective is right around 40,000. But then you jump over to 1990. What happened in 1990 is we had a treaty meeting in Juneau, and I remember this specifically, and we were making a rebuilding plan for Chinook salmon. And so this is when we had fish wheels, the Canadians rent fish wheels, tag the fish just on the other side of the border, and then up so far, I don't know how far. They ran another fish wheel to catch them to do an estimate of the population. So we decided, well, for 5 or 6 years, and you can see it there, I think it's 6 years, they did interim escapement objective of 18,000. You can see that one, to just maintain the situation. And so, but you go over 5 and 6 years each time, and you see that we were getting about 4 returns per spawner. Then you get over to 1998. You wonder, what the hell happened here? The return per spawner went in the toilet. Well, what happened is those hatcheries really came on into production. I know that in Southeast Alaska, they jumped up a giant amount. That's the only thing I know of that happened, other than because we didn't have this warm blob or whatever they want to call it until the mid-teens, the mid-2000 teens. So the only thing that really happened was hatcheries. Our harvest started going down, well, 98 is when it really went in the toilet. And it didn't just go in the toilet for Chinook, it went in the toilet for chums as well. And look at the year 2000. 2000, fishery got closed on the side, on the Alaska side. We implemented windows in January, February of 2001, and there was no fishing whatsoever in 2001 commercially for anything, any salmon on the Alaska side of the border. But anyway, you just go across, and now our return per spawner is, if we're lucky, 1 to 1. But the only thing I know of that really happened for sure that we could control is hatchery production. That's the only thing. Now I want to totally change the subject and just ask a question. And that question is, when the briefing was given on summer chum for Alaska, and this doesn't really pertain to Canada, but it's nice to know information for them so they know better. Said you could use fish for summer chum salmon with a manned fish wheel, which we've done before. When we were fishing commercially, we fished for chum with a manned fish wheel. Someone had to stay on the fish wheel constantly. Fish wheel had to be a fish-friendly fish wheel, which meant no wire on it. It had to have cloth baskets, you know, seine web is what we used. Then we had to have, on the chutes, we put foam rubber on them so there was no sharp edges, no nothing that can harm the fish. And someone stays on the fish wheel, and if a Chinook came up, they were supposed to stick a plastic sled or something over so the fish would just slide straight back into the river. To my knowledge, not one person subsistence fished with a manned fish wheel on the Yukon River this year. I don't think one did. I don't know of anyone that did. The only fish wheels I know that operated were the ones doing the testing for Ectioponus that had, and you see Charlie over there shaking his head because he was involved in that, some with Stan Zaray and Charlie Campbell in the rapids. And I guess that's what they used at, I don't know how they caught the fish for testing Ectioponus at Fort Yukon, but I know how they did it in the rapids. And it was with an actual fish-friendly fish wheel that they did it with. So other than, I see that it says 20,000 fish approximately subsistence chums were caught in the summer fishery. So it's my question, were all those caught with dip net in the lower river? Because no one dip nets for them in the upper river.
Yeah, thanks, Virgil. Thanks for that question. I don't have subsistence harvest by gear information available. That'd be a great question to follow up with Andy Padilla back in the Fairbanks office. Certainly we did see most of the summer chum salmon were harvested in the lower Yukon. So 19,000 of those 20, or about 20,000 of those 27,000 were from districts 1, 2, and 3. And those would have been with dip nets, beach seines, and hook and line, and probably not fish wheels. What we did hear from the middle Yukon is that a lot of folks who used to have fish wheels didn't have them operational this year. But Andy Padilla would know for sure how many, or he would have an estimate of how many fish wheels were used. I don't have that information.
Because I know you're not going to catch one with a hook and line in the mainstem Yukon. It's too muddy. They can't see it. So that's why I asked that. I assume that'd be the only way you could physically do it.
Yeah, the hook and line, That was we can require release of Chinook salmon for hook and line. So if anybody was using hook and line for sheefish or non-salmon species or summer chum and did get a Chinook salmon, they were required to release it alive. So I don't know what, it would have been a very small amount of summer chum salmon that were from hook and line if there were any. But again, Andy Padilla would have that information back in Fairbanks if you stop by and chat with him.
Okey doke, I'll check it, but I do know this from my own personal experience. The only time you can catch a salmon on hook and line is when the water's clear and they can see the bait. Thank you.
Okay, next, we will go to Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding.
Yeah, thank you very much, presenters, and thanks, Virgil, for the history lesson. And what I'm about to say might be a little bit of a follow-up from, but I'm looking at slide number 29, estimated total run size. It goes right back to 1982. And when I think of run size, I think of the number of Canadian origin fish that enter the mouth. And so I think that, you know, getting right over to 2023, we see 15,633. Well, that's not really the run size, at least derived, because it doesn't take into account the en route mortality. So I think we might need to, you know, change the way we're describing this. Maybe it's not the run size, but it's estimated total border passage or something like that. And in a similar vein, looking at slide number 31, we've got an escapement number here of 14,572. Well, what that is that's the Eagle sonar count subtracting the harvest. But there's no reason to think that the en route mortality miraculously stops at the Canadian border. So to describe that 14,572 as the spawning escapement number, I think is somewhat misleading. And just to close, I want to echo what Eric said. I think that, you know, stopping fishing alone is not going to save these salmon. We've got to address all of the various factors. Virgil was just describing, you know, hatchery releases. We've talked about marine interceptions. Climate change is the huge elephant in the room. And then on the Canadian side, you know, there are mining concerns and various hydro dams. But I think that, you know, we have to address each and every one of those factors if we're going to bring back these salmon. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, this question's for Ms. Jallen. It's coming from the perspective of we're trying to get our people off of salmon, other non-salmon species. And it's coming from this perspective of our run of in-canoe or sea fish starts moving into the river right after breakup. So kind of rambling here, but AOS, the Alaska Ocean Observing System, and I might have that wrong, comes out with a projection of when the first Chinook will arrive at the mouth of the Yukon River. And they projected for this spring that the run would be late arriving at the mouth of the river, which it was. And over the years, I've been pretty impressed with that projection. They use different factors in Ohm, St. Lawrence Island, factors off the Yukon Delta there. Knowing that the projection was for a late arriving run, speaking is the directive is to come off of Chinook or salmon and use these non-salmon. Why did you open so early? Close so early when we want our folks to subsistence fish for non-salmon species, knowing that the projection was for a late arriving run?
So thanks for that question, Ragnar. And it is difficult. We do struggle with it. I think we do try to put out our management preseason strategies and forecasts early in advance to give fishermen notification. We've been using this June 2nd date for a few years now. I think there's a lot of uncertainty as to when Chinook salmon will arrive. That date may have been too early. I can't remember the exact date that Chinook salmon were counted at pilot. So we may have been a couple days earlier than we needed to be. But we were really trying to close before any Chinook salmon entered the river. And that's certainly something we can discuss at our preseason meetings as to what maybe a more appropriate start date would be for those restrictions.
Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, or, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. As I'm listening to fellow panel members here, a lot of what Eric said and what Tim and Andy and others, it strikes me that, you know, a lot of these presentations were originally oriented towards harvest, managing harvest, so we could meet escapements and whatnot. And I mean, clearly harvest is a non-issue. So I guess I'm naturally, I think that moves the conversation and we're getting there towards rebuilding. And I guess one of the things I feel like a lot of the approaches we take that would lend itself towards rebuilding efforts really depend on the objectives that we have as a panel for rebuilding. And I feel like we haven't had that conversation. And what struck me was, you know, Andy mentioned a question about how many fish, you know, would put us at risk of extirpation or, you know, essentially the stock not being viable in any way. And that got me thinking about what a difficult conversation it's going to be when we get to prioritization of stocks. You know, and I mean, I have the pleasure of working with Quanlan Dunn, and I know how important Mishi McClintock are. And I know in the Klondike, there were no reds observed one year and, you know, these types of things. So I guess to me, that just speaks to the need to start shifting the narrative in our discussions toward rebuilding, which then I think means we have to start talking about what are our objectives. I know in the Yukon, we've talked about our objectives are seeing fish on the spawning grounds. So I just put that out there because I feel like these excellent presentations, it's not a criticism at all. It's just, and I realize these are the requirements of the treaty, but I feel like we need to start having objective conversations about goals and objectives, because I think that will direct all the tactics we apply and the approaches and the things that we're measuring. And again, I'm just fearful of that, of one stock being prioritized over another stock because they're a more viable, in air quotes, population. I think that's going to be a really difficult conversation to have. And I mean, if we have to get there, then we have to at least have that conversation. So it's more just a comment about a forward thinking and us moving towards a bilateral rebuilding strategy for Chinook. Thanks.
Thank you, Dennis. Next, we will go to Canadian panel member Stan Jutley Sr. Please go ahead.
Yes, not a question, but I think probably something that got missed is looking at the 500 and change salmon that came up the Chinook salmon came up the Porcupine River, is that we don't know the condition of those 500. We have no idea of that in terms of like looking at what conditions they were in, and if there's any, you know, ichthyophonus on them or not. So we need to look at how we can basically monitor that in the future in terms of what's coming up there. So that's something that's probably needed. I'm surprised that with the water temperature that the 500 made it up there, considering the rise of the temperature in the water system at that time of year for Porcupine, because it was extremely low this year. And that's some that possibly also the temperature, how it affects, and I think historically it was said scientifically that after 21, the temperature 21, it's not 19 but on 21 that it would start you know, deteriorating and having like, you know, basically having a lot of issues making it to the spawning grounds. But they're there. You have 518. But the yeah, so I think, you know, that's some research need to be done in that area, is monitoring in terms of like taking a few fish out of the river to understand what the conditions are of those of the Chinook salmon that's coming up that river. And also with in terms of the mainstem, like every time the word's spoken about between Pilot Station and Eagle is mortality. Are we totally sold on an idea that it's all mortality? I mean, that mindset is there. It's, you know, it's here. So There are other possibilities that are possible out there other than mortality in between those two sonars. What are the possibilities if the river got too hot and they're going up other tributaries? The temperature is too hot in the water and in the Yukon River system. And the condition of the turbidity of the water itself, and considering climate change, to look at those that part of the river system as to really what's happening in the river. And I think those things that needs to be looked at in terms of coming up with a more definite answers to how the migration is for the Chinook salmon. And I ate a lot of sheefish going up and down that Yukon, down Yukon River this summer. I'm not going to say I ate any other species on that river, but I ate a lot of sheefish going up and down that river. But they were really tasty. And a lot of dip netting in the lower river coming up, and boys are going out like night and day. Just it wasn't no night, but they're just going out fishing all the time. Like they're dip netting, select fishing. So, and that was there. But they were. I guess I'll just leave it at that before I say any more. I'll get into trouble about the fishing. So. And I think it was enjoyable going up and down that river this summer to witness in real time what's happening with the salmon in that river system, and hearing the stories about the salmon, and articles that are written about it. It was printed in some of the magazines in the States. Put out by Bathsheba and Olivia, I forgot her last names, Bathsheba DeMoose. So there's that part of it that really helps, I think, maybe get the message out there. And the fact that we need possibly, to do some of the other research that needs to get done on this river system. Thank you.
Do you additional question from US panel member Andy Bassich? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This isn't really a question. This is just building a little bit on Stanley's comments there. The other evening, a number of us were sitting around talking about what he was relaying to us, and I was looking for Robert or Charlie Wright, and I'm not seeing him in the room, but he was relaying firsthand experiences of seeing salmon going up Manook Creek, which is, I guess Virgil could probably confirm, somewhere around the Rampart region in fairly large numbers. And it's a stream where fish have never been seen before. And our discussions that evening were a lot about the energy levels of Chinook salmon, in particular Canadian-bound Chinook salmon, who have the longest migration in the world. And the fact that they may not be getting the energy they need in their ocean diet before returning. And some of the speculation there was that maybe they're realizing they're running out of gas and they're pulling off into another stream prior to getting to their natal stream. So I just wanted to offer that out as information and kind of build on what Stanley's saying. There's still a lot that we don't know about why fish are missing. There are a lot of hypotheses, but the energy level in the fish is a big concern of us, for many of us. Thank you.
Additional question from Canadian panel member Stan Jutley Senior. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's just, I think the same scenario, we're all in this together, and I'm just saying that don't close the door and looking at other avenues other than mortality, it's just that let's look at that and explore and research and put some energy and time into that too. Thank you.
Additional question from Canadian panel member Elizabeth McDonald. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to start off by acknowledging the loss that people are feeling around food and not having food and salmon on their tables, and feeling the impacts to their health, their stomachs, and of course the other species that people are turning to try and supplement that food and find at least fill their stomachs. And unfortunately, I don't think we're out of the woods yet. Others have mentioned the en route mortality on the Canadian side, and I know it looks like it's not the lowest year on record this year, the way the number is calculated, but I think in reality, we had lower spawning escapement this year than previous years, and I've shared that before. And unfortunately, like Eric mentioned, we don't have a good way of looking at the spawning grounds. Currently, there's over 100 spawning populations on our side of the border, and it's just not possible to monitor all of them. But a lot of those projects that were shown by the presenters earlier are a start in that way to try and do it. And Andy was asking around, when do we have to worry about extinction? Unfortunately, I think we need to start worrying about it. And the spawning escapement goal work that was done by the JTC, there was a calculated benchmark that wasn't accepted because it was seen as too low and it didn't meet all the assumptions. So, but it was around 12,000, and that was essentially a life cycle of no fishing, and we're below that. So we're definitely looking at a long-term need for a rebuilding program for sure, and I do worry about them. And then I just had a caution for presenters for this slide, so it's convenient, it's still on. You're showing historic spawning escapement goals against updated data, and they're not directly comparable. So if there was a way to make those goals grayed out or not show them with the updated data, I think that would be best, because it does convey those are lower. The numbers were increased essentially when the non-historic data was used and recalculated. So just wanted to put a caution out there, because it does make it look like at one time we're talking about 20,000 fish is all that was needed for spawning. In reality, it was just because of the assessment method that was used that it is so low, I believe. And so it does convey that maybe just it doesn't correctly convey the information. So just a caution that in future, if there's a way to better display that or use the historic and put it in different colors or some way to convey the differences, I think that would be helpful. So, but thank you for the information as well. It was, both presentations were well done.
Next, go to Canadian panel member Robert Perry. Go ahead.
My questions are to Wes. Wes, TKC is doing a salmon assessment around the relicensing of the hydro project. Could you tell me what that work involves? I'm particularly worried about the fish passageway. I don't really feel it's a successful design. And I was just wondering if any of that kind of work is going in to find out the success of that.
Thank you. I'm just going to point the question to a TKC representative. If they want to answer that first, that would be awesome, or someone else, because I'm not privy to all that information.
Yeah, we'll have Canadian First Nation Government Advisor Brandy Mays. Go ahead.
The TKC, CTFN, and KDFN have a technical working group which includes Yukon Government and Yukon Energy Corp. We didn't put that on our slide, sorry. But we have had a fish working group. We're putting salmon first, and there has been an assessment on the latter and an entrainment study done on fish mortality through the turbines. And then there was also another assessment on the effectiveness of the hatchery. Those talks are still in place. We're working on mitigation, short-term mitigation measures, some monitoring for the long-term, and working on an agreement with YEC. Right now, we haven't agreed to anything completely. We have come up some mitigation discussions on what we're going to do in the short term, and then some stuff for the long term. Other than that, it's still in the works and still going through the process, Rob, and it's in talks.
So is the research then still ongoing?
Yes, it's still ongoing. It's the 3 assessments have been done. We asked for some more assessment work to be done on the latter, and the monitoring work will be coming up this year, and that'll be ongoing. Yes.
Thanks. And then the next question is around TTC and the aerial surveys. How do we know how long those aerial surveys or how frequently they've gone? And is there a point where we're going to see an index of that work? Because I noticed they've got 3 waterways in there, and just in terms of red counts and such.
Thank you for the question. I'm also going to pass that one on to someone from TTC if they want to answer that, or possibly Elizabeth McDonald if you have any information on that.
Sure, I don't see the Teslin technical person isn't here today, so I'll do my best. And these are historic aerial surveys that were done by DFO for quite a few years as well, I believe, and they're covering the same areas. And Teslin Tlingit Council has taken over, I think, the last 5 years and done them. So I would say they are indexes already, so that they do exist. And some of that data was used in like the 3 aerial index revamp of the historic data that's now outdated again and being redone a different way. But a lot of that information is currently used by like the JTC and DFO. So that they're an index and a valuable data set.
I'd be curious to know if some of those branches are not seeing fish anymore, spawning fish, or whether we've gotten down to such low numbers in certain branches that they could be, thought of as extirpated as a genetic stock. Thank you.
Any additional questions from panel member US member Ragnar Ahlstrom? Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, and I think Ms. McDonald sparked a question in my mind. I don't know how many people remember there was a rebuilding plan in the mid-90s for Canadian origin Chinook. And I think that's what that slide showed between 90 and 95. Keeping in mind this mark and recapture. It was 18,000 and it went up to 28,000. Then for a while, it was 1 year, it was 25,000 if there was a commercial fishing. So there was a rebuilding plan for a number of years there, looks like 6 years, where the using mark and recapture that it was at 18,000. I think that's what that showed. The various rebuilding escapement goals through the years, Mr. Chairman. Right?
Yep, you're correct, Ragnar, that is what that particular line showed. US panel member Virgil, how are you had a further comment or question on this topic? Or?
To help clarify that, and that's what I was going to bring up. If you stuck it back on either chart or page 30 or 31, it's easy to see. First got the sonar actually operating, I think in 2002, I'm not sure. I think it was 2002, I could be wrong. But it ran for 3 years and you kept an average of what it was for 3 years. And they ran, the sonar and the fish wheels both for 3 years together. And that way you came up with a formula so that you could convert the fish wheel catches to the sonar catches, and it was by multiplying fish wheel catches or population estimate by 1.8. And so we had, from 1985 to 1989, the treaty started getting negotiated in 85, but I think it was before or after the fishing season. I'm not sure, because I didn't get on the treaty thing till 88. But then 90s, when we did the rebuilding plan, Ragnar was just talking about it, and I think we were in a meeting in Juneau when we did that. And we settled for, during the rebuilding plan, an escapement objective of 18,000. And then we kind of halfway considered it rebuilt and got an interim agreement for 3 years in 95, after the 6 years was up. And then in 2002 to 2004, they ran the sonar and the fish wheel together, got the multiplication factor in, and then we moved it up. Well, after the rebuilding thing was over, we moved it to 28,000. So then it got, the 28,000 got converted to 40, well, I think it was 45,000 to 55,000. I'm not sure. But then the 45,000 got lowered to 42,500, which is what it is now. The interim escapement goal, 42,000 to 55,000. And so, but if you look, do all those things, and you can see that in 1998 is when the productivity went in the toilet. And you look at what looks good on chart 31, escapement on the spawning grounds shows in 2014 shows above the IMEG, and it did that for 5 years. But look at the returns from that. They're in the toilet. So that's, things went in the toilet after then. And the only thing that we can control any of is hatchery production. So that just, to me, if you're trying to figure out what to do about something, you have to understand what's been done previously and what the history is. And that's the only reason why I'm saying that, is so people can kind of understand what we were doing, what some of us like Ragnar and me and Tim and some of us that were on this, and Stanley over there and Sebastian were trying to figure these things out over 30 years ago. And that's how we got where we are now, except that there's things totally beyond our control that have totally screwed us up. And that's a situation we're in now. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. So speaking of history, I have two questions perhaps I'd like to ask for our presenters, and appreciate US panel member Virgil referring to the importance of not forgetting about the details of history. In the US and I think Canadian presentations as well, you referenced this new phenomena of a difference between pilot and eagle estimates, and this idea that fish were going missing somewhere between the mouth and the border. And I recall it's probably 12 or 13 years ago, Mr. Carl Sidney from the Tasman Tlingit Council coming to this panel and asking questions about the estimates of Chinook salmon abundance at pilot and eagle. And I believe for a number of consecutive years, we had discrepancies of somewhere between 20 and 30,000, even 40,000 Canadian origin fish that were presumably missing or unaccounted for. At that time, the explanation that the panel was provided was that the discrepancies pertain to estimate errors, most likely at the pilot station sonar. And the estimate error was due to the large number of summer chum salmon that were migrating at the same time as Chinook salmon, which were far less abundant. And at that time, I believe that the ratio that was referenced was something like for every 1 Chinook salmon that swam past the pilot station sonar, 8 summer chum would swim past concurrently. So it made it very difficult to accurately estimate the number of Chinook salmon migrating amongst those very large numbers of summer chum salmon. And I was reflecting on that as we were viewing the US presentation, and noting that there was an estimated approximately 850,000 summer chum salmon that migrated past pilot station sonar. By comparison, around 50,000 Chinook salmon, which is a ratio of approximately 1 Chinook salmon for every 16 summer chum salmon that migrated past pilot. So my question is it possible that the pilot station sonar is not accurately estimating the number of Chinook salmon on account of the return of this disproportionate number of summer chum salmon that we observed in the past season in 2023? Fred, is that something you can help us with?
Yeah, I can attempt to. I know, when this DBE issue first came about, we had the subcommittee within the JTC was starting to address it. And I know we had a presentation from the sonar team in Alaska that addressed this very question, whether the summer chum issue could be influencing the Chinook count. And I think Carl Pfister also presented to the panel that same information. And, through that evaluation, they couldn't find a concrete reason why the sonar estimates would have been over or underestimating compared to Chinook. So, I mean, they looked into it pretty in depth, and there's no smoking gun of an obvious misinformation. So.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I guess in that line of thinking, is it plausible that the discrepancy could have resulted from en route mortality?
Speculating, if possible. I don't know those years. I mean, we weren't looking at, the disease issues and some other issues as closely as we are now. So it's very all possible, but I can't, it's only speculation.
Okay, thank you. Next and final question from me. I'd like to refer to two slides just to help illustrate my question, and these are in the Canadian presentation. I'll start with slide number 11, please. Okay, so please correct me if I'm misinterpreting this information, but slide number 11 is depicting daily estimated passage of Chinook salmon at Pilot Station, and that's represented in the bars, blue portions of bars being Canadian origin, gray being US origin, and then there is a dashed line that forms a bit of almost like a mountain peak. It's up and then comes down. And I believe that this slide is depicting for us that, at least looking at it visually, that a large portion or a proportion of the Chinook salmon that migrated past Pilot Station in 2023 did so later than the most recent 10-year average. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that is what's being suggested. I just one clarification. I know you're aware, but the average line is for Canadian origin, so it would be referenced only towards the blue portion of the graph, but yes.
So nonetheless, the suggestion is that the run timing in 2023, as far as daily passage goes, was later. Not going to estimate how much later, but we'll say 10 days approximately than the 2013 to 2022 average, approximately. That's what this slide is attempting to depict. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then jumping ahead to slide number 17, please. So my understanding is this slide is attempting to depict complementary information. Previous slide was at Pilot Station. This is at Eagle. And again, same idea. We've got some bars depicting daily estimated passage of Chinook salmon, and then a dashed line representing the 2013 through 2022 average timing. And I'm curious, when I was looking at this particular slide, although there's an order of difference in numbers, the curve looks almost identical between the 2023 return and the average. And I'm just curious, so when we flip back to slide 11. So again, with the later run timing, I guess the question is, did we see fish that were late showing up at the mouth speed up to make it up to Eagle towards a more normal run timing appearance there? Or is it possible that the later portion of fish that were observed at Pilot Station were disproportionately affected by en route mortality? Did you catch that question?
You might need to repeat it, but as far as based on genetics at Pilot this year, it was normally we see a larger proportion of Canadian fish early on, but this year it was a little different. We saw a lower proportion of Canadian fish, and then for the first strata or the first group, and then the proportion of Canadian fish were higher in the middle proportion. So, so that may be indicating a part of this as well.
Yeah, so thank you for confirming that. So the question was, so if we have a much later run timing at pilot, but not seeing that same pattern being depicted at Eagle, is it possible that the later portion of the run was disproportionately affected by en route mortality if we're not seeing that same late run timing showing up at Eagle?
I think the short answer is yes, possible. I'd have to sit down and think about it and look at it a little more closely myself, but yes.
Okay, thank you. US panel member Virgil Umpenhauer, go ahead.
Yeah, to follow up on what you were saying, it's like one of the guy that used to count the fish before Bonnie took over back in the late 80s. He called those fish the slow swimmers. So maybe the slow swimmers are not as healthy and they're the ones didn't make it. But those first ones, because if you look at the first one you had, number 11, there were fast swimmers that were earlier than the average, and then it ended up about the same. Once it got to the border, the slow swimmers just fell on the side and didn't make it. Maybe that's what happened because they didn't have enough nourishment, which we haven't talked about yet with the public, but we did talk about it in the closed session. We talked about, some of us are wondering if maybe because the ocean pasture has so many salmon in it because of hatcheries, it's more than it's had in it in the last 120 years, but 40% of them are hatchery pinks and chums, that they're out competing our wild fish, and they're a combination of two things. Some of them starved to death in the ocean, and some of them just don't have the fat reserve built up, and they're the slow swimmers, and they just run out of gas on the way and die along the way and don't make it to the spawning grounds. And of course, the Canadian stock swim the furthest, so they would be the ones affected most. But if you look at China and Salcha, which was in this thing as well, they were only right at 10% of the average made it to the spawning grounds in the China and the Salcha this year. And they ran those projects the full length of the king salmon run. They said they could have ran it a little longer and counted a few more chum salmon, but the chum salmon was really in the toilet. It was about 10% on the China, but only about 4% on the Salcha of the average number by there as of the date they quit counting them on the China and the Salcha. And they don't just count them visually. And I didn't ask this, but I think they ran the Didson sonars as well, because they have Didson sonars on those two projects as well. And they're the only two projects for summer chum that even ran this year. But they counted the kings too. And there's only two projects we had that really counted the kings good that are tributary projects. And so they were only maybe 10 or 12%, actually worse than what it was at as far as the number of fish that got to the ladder here in Whitehorse. I think it said 18% in the presentation we had today. 18% of the normal is what got there, the average, whereas the China and the Salcha, it's not much over 10% on the Chinook. Thank you.
Great. Next we'll go to US panel member Eric Weingarth.
Yeah, I understand your question there, Steve. I would remind people that on a lower river this year, it was extremely high water. It was trash. Most of the projects, I mean, whether Deena and Fred probably can account for this, but it was difficult to set net in the traditional places. The water was high. We had a period of trash in the river. So making an assessment just off of this one year, it's very difficult, I would say. The Andrewski Weir, we couldn't even put it in because it was so high water and swift. And it had to be difficult for fish returning back. I would say the flow of water was extremely fast, so I'm sure it's slowed them down and stretched them out too. So to try and make an assessment of this particular year, I'm sure it was very difficult, but I think the staff at Fish and Game did the best that they could, without a doubt. I know they were out there trying their best. Appreciate them. Going out in those conditions was not fun, and pulling trees and sticks out of nets is not easy on that early season when you have extreme water. I mean, just so people understand, the water was so high, it was going over the banks for 20, 30 miles out the Yukon. So it looked like, I mean, the Delta is big, but it was flooded out there. Everything was flooded. Moose were drowning. It was wild. And a large part of this, I don't think it was all snowpack that melted. I think a lot of this has to deal with our permafrost is melting, and it's keeping the water higher than what it used to be in the past. Thanks.
Go ahead, US panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just building on that, when it comes down to pilot station, it really comes down to those daily counts. And it really comes down to the composition drifts. What you left out, Mr. Chairman, was that you can count up to running at the same time as about 1 million Cisco coming in, running in. Every other year you got pinks coming in. So those composition drifts and the extrapolation that comes out of it when the sonar's not counting are very important. And this was a really tough summer, as Eric said. And ADF&G and those folks that ran the sonar, they did a fantastic job. But that's when it really comes down to it. You have to trust that number, whatever it is up there. And in those daily counts, that this summer was a tough season. And then from there, then you build up difference between estimates and all that. But it really comes down to those composition drifts and these other fish that are in the river, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead, US member Rhonda Pick.
Yeah, there was incredible flooding in the Yukon Flats and the Upper Yukon too. I say the Upper Yukon, it's where I'm from in Beaver. When I hear it, when Canadians present, it's kind of jarring. Circle had unprecedented flooding. And also all of the Yukon Flats villages pretty much had flooding, Stevens Village also. So in future years, it's going to affect some of the, I guess some of the returns that we get. So this kind of flooding was just so detrimental. We had trees in the river. We saw cabins floating by Beaver and Fort Yukon. So that will make such a big impact in this. And also, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it affected when Eagle started. Is that correct also?
Eagle started on time this year, but I know that Pilot was dealing with a lot of high water, but they started relatively on time. But they're just dealing with a lot of high water. But Eagle was normal timing.
Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead. Really good questions and discussion here. And I guess specific to Mr. Co-Chair, your inquiry is recognizing that a large part of the concern in recent year discrepancies, the difference between estimates, is the additional environmental and disease conditions that have been observed, especially with ichthyophonus, with warmer water conditions and so on and so forth. So in the past, yes, and it continues to be the case that there is a much wider confidence interval, uncertainty associated with Pilot Station compared to, say, Eagle, and there always will be in that regard. But the consistency of consecutive years of differences between estimates in combination with very high rates of ichthyophonus, with warmer water conditions, high water conditions like we saw this year, to the point that our members have made in that regard as well, is those factors combined is starting to raise new awareness and hypotheses, for lack of a better term, about the potential for delayed mortality in these recent years. It doesn't mean that it might not have existed historically as well, but there's a combination of factors that is pointing in a direction beyond just the uncertainty and assessment.
Thank you for that, Mr. Co-Chair. Any additional questions from panel members?
One more comment, and then I have to leave briefly. So in prior years, one of the ways that the pilot station sonar number was sort of ground truth along the river was because people were actually fishing. So in the last 4 years, we haven't had the local fishermen to report that, in those every Tuesday phone calls, like what they're seeing on the river. So I think that alone, it makes that estimate at pilot station, because these are just estimates, the pilot station estimate and the Eagle sonar estimate. It makes those a little bit more variable in my mind, because you don't have the truthing of the people at, Russian Mission saying, hey, we're having a ton of chum, or, the guys down in Stevens Village saying, we're seeing this at the rapids, or, all that along the way. Because, when you're out there actually fishing and you have your nets in the river, you know what's in the river at that time. And, from prior years of those phone calls, we would hear that information too. And it was definitely a way for them to, I think it was either Holly or Stephanie Quinn Davidson who used to say ground truthing all the time. It made me nuts to hear it, but now it's stuck in my head like a little earworm. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Perhaps with that, we'll also extend our appreciation to our presenters this afternoon. Thank you very much for sharing the information that you provided to us, and also by extension to you and your teams for your diligence and hard work and long hours in the field in collecting this information. We do very much appreciate it. So thank you. With that, we will take a 15-minute break. We'll resume at 3:30. And again, for individuals who wish to sign up for testimony, please do so by 4:15. Thank you. All right, so we will need to proceed with our bilateral session. At this point in time, we'll start with our 2023 postseason reporting for chum salmon. I do want to be respectful of the fact that we do have a commitment to provide the opportunity for public testimony. We have at least 8, if not 10 individuals that would like to provide testimony to the panel today. So we do want to afford time to accomplish that. With that, I will call up our presenters from the United States, from Alaska, to provide the 2023 Yukon River Mainstem Chum salmon season summary. And while you're coming up to the front and while we're bringing that presentation up, I did want to confirm that for the 2023 season, the Yukon River Panel did not provide any specific management recommendations pertaining to chum salmon. So with that, I'd like to welcome Christy Gleason and Bonnie Borba. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And joining me is Bonnie Borba. She's our Fall Season Assessment Biologist. And we came from Fairbanks, and it's nice to be here in Whitehorse, and it's nice to see you. And today in this presentation, I'll give a summary of the 2023 fall chum season in the Mainstem Yukon, and then a little bit later we'll talk about the Porcupine River management in a separate presentation. Next slide. In the spring, we had a forecast of 251,000 fall chum salmon. Our preseason projection based on this summer chum to fall chum salmon relationship was for a run of 425,000. This projection is what we use to base initial fall season management actions on until we switch to our in-season projections based on assessment projects. And also this summer, we were looking at a below average coho salmon run following the last couple years of low runs. Next slide. These are our management objectives that we use for fall season to manage the fall chum run. The Alaskan escapement goals include the drainage wide to Dreenjik and Delta River shown in yellow on this map. And the Canadian tree objectives include the fishing branch and the Mainstem Canada shown in blue on this map. Given our projection of 425,000 fall chum salmon, there was potential to meet some Alaskan escapement goals, but we were unlikely to meet Canadian goals due to a weak run strength we've observed in recent years. And you can see the percentages here. Normally we see about 27% of the fall chum stocks crossing the border at Eagle. And then since we've had the salmon declines, the Canadian component has been weaker than our other stocks that we have in the Yukon River drainage. And so we've observed a percentage of 10 to 17%. Next slide. Harvest during the fall season is guided by the Yukon River Fall Chum Management Plan. And according to the plan for 2023, we were in this yellow zone and we could allow a little bit of subsistence fishing with anticipating some restrictions. And so we allowed some subsistence fishing, or we plan to allow some subsistence fishing while understanding that we need to meet the Canadian escapement goals. We did plan for closures for the other fisheries such as sport, personal use, and commercial fishing. Next slide. Oh, back one slide. There you go. This is a graph of chum salmon genetics applied to the sonar passage near Pilot Station during the fall season. Summer chum salmon are shown in the peach color and fall chum salmon are shown in the blue. For management, we continued selective gear openings for U.S. summer chum salmon in the early portion of the fall season in districts where we find this species. Knowing that summer chum make up the majority of the early run and the Canadian component of fall chum salmon is minimal during this time. Then subsistence fishing was closed to determine the fall chum salmon run strength shown in blue in this chart. And during the season, we did allow for non-salmon, pink, sockeye, and coho salmon with selective gear. And the 4-inch gill nets this year were restricted to be operated as a set net, and they were limited to 60 feet or shorter in length. And we have the ability to set this regulation during times of salmon conservation. And as we went through the season, we noticed that the coho salmon run was indeed coming in below average. And so we implemented closures for this species as well. Next slide. This graph shows how the fall chum salmon run progressed through the season. The blue line is the Pilot Station sonar counts of fall chum salmon based on genetics. And the dashed black line is the projection needed to meet the lower end of the drainage-wide escapement goal. The historical median is shown in the solid black line. And so as you can see, a few weeks into the season, the in-season projection was for a run of less than 300,000 fall chum salmon, which led to the closures for subsistence fishing for the remainder of the season. And the one highlight of the fall season is we were projecting to achieve one of our U.S. escapement goals in the Dreenjik. So we were able to open up subsistent salmon fishing with 6-inch or smaller mesh gill nets and fish wheels specifically in this tributary while keeping the Yukon Mainstem closed. So some of our subsistence fishermen were happy with this opportunity, but it was also during their moose hunting season, so some people were not able to take advantage of that. We maintained closures in important spawning tributaries through December in the remainder of the Yukon River drainage. Next slide. The resulting subsistence harvest of fall chum salmon in the entire Yukon River drainage in 2023 was very low. This graph shows the annual harvest from 2000 to 2023 compared to the 10-year average of 2010 to 2019 before we had this recent salmon decline. So this was the 4th year in a row of depressed subsistence harvest of fall chum salmon, and it's much worse than the last crash that we had for chum salmon in the early 2000s. And based on this graph, normally subsistence harvest is about 80,000 fall chum. Our estimate for 2023 was less than 7,000 fall chum salmon for subsistence harvest. And 73% of this harvest came from our test fish donations and fish from the Tadrinchik subsistence fishery. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bonnie Borba.
Good afternoon. I'm going to give you some additional detail on the characteristics of the fall season run. This is some pictures of some folks on the Sheenjack Eagle sonar this year, and the Amonic shows picture of the salmon, shows the transition of the summer to fall chum, how we see them down there. Next slide, please. Okay, the left side chart is a summary of the age and sex data collected from the Lower Yukon test fishery. The average is represented by the dark bar on the left side, and the 2023 is the light bar on the right side of each pair of data. The age 4 fish were dominant and slightly higher than average than what was observed in 2022, and correspondingly, the age 5 was lower than average. The fall component of chum salmon run was dominated by females. However, they ended up lower than average of 58%. The right side chart shows the average length of chum salmon captured in the Lower Yukon test fishery, and all age classes showed some growth compared to 2022. However, they remained shorter than average. This year, chum salmon were the 3rd shortest on record for this project. Next slide. The groupings in this map are the genetic stocks we commonly refer to. We have the border US stock, which is the Tadrinchik, Sheenjack, Dronjik, and it's in the upper left oval. The Fishing Branch River stocks, which are unique, but we are unable to sample in proportion to the run, is located in the smallest oval. Mainstem Yukon River into Upper Canada is the larger lower right circle, and the fall components of the Tana River stocks, which also have a summer component that overlaps, is in the lower left oval. Next slide, please. This chart is the genetic groupings in the order that the stocks typically enter the river, with the border US entering slightly earlier than the Canadian mainstem stocks and the Tana River stocks entering last as they build throughout the season. The left side dark colored bar in each pair of data is the average, and the right side light bar is 2023. In 2023, there were above average contributions to the border US and the Tana River stocks. The total Canada contributions were lower than average by nearly half, and the 2nd lowest on records. The mainstem Canada is the largest proportion of the total Canada, and this year in 2023, it was about 15%. And these are based on the pilot station in season data. Next slide, please. This is a performance color-coded table of the fall chum salmon escapement goals. It includes the median escapement and the preliminary 2023 data. 3 of the 5 goals were achieved in 2023. Post-season analysis used observed escapement, genetics, and harvest estimates, and it provided us with the drainage-wide estimate escapement of 312,000 fall chum salmon. The Tadrinchik goal was projected to be met mid-September, and the Delta goal was achieved November 14th. Sheenjack River does not have a goal, but was well below the historical average, and neither of the Canadian IMEGs were achieved. Next slide, please. This is a chart showing the fall chum salmon drainage-wide escapement in the dark bars and the estimated harvest in the light portion of the bars, only back to 2000. Together, they approximate the estimated total run size each year. The solid lines represent the drainage-wide escapement goal, and the harvest from 20 to 2023 are negligible in this chart. The estimated 2023 drainage escapement and run size indicated the run was slightly than the previous year and barely met the low end of the drainage-wide goal. Next slide, please. Switching to coho salmon assessment, this chart depicts the estimated run size index for coho salmon with an estimated escapement on the bottom of the bars, along with an estimated harvest on the top portion of the bars. The preliminary harvest estimate is included, but too small to see. The 2023 index was lower than the previous year and is the second lowest in this data set. We also observed record small sizes in the lower Yukon test fish catches, about 33 millimeters shorter than average. And the fall escapement surveys were not conducted due to poor flying weather in late October. There's a long-time boat survey that's usually conducted on the Delta Clearwater River, and it indicated the escapements were well below average. Next slide, please. This slide acknowledges all these folks that help and assist us with the project to help manage the fisheries in 2023. Next slide, please. And this is our contact information, and it should be in your packets if you need to get a hold of us. And that's all.
Great. Thank you very much. And similar to how we approached the Chinook salmon postseason presentation, we'll now go to the Canadian presentation. So I believe Jacklyn, Kendall, and Adam Odell will be providing that presentation for us here now. And then following the presentation, we'll call up our presenters from the US and Canada to provide opportunity for panel member questions. So welcome again, Jacklyn and Adam. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Jacklyn Kendall, Fishery Manager with Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I'm going to be co-presenting again with Adam Odell, and we're going to be talking about the 2023 Canadian Origin Chum Salmon Postseason Review. So next slide, please. Similar to the Chinook presentation, we're going to follow same structure and progress through preseason, in-season, and post-season actions for 2023. We will also provide a post-season summary of the assessment projects and review the environmental conditions. Next slide, please.
All right, so as with Chinook, I'm going to follow the fish as they move upriver in the Yukon River. So starting with the preseason forecast while they're in the marine environment, and then as they start to, and then in-season projection, which is developed once the summer chum run is starting to decline, and we got the relationship between the summer and fall returns, and then the number of fish entering the river estimated at the pilot station sonar project, and then the number of fish entering Canada, which is estimated using the Eagle sonar project. Next slide, please. So the preseason forecast was for a below average main stem run, drainage wide 75,000 Canadian, and for the main stem 62,750. Next slide, please.
Great. So as indicated, the preseason outlook for 2023 Canadian Origin Yukon River Chum was just under 63,000, which was close to the minimum of the escapement goal range of 70,000, but it did not create any total allowable catch nor harvest share for Canada. Also, based on what we had seen in the past, it was really highly anticipated that the point estimate would not be reached. So with the probability of a low run size, the public angling fishery was closed and the commercial and domestic remained closed. Based on preseason engagements, it was anticipated that there would be limited to no First Nation subsistence harvest. And the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee also recommended no chum harvest for 2023. Next slide, please.
Right, so the fall chum run size is closely related to the run size of summer chum, and both summer and fall chum forecast to be low this year. However, summer were higher than forecasted and anticipated, which resulted in an in-season projection of just over 100,000 Canadian main stem fall chum. So once mixed stock analysis, so the genetic analysis results came in, the forecast was revised with an update to 43,000 Canadian main stem chum. Next slide, please.
you. So with the revised projection, it was above the lower bound of the IMEG range, but the results of mixed stock analysis genetics would be required to change any management actions. And at this point in time, it was still anticipated that there would be no available Canadian harvest share, and we would be watching the passage estimates very closely as the season progressed. Next slide, please.
So here we're looking at the daily passage counts at Pilot Station. So for all fall chum, this includes both Canadian and US stocks. So 2023 was another low return year, below 50% of the 10-year average. Next slide, please. And now, like with Chinook, estimates are produced to identify the components of Canadian origin chum at Pilot using genetic analysis. And these produced an estimate of approximately 48,000 Canadian origin chum at Pilot. So this is also a below average number here. So there is uncertainty involved in making these estimates. And so there's quite a large range around this estimate. You can see here about 20,000 to 80,000 Canadian origin. Next slide, please.
Yeah. So as Adam indicated, as the results of mixed stock analysis genetics began to come in, they revealed a much lower than expected Canadian component, which did reduce the main stem estimate to that less than or approximately 43,000. It was an increase to 2022, but was still quite low. So it was becoming quite clear that the run of fall chum into Canada was very unlikely to meet spawning escapement goals, and neither the US or Canada anticipated having a harvest share. DFO continued to meet during this time on interagency calls with the US. Next slide, please.
Yeah, now looking at passage at Eagle sonar. So again, just downstream of the Canada-US border. This year's estimate at Eagle was about 22,000 chum salmon. So there's much more confidence in this estimation, just given the number of species present is greatly reduced compared to Pilot Station. So confidence intervals here are approximately plus or minus 350 fish. And next slide, please.
So with the expected border passage of less than 43,000 and the passage estimate of just under 15,000 as of late September, DFO continued to maintain closures in the licensed public angling, commercial and domestic fisheries for the 2023 season. And Yukon First Nation governments implemented fishery closures or strongly advised citizens to avoid harvesting fall chum. And as noted earlier, the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee had also recommended no chum harvest for 2023. Next slide, please. Okay, so with this slide, we're just going to go through a bit of a summary of management actions for Yukon River Mainstem fall chum, and this includes maintaining those closures in the public angling, commercial and domestic fisheries throughout the season. Up-to-date information was shared via the in-season bi-weekly conference calls, as well as through a weekly written summary that was distributed from June 21st to November 2nd. And again, we continued with our conversations and engagements with the US. Next slide, please. Okay. So here we have a summary of the harvest and escapement outcomes from 2023, which revealed the preliminary Canadian origin chum salmon run size of 22,719, which was similar to 2022, but well below the preseason and in-season estimates, and also well below the lower bound of the interim management escapement goal. With this run, there was no allocation to the US or Canadian fisheries. And at this time, harvest information is still preliminary for both the US and Canada, but reports to date have indicated no harvest in Canada of mainstem chum. Next slide, please.
So like at Pilot, this year's Eagle count was much lower than usual, 16% of the 10-year average, that average being about 130,000. Next slide, please. There we go. So total estimated run size was near the lowest on record this year, but quite similar to the prior 3 years. As a reminder, the total estimated run size, similar to Chinook, is actually a combination of the Eagle estimate and downstream harvest of Canadian origin chum. Next slide, please. So So this figure here is showing the total run broken down into its components. So spawning escapement in blue, harvest of Canadian origin fish with US harvest in gray and Canadian harvest in black. Harvest of mainstem Canadian origin chum was minimal this year with an estimated 600 in the US and current estimate about 0 in Canada. So the escapement goal here is shown by these black bars. The lower range being 70,000, so still not even approaching these values. And go on to slide transitions. The border passage, as we're showing here, the border passage was the second lowest on record in 23, nearly identical to last year's record low and very similar again to the prior 3 years. So this was well below both the long-term average and below the more recent 10-year average. Slide. So spawning escapement was effectively the same as the past 3 years. Again, the lowest on record, or the lowest series on record. So this was the 4th consecutive year that the mainstem chum spawning escapement goal was not met. And next slide. Now looking at age, sex, and length data for fish entering Canada. So again, this is using samples collected at Eagle. So starting here with age, a similar breakdown to the Chinook figure that I presented earlier. We have the age 3 at the lower end in the dark blue, age 4 in the light blue in the center, and the age 5 fish in the gray at the top. So the majority of Yukon River chum return as 4-year-olds, with remainder generally made up as 5-year-olds. So this year's spawner age structure was similar to 2019 and 21 and many other years prior, with a large aged 4 component and fewer aged age 5. Next slide, please. Now looking at male to female ratio for this past year, this year's run at Eagle was 38% female. This is similar to the average. Next slide. And finally, looking at the size of both male and female fish separately, males in blue and females in gray. The average length in 2023 for both females and male was close to the project average. Next slide, please. All right. So similar to Chinook, pulling this one out because we like to talk about discrepancies between Eagle and Pilot. So the estimate at Eagle was about 21,000 less than Pilot's genetic estimate of Canadian origin chum, with Eagle falling approximately 3,000 lower than the lowest range of that estimate at Pilot. So as with Chinook, discrepancies in these estimates, they do occur. However, they're usually quite close or within confidence range intervals between these estimates. So this year is a bit of an anomaly in that sense. Slide. So lastly here, I'm just going to touch on some of the environmental conditions experienced during the chum salmon migration spawning period last year. So water levels were average to above average throughout the Yukon Mainstem, with some tributaries reaching well above these average levels. Clooney Lake levels remained well below the long-term average. So long-term being influenced highly or largely by that 2016 diversion of Slims River. And water temperatures for chum salmon migration and spawning period were above average, particularly into the end of the season, but still well within the chum salmon tolerance range. And so with that, I will conclude and invite our US counterparts for questions.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll call up our US presenters and provide the opportunity for panel member questions on the 2023 chum salmon summary reports. We'll start with US member Eric Weingarth. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Rhonda had to step out, so I asked Charlie to step in as the alternate here. A large portion of people foregone harvest of fall chum in our area this year. We had a lot of rain, July, August, which is about the time when we have the fall chum passing through. Water was high. Water temp was, I felt, was above average. And then come late September, our area, in Lower Yukon, people started putting out nets for whitefish as they come out of the lakes and the sloughs. It's also the same time we hunt moose, so we try to do both at the same time. The end of September, early October, there's quite a bit of fall chum on the main stem, and then like I was telling in our closed session, November, December, we were still under the ice. We were catching chums in the Andreski River, pretty consistent for quite a while. That was very highly unusual, even up till last week. Still catching a fall chum or two in the Andreski River. That's very unusual for us. So over the last 7-8 years, I see this later timing of fall chum coming in the lower river. And I know Fish and Game has extended into September and into the count also at Pilot Station. But I just want to mention that chum habits have changed to some degree, whether it be the water temperature or the water level. It's triggering them to come in the mouth of the river a little bit later. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to U.S. Member Virgil Oppenhauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was trying to find what the male to female ratio was when they passed Pilot Station, but I was noticing, looking at the male to females at the border, and it's 38% female. And it seems to me like there's a lot more. What's the percent at the Pilot Station? I think it's a lot more than that.
Sorry. Virgil, I don't have the information right in front of me, but Pilot Station uses a whole suite of nets, so they'll catch something different, and they're not always looking on the inside of the fish like we do at Lower Yukon Test Fish. So the sex ratio is, you have to take that into consideration, but the whole historical database, except for a couple of years that we tested it.
I wasn't thinking of that. The smallest they use is 5.5 inches, isn't it?
No, they go down to 2.5.
Pardon?
2.5.
No, I mean at the border.
Oh, at the border, they use 3 message units, meshes. And the lowest one is, I believe, somewhere around 6. It's on my phone. It's like 5.5 or 6. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up.
Okay, so the smaller females might swim right through it.
They do an actual beach walk also. So, and he had the proportions. Well, no, did you do eagle? He had the sex ratio of eagle up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a picture in your book of the eagle.
Well, it says it's 38%. I know it's a lot higher at Pilot. I don't know what it is. So my question was going to be, the females are developing the eggs, and that takes a lot of energy out of their body as they're swimming up the river. And so I was wondering if maybe the females ran out of gas. It says right up there, 38% were female. But at Pilot, I think it's around 50%, but I'm not sure.
I can look it up for you after the.
And so my question is, does it seem reasonable to think that maybe a lot of the females don't have enough nutrients in their body to make it all the way to the spawning grounds, and they just die on the way because of developing all the eggs, uses up all their energy? That's my question.
Don't have any proof so far about chum salmon and, like whether or not they're not making it because of the fat content. We don't have any data on that.
Because it seems like if the ratio between the Canadian component at Pilot is the same as the overall component, which is about 50% females, then and only 38% of them make it to the border, what's killing them when there's been no fishery on them? Why don't they make it at the same ratio as the males?
Well, they also have slightly age differences throughout the run. Like the Tanana River Strix, the later you get into the run, the more of the run is age 4. You get a higher proportion later in the run. So depending on when and the late part of the run is the Tanana stocks and the earlier portion has the Mainstem Canadian in it. So it can be slightly, you know, more 5-year-olds.
Yeah, and Virgil and people in the room, you can look at the graph here on the slide. And you can see that 38% is similar to average. And so the 38% that we're seeing in 2023 is not anything new for the Eagle sonar. It just happens to be that that's the average that they typically see at that project. We know that female fall chum salmon are smaller than male fall chum salmon. So yes, they could be swimming through the nets. We see in the lower Yukon test fishery, when we use our 6-inch or smaller mesh nets, we do see the net wiggle, and we see a lot more smaller coho and pink salmon and some of the smaller, maybe female chum salmon swim through the net. And we typically catch, the 6-inch net does a pretty good job of catching more of the male fish.
Well, I was wondering about it, and I do know that they use a larger mesh net at the border, so a lot of those females might swim through, but the fall fish are, on average, they used to be before the year 2000, the fall fish, even the females would be over a 6-pound fish, and the males would be a 9 or 10-pound fish on the fall fish. That's what they used to be prior to 2000. That graph just goes back to 2006. So it may have been, the fish were much larger prior to 2006. And so maybe it was different then. I don't know. All I know is the fish have really shrunk in size. That's all I have.
Okay, while panel members are contemplating additional questions or comments, could we bring up the US presentation slide 11, please? Okay, thank you for that. So here we see what I believe is a comparison of the different genetic stock groupings, looking at 2023 results compared to the average from 2004 to 2022. And I think most notably, there was considerably fewer proportionally Canadian, it's called Canadian genetic stock groups than Tanana, Fall, and Border US. I'm just curious, for the total Canadian genetic stock groups, does that include porcupine and mainstem, or is that simply mainstem upper Yukon Canadian stocks?
In this chart, that's total Canada, but remember the fishing branch, porcupine stocks, we have difficulty breaking them out. So, but it's included in there, but most of it is the mainstem.
Okay, thank you. And so my question where I was going with this was more around the resolution and further genetic breakdown of the Canadian genetic stock group. Do you have higher resolution than that from a genetic perspective to understand perhaps which proportions of the Canadian watershed the chum are coming from, or is it purely either fishing branch or mainstem?
We only have porcupine or mainstem. And the mainstem is broken into 2. Yeah, and then Eagle, you guys have data that's broke down into your mainstem, White River, and a couple Teslin and one other.
Okay, so the answer is yes. So where I was going with the question is, did you happen to observe a difference in the Canadian stock contributions this year? Meaning, is there one particular Canadian stock that is much lower or absent than others that's responsible for the lower Canadian proportion stock representation, or is it just across the board, all Canadian stocks were representative of very poor return?
Yeah, in terms of the 2023 genetic results for the Canadian, we actually don't have those results yet, unfortunately, to speak to it. but those numbers in the past couple of years, they have been changing a little bit, but yeah, nothing too drastic really. It really goes down to main stem component and the White River component. Those are the two large ones when you talk about the Canadian, right? Outside of porcupine. And I think what it is, Bonnie has them right here. Last year was 25% white, whereas the average is 42, I believe. So yeah, we'll see what this past year was like, and maybe there's something that is leading to that main stem lower than maybe you would have expected based on pilot, but.
Okay. All right. And so will that information be available for the panel at its preseason meeting in April?
Yeah, it should be. I'm not entirely sure what the timeline would be for it, but it will be in the JTC report by publication, so it'll definitely be available for the preseason panel meeting.
I think that would be helpful, and kind of where my line of questioning is coming from is that over the past several meetings, the Yukon River Panel has discussed the potential effects of changes in the Kewaunee and White River system. And so it would be interesting or beneficial for panel members to understand if we're seeing some sort of disproportionate representation of non-White River Kewaunee fish, or if it's purely this decline is spread evenly across stocks. So that would be helpful. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from panel members at this time on chum salmon, mainstem chum salmon? Oh, I'm sorry, Sebastian, Canadian panel member, Sebastian Jones, go ahead.
Just a quick one, and I feel like I should be able to figure this out for myself. Oops, sorry. A quick one, and I feel like I should be able to figure this one out for myself, but seeing as how you're here. I'd like a comparison of the drop in productivity between chum salmon, Canadian origin fall chum salmon, and Canadian origin Chinook salmon. You talked about the productivity for Chinook salmon being around 0.5 per spawner or one per female spawner. For chum salmon, did you generate a figure for that?
I don't have Canadian origin per se, as I don't, haven't worked with their brood table this year yet, because we'll be doing that prior to the forecast. But for the drainage wide, it's been less than one return per spawner for the last 4 years. And it was really low the first 2 years. And the parent year for this one is, for this coming year was like 64. That's for this year's 4 or 5 year olds, not for this particular year yet. So they're on we're not getting enough fish back for your return per spawner through this crash right now.
Right, but we've seen the chum salmon really come back fast, like that crash that we had in the early 2000s. The numbers of chum salmon rebounded. As I recall, we developed a sort of a rough rebuilding life cycle rebuilding plan at that time for chum salmon, but they actually rebuilt much faster than that. So we cut back on fishing for fairly stringently for a while, and signaled to fishers that you're going to have to sacrifice for a while. But they came back much faster, and I guess I'm grasping at straws here and hoping that maybe we'll see something like that happen again.
Yeah, our average used to be like at least 2 return per spawner or 2.5. And recently it's been more 1.7 or something like that, which is still better than where we are now. We had that one record year, which was 9 return per spawner, which we'll be lucky to see that again. But we have 50 years of data for fall chum salmon. So yeah, right now it's the average without these really bum years has been 1.7. And let's hope if the ocean turns around, it's cooling off, if the fish start growing again, hopefully it should. We're hoping to get back up to at least over 1.7. Getting back to average would be nice.
Next question, U.S. panel member Andy Bassich, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sebastian, one other thing that might help you is in the past, prior to this crash, there's always been a fairly tight relationship between the abundance of summer chum and to fall chum. And so that's the question I would pose to the fall managers here. And that is, are you still seeing that relationship in that summer chum to fall chum? That might be a good indicator. So I'll ask that question. And then I'm going to put Ellen on the spot here and see if she could report to us a little bit about what they're seeing in the marine environment as far as conditions in regard to fall chum or summer chum. So, and I guess I'm asking about water temperatures or any information you might have on health from any surveys out there, which would then be an indicator, hopefully, for future rebuilding of fall chum.
Yeah, so our survey, along with Fish and Game in the Northern Bering Sea, started in the early 2000s. We've been through 2 warm climate stanzas, and we're coming off of the latest really warm year in 2019, and it's been cooling off since then to average conditions. We are seeing relationships of non-linear relationships between temperature and the energy of the fish, where over 10 degrees Celsius, the juvenile salmon they don't have all the high energy that they do at the cooler temperatures. So cooling is a good thing for them. Offshore, we're looking at the size and energy of chum salmon in the pollock fishery that are caught incidentally, and noticing the similar trends where fish are not in good condition when it's warmer. So we're, and that's more of a linear relationship. And that may explain some of the reductions in size at maturity.
Thank you for that.
Maybe a quick response about the relationship between summer to fall chum from the managers, real briefly. I think that's important to see if that's still there.
Yes, Andy. The relationship this year still fell within line and into linear regression, and they still line up really good. Yeah. Even though the summer chum did slightly better than the fall chum did, it didn't affect it was still a good indicator for fall chum salmon. We'll be using it again this coming year.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair, just briefly, the reason why I said this is I just wanted to give people a little bit of hope. There are some indicators. They may be early, but there is a little bit of hope that ocean conditions are beginning to favor the fall chum, and that the energy reserves may be rebuilding a little bit, and that the summer chum are beginning to rebuild a little bit now. So I'm just trying to give people a little bit of glimmer of hope in some of these dark times.
Thank you very much, Andy. Any additional questions or comments from panel members? Oh, go ahead, US panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know to ask this to, but it appears that some stocks in AYK are doing good. Kotzebue seems to be doing good. I don't know who to ask. Do these chum in marine waters swim together, or why would one area of AYK seem to be doing better than the Yukon?
Mr. Co-Chair, maybe comment?
Yeah, thank you. And great question, Ragnar. So it's safe to say that all of Western Alaska, or maybe a different way of saying it, is Eastern Bering Sea stock chum salmon, have seen a consistent decline in their abundance, consistent with the decline in fall chum and summer chum here on the Yukon in the same time frame. But the scale of that decline has been a little bit variable. And so folks understand what I'm referring to for Eastern Bering Sea stocks. We're talking Bristol Bay all the way up to Kotzebue. But the scale of that decline has been higher in, let's say, the Kuskokwim River and the Yukon River compared to even Norton Sound and Kotzebue. It seems the further north that you go, on those eastern Bering Sea stocks. Yes, they crashed, so to speak, declined along that same timeline as Yukon and Kuskokwim, but not at the same scale, not the same dramatic drop off or crash that we saw certainly in the Yukon example on both of those species. With respect to the intermingling, in the early outmigration portion of their life cycle, they are unlikely to intermingle. They're going to remain probably much closer to shore of their home natal streams, their spawning streams where they're coming from in that regard, but they certainly would start to intermingle towards the middle and latter portion of their marine life cycle when they move out into the central Bering Sea and North Pacific in that regard, and not only intermingling amongst those eastern Bering Sea stocks, but stocks throughout the entire North Pacific rim as well.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions regarding chum? 23 Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, go ahead, please.
Again, just sort of thinking forward to rebuilding, and we're having conversations around Chinook restoration efforts. I'm just wondering, do the same suite of restoration tools and options that we have for Chinook, would they hold for chum? Like, are there, can one enhance habitat? Can, various tools that we apply to Chinook, would those still translate to chum? Maybe for another conversation, but I'm curious.
I'm looking at our experts who are tentative to respond, and thank you. We have a taker. Go ahead, Adam O'Dell.
I mean, all I'm going to say about that is that the focus has largely been around Chinook, and if you're talking about species-specific plans, I don't think they're necessarily in that sense, but I think the focus would need to shift, not, shift, but I suppose grow to include chum in order to capture it. But I'm not sure that that has happened yet. More of a question on my end too. I'm not too sure exactly, Dennis.
I think at the end of the day, the parameters are the same. The life histories are slightly different. I think as we know, as far as we understand, chum salmon don't have a juvenile freshwater residency period that's as extensive as Chinook salmon. So there are some subtle differences there as far as reliance on freshwater habitats at the early life stage. But beyond that, from a stock rebuilding context, the same broad parameters apply. You need to have available habitats that are providing the appropriate conditions for egg development and survival. And then along the way, same principles apply for fry to juvenile to smolt growth, available food sources, and then certainly different distribution considerations in the marine environment and different food habits, but the principles still remain the same. And then obviously the length of the lifespan is somewhat shorter for chum than Chinook in the Yukon River, but big picture, they're the same. Go ahead, US panel member Andy Bassage.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying that. That brings to mind the one factor that we do, I think, have to pay very close attention to in regards to climate change is that fall chum require very specific spawning conditions with upwellings, and with permafrost change, changing water temperatures, primarily permafrost change. I'm really concerned about how that might impact some of the primary spawning streams. I'm sure Mr. Alva and Finster, if he's around here, might be able to give us some insights as to that. But I have been reading a lot about this, and we are experiencing on the Alaska side, probably in Canada too, along the Brooks Range, some really dramatic thawing of permafrost, which is dramatically changing the pH of the streams and rendering them virtually lifeless. So I'm not saying that's going to happen where we're at, but that is happening and has been documented up in the Brooks Range. And so I think it's really incumbent upon those that keep an eye on the habitat in those areas to hopefully keep us informed of those changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment and reminder. And not seeing any further questions or comments from panel members, I would like to extend our thanks again to our presenters and yourselves and your teams for the information that you collect through the various assessment and management programs and report to us here in this Yukon River Panel process. So it is an invaluable source of information for us, and we very much appreciate your dedication and your continued contributions to this process. So thank you. With that, we will move on to our next agenda item for today, which is our last agenda item, and that is the opportunity for public testimony. So we do have approximately 40 minutes for public testimony. We have 8 individuals who have registered to provide testimony at this point in time, but I'll check with Mr. Victor Keong. Any additional?
Mr. Co-Chair, we now have 6 folks who will be providing testimonies this afternoon. 2 of the elders from the Yukon First Nations had to drop out, unfortunately.
Okay, so with that, perhaps can you help us out and let us know who we have lined up to provide testimony first, please? Thank you.
Certainly. The first group that will be providing testimony will be from the Yukon First Nations. We have Roger, and forgive me if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Kikovichik. Peter Frost, Hal Frost, and Vernon Kikovichik will be providing testimony from the Yukon First Nations boardroom.
Great, and that will be virtual, is that correct? So
by phone.
Oh, by telephone. And Sasha, do we have delegates on the phone? They can hear us?
They are on the phone, and I just ask if they can unmute themselves.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you. Welcome and thank you for joining the Yukon River Panel. Please proceed with your testimony.
Yes, my name is Roger Kikovichik, one of the elders for Wansagwitchin. Just want to say thank you for this opportunity to speak on this important issue. I just want to start off by saying that we do have an agreement with our First Nation government is to be self-determination in terms of resource in our territorial territory. And in saying that, that's an agreement that we had as long as I can remember from past when we have such as salmon, when we have trouble with the numbers, our people would take that into their own hands to not do any fishing. And sometimes there's times that they would only take certain numbers without any written agreement, and it's just that the people speak among themselves. And when they identify low stocks, and I don't know how they determine back those times, but today we have technology that tells us when the salmons are in this trouble, and we have seen that for the past several years now, and more or less in the last 2 years. This past year, our government closed the fishing to everybody, and it was kind of hard to live with because that's part of our diet, but that's something that we have to respect because we don't only think about today, but we think about the future generation.
And the other thing that I like to add on is the much work and the hard work that the Salmon Committee has been doing over the number of years, and really keeping us informed of how the salmon, not only salmon but other species of the salmon family, when they're in trouble. And I know that we are represented well in those areas. But I do want to say that we have some, we have some difficulties trying to enforce the law that our government put in place, because people believe that's their Aboriginal rights to fish. On the other hand, we can take it a step further and say it's our Aboriginal rights not to fish if the salmon's in trouble. And I really believe that strongly, because we have to think about the future generation. And not only that, is that we have to take into consideration the changes that we see in our climate. In the last couple of years, the water was so low, which has great impact on salmon, on the salmon run. And the water is too warm, something that we notice, and that too has a great impact on the salmon run. The other things that we hear about and we know about is the commercial fishing that it's done in the Alaska side. And now and then we ask our representatives, we ask our leaders to represent us on that, to make a statement towards that we need some control on that. But I know that's something that's very difficult to deal with. But we're still doing our best here in Old Crow to honor what our leaders put in front of us, and what our government put in front of us to save the salmon, to save the fish. A couple of years ago, we had a report that coming from fishing branch that there's no water in there. I think that that may have been last spring or spring before, but that was troubling to hear. And to try to find out, where did it go? What happened to it? Is that part of the climate change? These are the questions that may have to be answered. Maybe it has been. But all those information are something that our First Nation community is looking for, so we can be prepared for another closure. And how are we going to work around that? In the past years, and my childhood years, I remembered our people that do the fishing would have areas to go to, whether it's lakes or they go up to Babish River to fish the char. And I know that there's only a very small window that they can do that. And it's I think that window is somewhere in October and November. And from what I hear when I was a child is that you can't do that in December because the char is gone. So, and they go there with dog teams and to harvest and to subsidize their fishing needs. in terms of lakes, I know there has been some lakes identified through negotiations, and I'm not certain if these has been used yet, but I know they're being talked about, and that's another alternative to continue our diet. Other things that has been used was fish, salmon flown in from, I believe it was from Taku, to subsidize again our salmon diet, and that was very much greatly appreciated. And I'm not so sure of what if there's any laws imposed on people that don't follow the laws that's been put in place by First Nation when our salmon at that low number. I think that's something that the Salmon Committee can look at, because this is so important. We just can't continue to harvest our salmon when that number is that low, and that's something that we as Wantagutchin has negotiated. And I know that during negotiations, the cap was very low, but for some reason we had a great number out of it, and we're really happy for that. But once the community make a decision like this to stop fishing, that's something that needs to be honored, so we can feel that we're doing our job, our due diligence for the future generation. We always talk about we need to leave something for them too, so they can enjoy the life that we had. So some sort of penalty or something for fishers and harvesters when they break laws like this. And it needs to be brought back to us to help out. Again, I just want to express that we do have people saying that it's our Aboriginal rights to fish, but on the other hand, it's our Aboriginal rights not to fish too when they're in trouble. So that's something that I've been expressing for some time, and I do appreciate everything that has been done to date to help the younger generation. I think that's where the Salmon Committee could start focusing, is to go to the younger generation and let them know that our food generation that we harvest can be troubled like the salmon is, and how can we help you to ensure that you will continue your diet. You may have the answers for us. So again, I just want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, the Salmon Committee, for the number of years and the hard work that has been done to date. And again, just want to say Masi Cho.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Elder Kikovichik, and we send our regards to the people of Old Crow. Our thoughts are with you. I know there have been a number of challenging events in the community over the last few years, and in particular in 2023, and we appreciate your words of wisdom and guidance, and your address to the Yukon River panel this afternoon. Thank you. Next, we will proceed, Mr. Keong, is it Gerald?
I believe it's Peter Frost.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter Frost will be providing testimony next, is that correct?
That's the name we had on the list. If Peter's at the Witchin First Nations office, yeah, you're up next. Yes, and we also have Hal Frost, who had offered to provide testimony today if he's in the office. Hal, you're next.
Hello, it's Peter Frost calling.
Oh, hello, Peter.
Yes,
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thanks for letting me join the meeting here. First of all, I just like to say that I've been coming to some of the meetings over the past few years here in Old Crow that I might have met some of you, and my family kind of comes from Alaska, and the salmon, like, I grew up in Old Crow here, and the salmon was always a part of our life here, and so it's like when you can't eat moose meat or something. Over the past few years, I've sat in on meetings, like I said, and I try to put what little knowledge I know, but most of you people probably heard all this before. There's always lots of talk when the salmon starts from the headwaters down below, and like I say, most of my family, they come from Alaska down the river. So we grew up eating fish. It was part of our food. And over the years, we hear a lot of talk about the new laws coming out. This climate change stuff. It's like, from what I've seen, it's way in front of us. The waters are lower. The waters are warmer, and by the time the fish gets here, it's not really worth eating. The last 2 years, people in Old Crow, they've been abiding by this no fishing, which is like, it's only right, and to let some of the fish go by, or most of it. But the climate change is the biggest thing for me, and I often wonder, what's wrong? The waters are lower, everything is changing. We don't see big salmon anymore. The ones do come up, they're pretty poor. They don't probably never make it to where they're supposed to go. From what I've seen in the last few years, most of the people that live in Old Crow, they haven't been setting nets. And this last fall, I have a cabin down about 20 miles, and I have 3 dogs, like just pets, and I didn't even fish. They say we weren't allowed to set nets, so that was okay with me because we have food. We always have food nowadays, and I often wondered myself, like, from the beginning, when the salmon takes off in the rivers to come up to where all they're supposed to spawn, and that, like, is there enough being done on the Alaskan side? I know that some of the agreements here with the First Nation, and like Roger was saying, it is all right, but however, we have to respect, like for myself, I respect when there's not enough fish coming up, that in a few years, like, will there be more, or is it finished now? So it's kind of hard to, I think Old Crows and, like, I don't think we have enough say because this is not Alaska. However, the same happens down in like Fort Yukon and further down the line. Like, people are not fishing like they used to, and I try to keep involved with what the First Nation have people coming up on talking about this salmon committee and panel, Yukon River. It's pretty, for me, it's pretty worrying. It's like when the animals are not going to be here anymore, what's happening with the salmon, and I don't think I have any say to anybody in Alaska, like, look, this is our fish and we deserve some of it. But once I put it all together, I think climate has a lot to do with it. The commercial fishing in Alaska, this has been their livelihood for years, for decades now. And I know from a lot of the salmon is being sold overseas and that. So I don't feel like I have too much say because I'm not in Alaska. However, it is a big issue for me to like, who's negotiating about what's right and what's wrong here. But I think climate has a lot to do with it. The last few years, we've seen a lot of changes all over the world, not only up here. It's really worrying for me as a First Nation member that lives in this community. I work here for YG, but I have time off in the summer, and I do fish. But the last few years I haven't, and yeah, it's really discouraging for me not to like eat salmon anymore. Like I say, I try to keep up on the meetings happening with the First Nation, and I support whatever the Yukon panel is doing about getting the salmon back, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elder Frost, for your words. And we appreciate your testimony this afternoon. Do we have Hal Frost on the line as well?
Harold Frost Jr. here. Can you hear me? Thank you.
We can hear you, Harold. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. First off, I would like to say thank you for letting me join your meeting and give public testimony here. I grew up in Old Crow, been fishing for the last 30 years, and seen great changes over the last 10 years due to climate change, waters, low waters, high waters, warm water. Also seen salmon runs going up different tributaries on the Porcupine, and I'm only speaking about the Porcupine, and seen, different behaviors in the salmon runs. And we talk, and mostly you want to think about these things. I certainly have thought about it over the last 3 years, and the community and most of the elders said, we have to stop. We have to think about the future. And we have to think about what outcomes we're going to take. And, I heard two of the elders say, well, we got to think about the future here. And that's important. And we can't always think about what we want at the moment. We want to fish. Sometimes we have to sacrifice. We sacrifice for our children so that the 300 salmon could go by. I think it's about time, definitely need to talk about species at risk and what that looks like. And the agreements that both Canada and the United States are supposed to commit to. And, communities on the Porcupine has taken it to the next level and saying, well, we want to close fishing for this year and we'll see how it looks in the next few years, what's going on. But, it's hurting us. It's not going to hurt our children when we do these things. And I grew up in a fish camp on the Porcupine for 30 years. Lots of salmon. Maybe the last 6-7 years has been really depleting, and it's sad to see 300 salmon go by. And if we continue to fish, it's going to be nothing. And so we only speaking from Vantakuchin, and we're speaking on the Porcupine. And so where does it look 10 years from now? I don't know. And that's a scary thing. It's not knowing. And to be able to fish is the most important thing to our young people. And as a community, we're going to look for alternatives. Look to fish in the creeks and lakes. And it's a human right issue. And it's when you're talking about culture and Aboriginal entitlement and land, waters, fish, but, temporary. And that's what the elders are talking about. With that, I want to say thank you to the Yukon River Panel, Salmon Subcommittee for all your good work over the years. I want to say, Masi Cho, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to present your address this afternoon to us, Harold. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we also have Vernon Kikovichik? Vernon, are you on the line?
Mr. Co-Chair, I've just been alerted that Vernon is unavailable to provide his testimony this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again to our representatives from Old Crow. Mr. Keon.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Who do we have next for testimony this afternoon?
Co-Chair, next up is Gerald McLeod, who's here in person from the Kwanlun First Nation.
Welcome, Gerald, and thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon.
Hello, my name is Nikos, my Indian name, and my given name is Gerald McLeod. Born here in Whitehorse, Quillandon beneficiary. I am 70 years old now, and I have lived on fish all my life. I started off in Dotton Post when I was 6, 7, gaffing fish there with the black bears on the other side. And I used to pack fish like that when I was 6, 7 years old up a pretty steep hill about big as this building. So it was quite the interesting start. I carried on my fishing at Cluckshoe. Cluckshoe is about 130 miles from Haines Junction, where my mother was born in a tent. And I used to fish with my grandmother, Marge Jackson, and my mother. When I was 16, I would get about 400 to 500 fish sometimes when I wade around in the water up to my waist and pick out all the males. I'd tie them up 50 at a time, and they would dry their fish there. When my mom was younger, she would dry all her fish at Cluckshoe and float down to Champagne-Ajac for the winter. And I was honored to carry on my fishing at Carmack's with Daisy O'Brien and Elder. And I was at her fish camp with a good friend of mine, Russell Burns. I was there for about 8 years, fishing every fall. And I learned a lot of new ways of doing fish, drying it, cutting it. And after her passing, I started fishing at Pelly Crossing with another elder, Liz Hager. That's where I caught this one. We used to get about 5, 6 in the boat, and we'd have to take it back to land because it was getting pretty heavy. But I've been doing this for quite a few years, and I try always to teach my family, my friends, teaching one another. And it's a beautiful life to be out on the land. And then to have your family members with you to teach them. And with fishing, you always learn something new. I wanted to add that with my family missing all this fishing now, it's you can feel that, you know, something's missing when you don't get out and fish again, especially when you raise up with it all your life and you wanted to have it, but you can't have it. But like with all you guys' work and stuff like that, like I don't understand much of the ins and outs of it, but I know how to live off the land with fish, and like they say, we can always turn over to whitefish or something else that we can still love to eat. So I thank you guys all for your wonderful work, and let me say my piece. Thank you. Christy.
Thank you very much, Gerald, for your time and sharing your perspective with us. We value your honoring us with your story and your family history. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair, finally, we have Sally Wright from Wind Heat North Incorporated.
So good afternoon and welcome, Sally. Please proceed.
You hear me? Yes, okay. I'm a bit nervous. many elders have spoken today, and I don't need to say how important the salmon is to both of our countries. I am here to speak on behalf of the wind energy. That's the name of our company. My husband is not able to be here today. He's hoping to be here this evening to share his expertise in wind energy. We have monitored over 60 sites right across Alaska, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Today we have three met stations in Nunavut in which we are helping the Innu people get off of fossil fuels, because the wind is winter energy. It's the one that helps the hydro. That's one I want to be really clear with here. Water is life. We bless the water, and the Creator blessed the water with salmon. We thank the Creator for the salmon. The salmon was the energy that the river gave us before the Alaska Highway came. People got around on the river before the Alaska Highway came in 1942. Everybody was connected to the salmon and the rivers. I have a property at Kluane Lake, and I thank the Kluane people for allowing me to live there. And I was witness to the dropping of Kluane Lake in 2016. All the chum salmon reds are now high and dry, and we don't see chum. Very few chum. But I have good news for you, because wind energy will save salmon. Wind energy is a gift from the Creator. Wind energy is winter energy. Wind energy can be stored in your home as heat. There's nothing colder than a windy day. Harvest it and store it in your home like we did with the salmon at one time. We learned this from the Alaskans. There's a group of villages on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta, south of Bethel. There's 12 villages that have wind energy systems that they own, and they heat their homes with the wind energy. And they store it in their home as heat in iron bricks. It's very simple. This can transform our northern grids. My husband went back to university because we learned about the risk of climate change in 1996. And we decided that we would commit our careers to finding out how we can live on renewable energy for all of our needs: transportation, heating, and all these electronics we're addicted to. And what we learned, well, we learned that the wind is on the mountaintops and on the coastlines, and that it is becoming, we're getting more wind with climate change. As everybody will say that there's nothing colder than a windy day. You may as well heat with it. So I think that wind energy can help to stabilize our grids, to diversify our energy sources. Hydro is challenged in the winter. And the damage that we have seen just with the Whitehorse Rapids being covered by Lake Schwatka, the habitat destruction because of the levels, the water levels being shifted because hydro doesn't work in the winter. Wind can help that. Wind can help the hydro system. Now, my husband, he created a model, and I have the business card and I'll show you but it was a model because once we electrify everything, we cut out of a lot of waste. transportation is very, fossil fuel transportation is very inefficient. 20% of that fossil fuel goes into moving the car. If we cut that out alone, we make a big difference in our energy needs. But heat is the one that everybody needs. When you use it in a way that we share it, our grid is enormous, and it's something we own as Yukoners. I was on the board of Yukon Energy. That was the beginning of my education in 1996, 97. I was on the board for 6 years. And they're going to be presenting tomorrow, but I don't think their corporate skills have improved. They're still in denial about how the effect of the hydro is on the salmon, on the fish. And what we want to introduce is that you can double the grid, the output of the grid with wind energy and storage, but instead of storing it in as water, we store it as heat in bricks in people's homes. It's sounds simple, and it actually is. But it needs us all to participate. So it's complicated too, because we need to store and we need to gather. But I'll tell you, when you have all this, we need to restore the salmon. And everybody I hear here says there's no money. There's no money. Well, when you put up a wind turbine, that's revenue. You're making revenue out of thin air. And so what I'm saying is that we have four turbines, new turbines, and they are owned by the Kwanlin-Dun First Nations. And I say, Gwanish Chish, Kwanlin-Dun, for your initiative, hanging in there. And 400 homes can be heated with just those four turbines, and they're small. We have ridges, we have abandoned mines that the federal government are responsible for that threaten Lake Faro. There's a power line. That was an electric mine. It's about time we put a wind farm up there. That's what I say. And start to recover our salmon and repair our relationship with the river. I see the salmon. They say the salmon ran red in the river before the highway came. And no one was told about the dam and what the dam would do. And they are still in denial at Yukon Energy about the damage that has happened. But when I see 154 fish this year after this, in less than, I don't even want to look at a short amount of time, when the people lived here for 10,000 years on salmon, it was everything to them. So I'm offering you wind. It's different, it's new, and it's an opportunity. And I think it's something that Alaska and Canada can work together on, because that is the only way to restore the stocks, is to give access to the beautiful southern lakes. You take down that dam, you aerate this whole river system. It will help Lake LaBarge. We'll have an open, and you can still have a hydro. You just have the intake up from Miles Canyon. And there's energy experts in the world that can help. And there's resources out there that can help. These turbines are from the 50s and the 80s. Well, that's a long time ago. And we need to upgrade that. And Yukon Energy shouldn't be allowed to just do another 25 years of status quo and underachieving. And I see it on my electric bill. They have a revenue shortfall because they have crappy energy projects. And that's it. That's what energy is. It does, Newton said it. Energy doesn't disappear. It takes another form. And so here we are. It's big decision time. The weather's only going to get worse. We have to get off of fossil fuels now. And this is a good start. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your address and for the information. And as you mentioned, the panel will be receiving a presentation from Yukon Energy Corporation on the Whitehorse Rapids Dam and their plans for relicensing of that facility. So that is scheduled for tomorrow. I will check with Mr. Keong, any additional individuals registered for testimony this afternoon.
Mr. Co-Chair, that was the final testimony.
Thank you very much. I'll pause for any panel comments. U.S. panel member Eric Weingart, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And in the previous testimonies, I just wanted to reassure them. I know Old Crow's a very far distance here, and I appreciate them calling in today. But I want to reassure Old Crow and other villages up here that we, on the lower river, hear you loud and clear. And we are concerned too about keeping food security for your people and your culture and the next generation to come. And I appreciate them speaking up today. We have the same challenges, just on the other end of the river. And I appreciate hearing from those gentlemen and Old Crow. I think we're all looking for answers. Every person on this panel and every staff member on both sides of the border are concerned. I had to say that their voice is heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any additional comments from panel members? Okay, I think I've been alerted, Mr. Keong, we do have an additional testimony. I believe it is Elder Ann Wrangler, if I pronounce that correctly, from Kwanlin Dun. Ann, are you here? Oh, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. We welcome you to the Yukon River Panel meeting, and we're honored to be visiting here on Kwanlin Dun traditional territory.
Many years now. I'm retired now. And I live here at Kwanlin, Whitehorse. And this is my first time actually hearing about it. I hear it on the radio and things, but put it in perspective for me. I'm here right now. So I just, you know, it really touched me a lot because I was raised with in Carmax. I was raised in Carmax, and we had a fish camp that I went to every summer. I spent about 10 years at residential school when I was a young girl. And every summer we'd come back. My parents lived at Carmax, Violet McGundy, and my grandma raised me. And we were actually come every summer. We'd go to Mary Luke Fish Camp in Carmax. Actually was really famous. She was really famous, and we lived right in Carmax there every summer. It's hard because I'm speaking from, actually I always speak from my heart. I speak my language fluently. They never took that away from me. When I was in residential school, I kept my language. That was because my family made sure I did. We lived on trap line at 50 Mile Creek and 18 Mile with my uncle, Taylor McGundy, and my auntie Mary Luke. And actually, I consider myself traditional, but then I've been to school and I've worked at the college for many years. I'm fluent in my language. I read and write it. But fishing for salmon, we call king salmon, we call it king salmon instead of, I don't know what the name of it. And we call it king salmon because it was so huge. You know, and there's a picture of my mom, my Auntie Mary, and George Dawson, and Roxy Carrier. They was holding up this fish. It's a really famous picture. My mother was the youngest one, and she recently passed. She was 90 years old. She was the youngest of that picture there, in that picture. I know it's very important that we preserve, you know, we get our fish back. And it's for the younger generation. You know, the younger, they're coming behind us. I don't know what's going to happen to them, but the way the climate change and everything, you know, I read the news, I watch TV, and I try to watch the most important thing of what's going on in this world. Because as an elder, we have to tell the young people, we have to send that message somehow to them. Going through so much with other things with our young people. And I think it's important they learn our traditional ways. They get back to doing the fishing, how important it is. Be able to walk in with us and to continue on with our traditions, with our culture, which is so important. I say prayers too and everything, so, you know, I try to keep up my language and make sure that, you know, our young people hear and listen. And I just like to thank you for being invited, because it's the first time I've been invited to one of these in the panel here. I just want to thank everybody for their work, you know, the good work they're doing. Kind of got me depressed a little bit earlier, you know, because I'm thinking, is there any hope or anything? But we can't think that way. Eh? We can never think that way. Don't ever think that there is no hope, because there always is hope. And it's been predicted a long time ago by some elders. I read a book one time, I think it was in the early 80s. I read a book, and it's been predicted that, you know, this world is gonna go through some things like this, you know, climate change and all the things, because we're doing things to the earth that we should not be doing. We have to start taking care of her again. Is retaliating and We're feeling it now. And we have to keep doing this. We have to work hard at changing things, changing right to begin with, changing ourselves. Masicho, we are Saunithan Secho, Dajun Singhus Hunji, Masi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom and for sharing your time with us here today. We're honored by your presence at this session, so thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, so that concludes our testimony for this afternoon. I'd like to express our appreciation to all of those that provided testimony and attended the Yukon River Panel's meeting today. We will resume meetings tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. here at the Kwanlin Dunn Cultural Center. A brief reminder that the Yukon River Panel is hosting its reception at the Best Western Gold Rush at 7 o'clock this evening. So we invite all of you in attendance to please join us at 7 p.m. at the Gold Rush Inn, and look forward to the opportunity to speaking with you, to meeting with you, and to talking about salmon further tonight. Have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.